Captain's log, stardate 0124202010.3, Starship Excelsior's log NCC 77246. How goes it, everyone, besides having a cute little bunny over there? So I have a couple things to share with you today, something that's been kind of disturbing, you could say. So I'm sitting around minding my own business. Yes, I'm drinking black coffee because I'm out of milk. Plain and simple, I'm out of milk. Oh well, black coffee I can drink. I just don't like drinking it that strong, but what the hell. So, a couple things I want to share with you. So, so anyways, um, Walmart. I got a story for you all, okay? Anyways, certain somebody that lives with me decided to go check out Walmart, right? And we called up Walmart. We asked them questions. We were put on hold for 20 fucking minutes. No offense. And all of a sudden, I said, "Look, I got a layaway. That's canceled. I'd like to pick up my refund." Okay, literally my refund. Lady turns around and says, "Oh, there's too many refunds that are due to be claimed, yet no one's claimed it from our store yet." I'm like, "Well, I'll be the first then." She's like, "Oh, well, yeah. Finally gets a hold of the manager. The manager goes, "Oh, yeah, we've never done that refund thing. We don't know how it works. Here, call this number." I call up this number, and they're like, "Oh, you're calling the wrong number. This is the Walmart online department. You want the Walmart store customer service." And I call them up, got a hold of a nice lady who's like, "Man, sounds like you've been bamboozled. You've been really bamboozled, and hoodwinked, And I was like, "You gotta be serious. And so all of a sudden, I've been, going up against Walmart being a shyster company. They said that they were going to give me my refund back, no discrimination intended, yada, yada. I kept getting misgendered. So I talked to the customer service. She takes all my information. She says, "Oh, yeah, you're entitled to a refund." So I'm like, "Okay, now I hear you guys can give me a refund through a gift card or a MasterCard or a Walmart gift card, which I really don't want. I want money so I can pay some bills and stuff and buy some groceries." Lady's like, "Oh, well, if you turn around and get a refund from Walmart," talking about the Walmart card, "if we give you a Walmart gift card, you can buy groceries at Walmart and we still make money." I said, "Lady, no, I use my debit card." Lady's like, "Oh, yeah, well, I don't know anything about that. Yeah, okay." So I get in touch with, they transfer me to another firm. Finally, I get someone who's like, "Oh, do you have a claim for such and that?" I said, "Yeah." So I put it up. She's like, "Oh, well, you're entitled to a refund." Hold on. Calls up the store. The store's like, "Oh, we don't know how to do it. We can't figure it out." We'll walk you through it when she gets there. "Oh, well, we don't know how to do it. It's too complicated. We don't get paid enough to be on hold 30 to 40 minutes just to get a refund." So they were going back and forth. This lady's going. So I'm like, "What the fuck?" So they told me outright, "You might as well just take it as a loss, because if the local store doesn't know how to freaking do them, and the freaking store doesn't know how to freaking do it, right? The store doesn't know how to freaking do it, and yet, and yet, and yet, the store doesn't know how to do it, right?" I turn around and I'm like, "Well, who's the fucking bunch of retards?" I mean, I literally said, I wasn't rude. I was like, "So basically, you guys are all a bunch of idiotic, incompetent wiener heads, basically, that doesn't know what they're doing." "Well, we were trying to give refunds, And I'm like, "Really?" So I got an email. I go in, the lady's like, "Oh, your account's been terminated." Well, it says here, and the lady's like, "Well, your account's terminated. Well, it says in my email I'm allowed, because I basically went to Walmart and I said, I went there the last time. They're like, oh, well, you lost your money, sir. I'm like, do I look like a fucking sir, you son of a bitch? What are these? Oh, they're inflatable balloons. Really? These look like balloons, you son of a bitch. I'm wearing a tighter shirt today, so it could show my boobs, But anyways, so technically what happened was, is she turns around, and the lady, mind you, basically turns around and threw a fit. Yes, the dishes are piled up. I mean, I don't know when the dishes are going to be done, okay? So she turns around, and this lady like, oh, we don't know what to do. We're not bothering us. So, we've been to Walmart. I've been to Walmart several times. One guy's like, oh, you lost your money because you don't have a receipt. Well, fuck you fucking man. I mean, literally, I was discriminated in Walmart, and I complained about it, and they basically just made it look the other way. And then the guy was a rude asshole, so I finally found my receipt, but I got sick, and I couldn't get the final payment. I had everything planned out, and look what happened. I lost my payment. So, to me, I was like, okay, I'll collect it at the end of the month when I'm literally running out of supplies. And yet, honestly, I don't want to go to my cousin and say, yeah, I'm running low on coffee. The coffee can's a little empty. I know she just says, because I don't beg. I don't. So, my cousin knows my thoughts are I'm going to use the money to get supplies. I mean, I'm down to 6 rolls of toilet paper in there until the end of the month. And Chloe's like, oh, well, we can buy this and buy that. And, my thing is I was telling Chloe's out, by the way, thank God. So I told my cousin-in-law last night that I was about to fucking toss the defrosted turkey in the damn dumpster. I know it would have been a waste of money, but the dishes are piled up. I'm getting freaking furious, And Chloe's mom, is willing to help with the ticket, but I keep tempted to go pop him out of the cage again and let him. There you go. He's got a lot of paper towel rolls and stuff he plays with, but you get the idea. He's Ebony, and he's a bunny, and so he's got himself a little cage. He's protected. Hello, Boon Moon. See, I can kiss my little bun. Okay, so basically they turned around, told me they don't know how to do it. So they told me to call the 800 number. So I spent early morning, because Dinky knows that I do everything. And she made me motivated, because she's like, look, you know how to get answers, and you know how to persevere and get things done. So once in a while, I do hit a roadblock, and Dinky knows this, and I get really depressed. And the reason I'm depressed is because these freaking donkey asses are going, we don't know how to get your refund. And I'm going, look, I need to get a few things. I'm running low in the end of the month. I mean, I just went out, got pellets coming. I got dog food coming. By the way, here's a freaking story for you. But Chloe's sitting there right there. The pantry door's open, right? And anyways, on the bottom of the pantry down there, Chloe's sitting there, and she's got all this crap piled up. Finally, I went through it, and it was shuffling through, found a giant thing of food, dog food in there. I was like, oh! Filled Moppy's little refill box thing up, and he just went to. He's got lamb and rice. But my point is I was struggling because, we're running low, and he's sitting there whimpering. So I've been tossing him a little piece of turkey, and this. And finally, I was like, here you go, and Moppy's happy. But thing is I'm trying to get the coffee resupplied, and I never talk to my family about running low on dog food, because I never do. But we're running really on a skeleton crew, and that's because of other issues. I mean, literally, I'm basically stretching funds out to the breaking point. So Chloe, she's got this gift cards, and she turns around and she's like, oh yeah, I want to use my gift card for whatever. I'm like, okay, well, today she's sitting there looking at me, and she's thinking, well, if you can't get help from blah, 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 maybe I'll tap into it and buy some coffee for you. Well, my coffee can, this is my little can, okay, and I fill it. So this can's probably close to almost empty. So I turned around and I told Chloe I need to get some coffee. Now, I found some deals on coffee that's about this size. You can get this type of coffee size. Oh, there's a pot of Colombian in here. Hey, I'm not doing too bad. Good Lord bless me with a pot or two Colombian. basically the can size, and then what happens is I was looking to get some coffee, and toilet paper and paper towels, and that's one of the things, I also was planning to pick up a few things from the grocery store, which I turned around and I actually went to talk to Jose today. St. Jose was a sweetheart. We talked about ads and stuff. He really wants to give me a Valentine's present. I'm not gonna say yay or nay, but let me tell you what was going on. I was gonna go cash out the layaway, and I told my cousin-in-law, they had steak on sale. I was gonna get some steak. The Jim Beam was a joke between me and my cousin-in-law. She's like, no booze, which I have an announcement to make. But there's chicken tenders, Doritos. See, what I did was I sent her two things. I sent her things that says, look, this is the stuff I would usually buy. Like Pringles and Velveeta mac and cheese and milk's on sale, corn dogs and brat burgers. And, just to say, this is the stuff I would usually buy, and my cousin-in-law knows what I usually live on. And so, the reason for it is I talked to her last night and I felt really bad because she's got, I won't go into details, but a family member close to her might pass away before giving birth to a child. And to me, that's just disturbing because, she asked me to do prayers, and I've been praying all the time, off and on since I heard the news, and I said, oh, I'm not concerned. Actually, I was typing fast enough. My mind put in not concerned when I actually was sitting there. Chloe's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm going, and I explained it. Chloe's like, oh my God. And I thought I had it bad. And I'm like, no, this lady's got it worse. If she passes away before giving birth, that means that basically the baby will be born early, and the family member to Dinky loses their beloved wife. So to me, I'm going, look, this is not cool because, but then I'm thinking, if this happens and the prayer gets answered, and Dinky knows the prayer gets answered, maybe Dinky will let them know that, look, the good Lord spared you, but if the prayer does answer, which I hope it does, I'm really hoping, the good Lord does. I don't talk about religion, but if the good Lord does spare this girl, Nicole, then I hope Nicole thinks wholeheartedly not to have another child, because it's like my friend Sarah. My friend Sarah once was told don't give birth. She had lupus, like stage 3 lupus. She's on her deathbed right now, but her kid ended up having heart disease or something. So, yeah, you know how it goes. So basically, I'm praying to Nicole and her family and Dinky, and to me, I'm thinking, I'm alive, so I shouldn't even be complaining literally about the the groceries, because I just roasted up a turkey, and I looked at my turkey today, and I looked in the turkey pan, and I'm going, gee, this turkey must be small, because Chloe, she was just like shoveling turkey in, and to me, I'm like, okay, cool, but anyway, so technically, I got turkey, so I'm gonna be making turkey soup soon, turkey enchiladas and stuff. But Chloe turns around, and she's like, oh, well, we need to get turkey wraps and we need this. Well, that's why I sent Chloe to take care of the layaway thing. So instead, she decided, and I decided, we both decided, Nicole, well, the lady's like, oh, well, we can't really do it. And then, last time I went there, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So this time I called up and they're like, oh, well, because one lady's like, oh, just bring in your card and your receipt. I did. And they're like, eh. Then they're like, oh, come back, once we figure this out. So I was like, fine, whatever. So I had made arrangements through my family, my extended family on the island, to get tickets. So I got the tickets. And guess what happened? Ferry tickets. Nothing. Basically, we got everything lined up, and they're like, well, even if you come here, you're just wasting ferry tickets. So to me, I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. So anyway, look at it, I am worried about ferry tickets, literally. And so another thing I wanted to share with you is, Sam, if you're out there watching, I hope you would just post a comment. We are live after all, Sam. That I wanted to share with you, Sam, that Chloe's hobbies video games. plain and simple, her hobby is video games, Sam. So basically, so Walmart turned around, right, and said they don't know how to give my refund. I called up and they told me, here's the fucking kicker. So I called up, they transferred. I played phone tag this morning. I was really pissed. I told Dinky this. Dinky said she's going to write out a letter. I don't know who's it going to be addressed to, but Dinky's awesome. So thank you, Dinky. So what happened was they told me between September and December 2020, they give a letter stating it's unclaimed property. So here's what I told Dinky, okay? And this is truth, okay? If you guys think I'm full of beans, well, you can F off. But I think my cousin and my cousin-in-law and Sam and Jenna and anyone else watching my channel would realize that that if Jenna's still watching, I mean, she removed me as a friend because I wouldn't bite when it comes to transgender issues. But you know what? I don't really care. I'm not transgendered. I'm just a female. I live my life. I'm not a drama queen either. So, okay. So basically what happened was they turned around, right? And they said, oh, we can't give you a gift card, but we can issue you a letter between September and December. So September 1st to December 31st is when they say lost property. Well, as I told my cousin-in-law, Dinky, who's awesome, I said I was using that funds for, everyday supplies, just to make sure everything gets going good for soups. I mean, milk, cream, a few other items, right? So I turned around and I said, yeah, I could really, use the, the things that I don't mooch from anyone, I don't mooch, I don't literally mooch. I don't sit there and say, why, I want my mommy, I need this, I need that. And like that one girl, Bad Bunny, oh, you're gonna be little, but anyways, be little people, but I don't move. But anyways, what happened was she turned as I told Dinky, that this is what the truth is. They're turning around and living off, mind you, they're living off the income. They're literally living off the income of the funds, literally. So they're turning around, right? They're turning around and they're basically taking your money, right? And they're putting it into a trust, which means they can issue it, right? But this particular source, so, for example, I did a thing. I called up my local Walmart in my old Walmart, my cronies over in Wenatchee and Moses Lake. I said, how do you do this? And they're like, are you an employee? I said, no. And I explained who I was. They know who I am. They're like, oh, RL, how's the island treating you? I said, look, these idiots are incompetent. He said, most of the people in Eastern Washington are more open-minded than not being incompetent, whereas out here they're just freaking incompetent as incompetent can be. So what happened was they turned around and told me outright, they know how to do it. They can activate it at any store. I mean, I could take my receipt and go down to freaking Walmart in Oregon and get it there. They said I could go to any Walmart. It says in their email. But when I went to my Walmart, the one I set the layaway up, they had, quote, unquote, no idea how to do it. So this lady says then once the letter comes out for unclaimed property, I can file for it. But right now I said, well, how do I go about getting them to refund it? They said, so they called. Ladies calls, right? They're like, oh, we don't really want to bother with it. It's just too much work. We haven't had the training for it. No one's requested a refund yet. So why even bother doing it? Why don't we just basically, so the customer service lady contacted someone from the higher ups who put me on hold, and then asked me who I was and how come I'm there. And I finally said, look, I've been discriminated. One guy called me sir. Another guy said F you. Another guy who was a Mexican, Hispanic, Latino guy, doing great, and basically, said, oh, thanks for the free money, and pull up my pants. What pants, sis? Oh, you're not watching my channel. My pants are fine. Problem is I need new pants. That's the problem. My pants is I've lost a lot of weight. I only eat one meal a day. So my cousin-in-law and I, we talked about foods anyways, and she's like, she always worries about me. I mean, literally, so she's not watching right now, but Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she made the joke by pulling my pants. I don't know. But the bottom line is I love Dinky dearly and she's helping me. But my thing is who the fuck turns around? Okay, everyone says, oh, yes. How do we do that? I mean, literally, Chloe's looking to go in and tap into a card, because we're running on coffee, and she knows that, she never hands anything. I know my cousin's like, oh wow, that's gonna really be big. I mean, literally, between Chloe basically taking care of some emergency stuff like ebony pellets and making sure Ebony has it. It's her bunny after all, of course. The problem with Ebony Bunny is his file, but he's got a whole bunch. You know what? Dinky, let's see. You moon the camera 3. Wait a minute. You moon the camera. Uh, 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 3 times already. I guess my cousin's watching. Because my cousin's watching, I'm going to do something that's different than that. My cousin probably is curious. So here we go. I'm going to have this little guy with me. Hi. Hello. So my cousin can talk to me. This is Ebony, by the way, everyone. He's a Dutch dwarf. I wanted to hope I can get him to come with me to Portland, but that's an announcement I do want to talk about for a second. Besides my family helping me with the Walmart thing. Hello, everyone. My name's Ebony. I'm a bunny. My name's Ebony Bunny. I'm a Dutch dwarf bunny. Yeah. Look at him. Isn't he cute? And this is as big as Abs. Don't hurt the mama. And this is as big as here. This is how you do it so he doesn't hurt you too much. He's cut me up pretty bad. This is as big as Ebony is going to get, by the way. So I've been telling my cousin-in-law, Dinky, she should get herself a little bunny. Oh, yeah. Don't even think of him. He's not food for you. My problem is if I went and took him with me to Portland, I'd be worried about the other dogs. But I don't think the dogs would harm a bunny. I don't know. My main concern is if the bunny is going, Delancey Burwell Jr. Oh, I'm good. Just playing with the bunny here. So basically, Walmart turned around and, they turned around and they screwed me over to a bit. You're getting the hair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Eat the bed. Yeah. Lick my head, my nose. The bunny likes the salt. Lick my nose. When a bunny kisses you, that means the most ultimate affection a bunny can give is the ultimate affection of a bunny. Is when he kisses you. So you got to be very happy to get a kiss from the bunny. Oh, yeah. See this? Look at this. Isn't this adorable? His name's Ebs. His name's Ebony Bunny. Oh, yeah. You get your hair in me, huh? Hello, little boy. He's about 9 months old. We got him at 10 weeks old, and we've had him almost a year. He's almost a year old. Yeah. I'm going to have to wash. Come here, Bubba. Boop. There you go. So basically, one of the things I want to share with you all is nice seeing you again, D. Lacey Burwell. Is basically, besides me mooning the screen, is this. So my family turned around and they know that that there's a few minor problems. My messenger's gone, by the way, so but anywho, what happened was she turned around, my own family member, and like I said, I've been meaning to get some there we go, get some I keep myself clean like a bunny. Basically, turns around, and what happened was, the lady was like, well, you better just basically be happy you still have money left, DeLacy Burwell, what's going on? Well, I was just talking about Walmart, how I did a layaway, I got sick, I couldn't pay it off, DeLacy, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, now they want to basically live off the interest and say that there's no way they can give me my refund back because apparently the Walmart I was set it up as a bunch of retarded people. Retarded, no offense, which, so basically, that's what's going on, basically. I do have a couple other things to say. I haven't been paying attention much to the the Trump trial, the impeachment, that sucks. Well, yeah, it does suck because my cousin Dinky, who's awesome. She's awesome family. She's looking to write a letter, DeLacy, for Walmart. I mean, literally, they don't. Let me put it this way: I'm entitled to a refund, but they're telling me, "Oh, you got to wait till 2020, about before December 31st, to get a letter saying I can get unclaimed." Well, in the meantime, I can go to the store. I went to the store, and they're like, they got their head so far up a donkey's ass that they're like, "What's that smell? I don't know how to do this." Or their heads up an elephant's ass. They're like, or rhinos or something. Maybe their heads up some fat asses, So, they got their head. The Walmart people got their head so far up their ass, or up some ass, that they're like smelling it, and they're like, "I don't know." They're like the retard. "I don't know what to do." Just standing around like the bobblehead going. Like they don't even know, DeLacy, what the hell they're doing. It's like, "Oh yeah, I called headquarters called them. They're like, "We still don't get it. Why don't we just chalk it up that they lost their money?" Last time I talked to them on the phone, "Oh, you lost your money. You're not going to get back." Now I went and complained to Walmart. They said, "Oh, yeah, everyone's entitled to a refund." But now they're turning around, DeLacy, and like I said to my audience and my subscribers, they're turning around and living off the freaking interest. Oh yeah, they get millions of dollars just sitting in there. Let's just say you get, say, $100 million of unclaimed layaway money per year, and you're living off of 3 or 4% the interest. You're making your money just by living off of the interest without anyone knowing about it. No one thinks about it. One lady's like, "Oh, I didn't know layaway. There's a lot of refunds, but no one's claimed it yet." Well, guess what? I claim mine because I'm not the type that sits around. Last time I went there, they wouldn't give it to me. They're like, "Dude, we don't know how to do it." Then they kept telling me to do this and do that. I did everything by the book, and I still can't get it. I've even been misgendered and everything else. "Excuse me, what are these?" "These are boobs." And I was just talking to Jose, and he said, "Well, I'd love to help you." He wants to help me out. He literally does. Unfortunately, it's awesome that he wants to help me out, but to me, I mean, literally, I'm upset because I'm not upset about Walmart. Well, yeah, I am upset about Walmart, and that's why I'm on this rant today. But I'll clearly tell you what really pisses me off the most. All right, for all of you, I'll tell you what pisses me off the most. Sitting there, right, doing all this troubleshooting, doing more problems. So I do have a program that does a secondary chat program, so I can actually see about other comments from other subscribers and viewers. Highly offensive, just be cautious. Oh, well, so one of my subscribers who's close to me turned around and said, "Crazy." Yeah, it is crazy. Said, using the word retard might be offensive. Fine. How about we do it this way? The Walmart's ran by the Raymond Babbitts. Definitely want my Watchman. Definitely want my Watchman. Definitely want my Watchman. Yeah, right. You could work at Walmart. You could stand around with the Watchman and run them through at the self-checkout. Just stand around and bob around. Raymond, definitely want the yellow Watchman. Definitely want the yellow Watchman. Look, Ray, you got like an army of Watchmen in the Watchman Museum in the next room over, Ray, and I'm telling you, you still don't have. Definitely want the Watchman. Definitely want the Watchman. Look, Ray, the Watchmens don't work anymore. You can't find a portable television that can work. There's the technology that can make the signals do it, like the old days with the antenna. But the problem is definitely want the Watchman. Definitely want the Watchman. Look, Ray. Until they find a way to make a portable TV that can work in your car like the old days, the analog signal is gone. Most digital goes through digital cable, which is just a little too hard to do. Definitely want the Watchman. Definitely want the Watchman. Definitely. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So basically, we got a whole bunch of Raymond Babbitts running the Walmart. The definitely running the Walmart. Yeah, there you got it. Definitely want to watch the Watchmen. And then so I do got to tell you a story. Wi-Fi is definitely the problem. No, it's not Wi-Fi, DeLacy. It's basically how do I explain it in easy layman terms? Okay, hold on a sec. Let me give you an example. Let me get a tool. I'll show you the example. Yeah, okay, Ray. I'm going to give an example to DeLacy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm just borrowing this from you, Ray. Definitely gonna borrow it, Ray. Look, Sony Watchman. I got a whole bunch of these, so technically, I'm the Watchman queen. Definitely. Okay, yeah, I get it, Ray. Okay, so here's the antenna. The antenna picks up analog signal from the towers. The towers turn around, and basically what they do is they basically do into the antenna here. The antenna was a good way of getting radio and television signal. Now, when they went digital is a digital signal, but to get the digital signal from the boosters, the television can't be portable, where you could sit there, for example, DeLacy, and walk around like the Rain Man, which they did. The TVs were actually the type that you could walk around anywhere. You can walk around anywhere and get full signal anywhere. Definitely want the Watchman. Definitely want the Watchman. Well, here you go, Ray. Here's the Watchman you can't use anymore. So basically, until they come up with a digital tuner that can actually get signal for basically catching the signal, they have the technology, but it's just too much money for someone wanting to carry a TV, and they think people don't want portable TVs anymore. So because of it, no portable TVs, then they're not going to basically go ahead and make a new one. If Sony came out with a digital Watchman that you could take to work with you in other places, people might just use the TV like they used to do on the bus. I mean, for example, I don't just have Watchmans. I have Casios. I have the Casio color televisions. I have the color Watchmans. I mean, literally, we have color Watchmans. We have Casio pocket TVs. I got a little pocket portable TV museum. Definitely like the Watchmen. So technically, the point is television's outdated, and people nowadays are streaming more than it. What are they going to do? Pull out the color Watchman to watch the news? I mean, I used to be a janitor, and I was watching the news while working, and so technically, but comes to Walmart, for example. Like I said, they must be running a whole bunch of retarded people. Not retarded people. Autistic people. How's that sound? There must be autistic disabled people, because there we go. A little bigger. I'm trying to get, basically, so technically, that's how it goes. But Walmart, okay, so Walmart turns around and they don't know how. They're a bunch of imbeciles, morons. Yeah, oxymorons. There we go. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So they're like, oh, well, you can't get your refund. But, then that lady turned around and says, well, if we could get you a refund today, we'd probably give you a gift card or something so you can actually spend more at our store. So I said, look, if you guys aren't going to give me a refund, then why would I even waste my time or effort buying a why would I be wasting my time or effort investing in some type of idiotic plan? Look at it from the point of view of Chloe, for example. Chloe turned around, like I said, she's wanting to go get coffee. She's worried about me running out of coffee. Milk? We're out of milk. But guess what? I was going to buy some. So here's the thing. Here's the blessing, okay? So I contacted my advocate, and I said, look, told her the story. She says all of these people that work at Walmart are incompetent. They're underpaid. They don't care. They're on benefits. They're on either subsidy, electricity subsidy, housing subsidy, you name it, just scrounge by. So, don't blame them if Walmart's basically trying to steal your money because it's not your fault. She says maybe next time you can work out something different for a different, type of layaway or something. So anyway, so then what happened was, is I contact my other advocate, and she's like, that freaking bomb. She says, you need any help for milk or something, just come to me, because we have I've taken, we're really close. The advocates I have are really close. But the advocates also said, and this is really funny because the advocates, not just Dinky, said this herself, but the advocates, they tune in from time to time. And they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, what? We advocated to keep you in your apartment, and that little motherfucker, no offense, throws a water bottle and you can see the computer screen bobbing with the camera going, and then you're getting angry going, Grr. She's like, I said, yeah, I feel bad because, people turn around and say, oh, well, that's DV. She's like, no, freaking throwing the bottle, cursing at the APS lady, calling her a Twinkie eater. She's like, what the fuck? And then talking about how she's not suicidal and the sheriff shouldn't be coming. She's like, oh my God. I mean, literally, it was a big blunder, and she's just like, we're trying to save you from losing your house, and, Dinky said it herself. This is, so Chloe's been trying to get a hold of her mom to talk to her about tickets out because her mom offered her one. And Chloe, see, with Chloe, here's the other problem is Chloe turns around. She's like, yeah, I really don't want to go through the Social Security, oh crap. The meeting, the psych eval, or, the word for it, I can't remember the exam, Social Security exam. She doesn't want to go through it. It might be 3 to 5 more months to wait for money, and I'm going, oh, is there anything in the mail? So I'm like, no. Well, the thing is, Chloe's getting irritated. Her mom's like, well, you can either get on disability out here. Well, I talked to the lady. The lady's like, well, I requested these forms, these things, and waiting, and I'm like, look, my travel dates have changed a bit, but what the hell, So here's the thing, nuts. Well, yeah, exactly, it's nuts to Lacey. I mean, literally, it is freaking nuts. I mean, she doesn't want to deal with Social Security. She wants a job. Yeah, she can't work. Yet, the thing is, the Social Security, basically, I've been sending her updates periodically. Like, for example, these are actually trays. These are literally trays. These are baking sheets and stuff. And so to me, I'm sitting here, and Social Security lady's sitting here. And then, with my stress going through well, like I said, Social Security's driving me nuts. Then you have other things driving me nuts. And then you have other things driving me nuts. Seems like it's raining out. The can's a little wet. So I sent Chloe to go get, So Chloe's like, well, don't worry, we'll get some coffee and stuff. So we got to look over flavors, But the point is she turns around and she turns around. I'm just going to do this. Turns around, and she's like, we'll get you some coffee. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, I'm not worried about it. So what I'm worried about, literally, is the fact, that we're basically waiting, and, and I got 2 turkeys left. Got to cut up the rest and put it in a Ziploc bag. And then I got to make soup base, which means getting the crock pot cleaned up, Are you with your friend? Well, Chloe's in the other room now. Ebony's right here. If you don't know, my bunny is Ebony. Ebony Bunny. Hi. See, there's his head. You can barely see his head, but his head's right there where my finger is. Hi. Hello, boo-boo. So, basically what happened was, So, anyways, back to some of the good news, a good news thing. Well, besides the fact that I'm kind of really severe worried about, then Delaney, you probably are worried, or DeLacy, You're probably my eyes. You're probably wondering about if you haven't seen him. I do have a service dog. He's a Shih Tzu, good little dog. He's probably with Chloe right now, but anyway. So let's just talk about the other things. So I turned around. I was planning to stay in this coming month. And my cousin-in-law Dinky, she knows I'm going through a lot of things. I got an outfit that I want her to measure me for and gets prepared before she leaves. I also need my Jedi Master, robe as well. But my uniforms, I'm going to commission her to do. We're going to talk about business anyways on other issues. But so what happened was my beautiful cousin-in-law, she's awesome, turned around and was telling me about something. And I told her, I've been kind of venting to her about what's going on. Well, look at this. Look at my arm. If you could see it, look at that scratch. That's basically the bunny, Dude, little bun didn't number on me. So anyways, what happened was, so she messaged me. I told her, I'm going through a little hell, and stuff like that, and yeah, she's a good support. She's a big support, and that's why I do these videos and I update people. And Chloe's mom's listening, but so what happened is she turned around and she literally turned around, right? And she turned around, and what happened was she was telling me about her family member, Nicole. I won't give it what connection she has with the girl. It's none of anyone's business on my channel. I respect her wishes. But, the whole thing about the child and stuff, and, so Nicole could probably pass away from carrying the baby, and I'm praying every day. I am very concerned. And yet, she's going out to Texas. Now, if you remember my own complaint the other day about Texas, I might end up there anyways because of the cute Senor Saint Jose. I mean, basically, he's a saint, and he's like worried about me. I mean, literally, I told him, see, with me, people sit there and say, "Oh, I'd like to help you. I'd like to help you. I'd like to give you this. I'd like to do that." Right? To me, I do YouTube vids and I talk to people, and one of the things I really do respect is I don't really want much out of anyone's life except friendship, companionship, happiness. But once in a while, I will basically sit there like with Jose this morning, and I said, he's like, "Oh, I want to help you. I want to give you a gift." And I'm like, "Look, you've given me the greatest gift ever, Jose. You're my friend and might be more. And you're a saint. And look, you're loaning me your ear, And I told him, and he's like, "Look, you're going through a lot of hell." Thing is, it's been upsetting me because one of the things that's weird is I'm struggling a bit, and what upsets me is, the reason I've said the whole thing about Social Security is because Social Security turns around and they're like, "Oh, we need to have a ledger." Well, I got ledgers and ledgers and ledgers and account books stacked up, my safes and other places full of everything I've spent on Chloe, everything, over the years of what I've allocated for bills. And the lady's happy. I'll probably be bringing it to her in the receipts. But my point is she turns around, right? And, it's like, oh, well, it's like she's investigating why the social worker in Moses Lakey system was wondering why Chloe didn't pay any bills, why Chloe didn't pay any bills. Why that she was spending her money foolishly. So this lady's like, well, we want to know where your money's going because, but the thing is everyone knows it's hard struggling and taking care of, which it isn't that bad. A bunny, a doggy. I mean, there's resources out there, but I try not to use the resources because I don't want to be looked at as a mooch. I have a moral value. It's like, so anyways. So basically what happened was, they're investigating and all this crap, and they're like, "Oh, well, you pay internet, And this is the funny thing is, XOXO, kisses and love to DeLacy. The Social Security lady's like, "Look, Chloe wants to talk about a retro check. Thing is, at first you got to get it. She's like, "Ow, the computer's a luxury item. If you get a Chromebook, you're doing good, basic Chromebook, you're good. And I'm going, she's like, you're supposed to be taking care of your medical bills, which I do. Taking care of these things and these things and that things and this things and those things and these things. And in the end, it's all about, and it's all about, everything else, So to me, I'm sitting there going, yeah, is there a problem here? Am I missing something? Instead, I'm sitting there, basically, uh, you know, um, is sitting there, going, what's going on? I'm worried about it because they're like, well, look, we want an accounting of your money because we're kind of worried about you, and Chloe, because, you know, so, one of the things I was telling the lady, because she called and said, oh, well, I have this done and that done, etc. And, etc. And I'm like, well, what do I do? And she's like, you don't do nothing, And I told her about layaway, and she's like, yeah, layaway. You can do Christmas layaway, you can do this, you can do that. But the problem is when it comes to layaway, and etc. is that it's once a year, but yeah, she even agrees that they're milking the tax. They're milking the interest. That's all they're doing, they're milking the interest. Well, another thing, is it upsets me. So I was bitching to Dinky, which she lends me her ear more than anything. She's an awesome cousin-in-law. I'm hoping when I'm down there, and that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you where. It's outside Portland. That we have time to dye the hair because, frankly, I don't like gray freaking hair. I mean, literally, my hair is changing. I got a little blonde streak here, but everything's turning. So I'm looking at my hair going, is there any natural brown or black left? And Chloe's like, ooh, I don't know. And I'm like, ooh, I got gray hair. I'm becoming an old wench. But the bottom line is I'm going down there, right? So my cousin-in-law, she's like, is there anything I need to pick up before you come down here? And she says, if you need to cancel a week. No. On February 3rd, I'm buying my ticket. I'm going down there. I'm going to probably spend 7 to 10 days with them. Hopefully I get a couple days to dye my hair and have an all-you-can-eat wing fest somewhere, even if it's buying a big bulky bag at Costco or Walmart and just, well, not Walmart. Fuck Walmart. The hell with Walmart. Those people suck. That I emailed my cousin-in-law the paper where it says I can get my refund at any Walmart. So I might have to basically get my Walmart. Maybe I can get my refund in Portland because frankly these idiots don't know how to do it. My cousin got a printer and people are telling me, I had my advocate say, can't you go buy a printer? And I'm like, well, I was hinting at a printer for Christmas jokingly with my cousin, but I never brought it up because I'm not a mooch. I mean, literally, I'm not a mooch, but she's like, make a list of stuff. So I gave her some pictures of stuff that I would buy, like Oreo cookies and chips. I like cheese chips. I like Doritos. I wish they had the Monterey Jack Doritos again. Those things, jumping Jack Doritos. Oh man, those are heavenly. I remember eating bags and bags and bags while watching the Little Mermaid. By the way, the whole new world type thing, or not the whole new world, but the one thing that Ariel sings, she that sings it. Someone remade that song by Jessica Simpson, and I'm telling you, it is heavenly. I can listen to that all day and not even complain. But anyway, so when I'm in Portland, okay, here's the problem. Okay, I go in. I might be there a day or two before they leave, if possible, so I can actually hang out with them because they are family. They're my family. Maybe I can get some Disney Plus time in with my cousin Corey and to watch the 8 episodes of Star Wars before he leaves. And I'll have my Disney Plus and my stars, which will be awesome. But anyway, so I'm going down there and I'm hoping to get my hair done. And maybe, there's a game that I pre-ordered. Maybe I can get them to change the address over to have it delivered in the care of my cousin Dinky, so it comes to her house. So when I leave, I have it with me. But anyway, so I was just saying to my cousin, that it's awesome that I think they're going to Florida. I think maybe in April. So again, I might be, if they want, I might go down there to if they allow me to watch their home. Bleaching the bottom of your hair, Mike. Hey, how goes it, Sam? So, D. Lacey, if you're watching this, Sam's a moderator, so if you make any wrong moves, she will take care of it for me. I am talking, so so it's good to see you, Sam. We got to do Facebook, not Facebook. You should add me on Facebook sometime, Sam. You should email me your Facebook info if you have one. The other thing is, you could also set up a calico. Oh yeah, that's gonna be badass. A calico colored. You'd be like half human, half cat. Cat person. Good to see you too. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Sam. I mean, I'm glad you actually caught me. I know the other day you emailed me and you said something about you were like, fuck, I was sleeping. Well, we all have to sleep. I mean, look, I'm bipolar, so I got like 3 hours of sleep last night because of another issue that upset me, okay? Well, anyways, you asked the question, I never answered the email. Chloe's hobby is video games, pretty much. And movies. We've been watching a lot of movies on Disney Plus, but we got like a whole bunch of movies we're going to be watching soon. The Herbie series and Aladdin series. The live action Aladdin's now available on Disney Plus, which I saw it in theaters. Same with Star Wars Episode 9. 9 was like, eh. But anyway, so here's the deal. Well, the reason I only got 3 hours of sleep last night was I was sitting there, okay? Here's what happened, okay? As I was telling Dinky, this guy turns around, and I have 3 games I'm selling that are unopened. They're sealed. They're worth about $300, and he wants to buy them. So I said, okay, I'll meet you, or I'll send Chloe to meet you in Walmart. He's like, cool, because he's in the area. He works at Popeyes, and he's like, yeah, I'll buy them from you. So I said, okay. So I will secure tickets and bus fare, and Chloe can go do it today. Well, I'm going to pick up the layaway money, too, at the same time, so we have extra money. He turns around 8 o'clock last night and he says, I'm sorry, I'm going to have you put it on hold a little longer. I was hoping you would take the watch, which he's got this really expensive watch. I'm like, dude, I don't need a woman's watch. I can take my tablet with me, throw it in my bag and my purse, and I have a clock right there. As long as it's charged, I take the plug with me and I charge it up. And plugging at the certain coffee shops along the way, so I don't have to worry. As Sam knows. Sam doesn't know, but Sam understands, So basically what happened was this guy reneged. So there goes my coffee money. There goes this. There goes that. Chloe's like, well, I don't want to see Rita go cranky because she's got no caffeine. So Chloe says, I'll order on Amazon. So I sent her some stuff, McCafe or a Maxwell House. I grew up in Maxwell House. My grandmother and I drank a lot of Maxwell. When I was like 6 years old, I was drinking coffee, 5 years old. Black as black can be. Eventually, I wanted it with sugar and cream and milk and stuff. But, I had coffee at a young age, When I was in Alaska one time for 3 months, I'd have my morning coffee with my brother-in-law, Johnny, and we'd just sit there and shoot the shit, But anyway, so what happened was, as, by the way, St. Jose, he's in Texas. He has been trying some coffees out, the strongest coffees on the market. And I sent him some, and he's enjoying it. So irritating when people don't follow through. Yeah, I mean, literally, like I said, I don't know if you're following with me, but anyways, I can brief you to Sam about Walmart. So I called Walmart. I wanted to send Chloe down to get my layaway money today, and they said, we don't know how to do it. Call this number, call that number. So I called them, and they turned around and told me they send letters out between September 1st and December 31st, 2020, which says it's unclaimed money. In the meantime, they got millions of dollars in unclaimed funds that they're living off the interest, which could be 3 or 4% interest. So they're making money off the people that's layaway's canceled. So this lady said, we don't know how to get your money back. So I go to Dinky and I tell her, and she's like, well, guess what? I'll help by writing a letter, So I emailed her everything, copies of the receipt and everything. It's not that much money, but so I was going to buy some groceries. So what happened? No groceries. So, I had plans. I was going to go and get some steak, some cookies and some other stuff, to have on hand. Instead, not going to happen. I was going to get some milk, too, so I can make some cream of mushroom soup. I love cream of mushroom soup. Guess what? Can't do it. So tomorrow, I'm hoping to get some more milk for my coffee. So in the meantime, I'm drinking black coffee. So Chloe's like, well, I'll just order some coffee on Amazon since we're Prime members. But I found out Amazon Prime is kind of a Well, exactly. Money is money, doesn't matter. Exactly. It's the principle. The principle is this company's a conning company and I won't go through them. The lady turned around and said, "Oh, we'll give you a gift card if you want, if we could really make it work, and you can go buy stuff at Walmart." It's like, Walmart's a little too much. You go to something like Safeway and you're like, "Oh, yeah, I want to get these, and these, no problem." But, the amount doesn't matter. It's the principle. It's like, if they steal $100 million on layaway unclaimed money, they're making 3 or 4% interest. That's a lot of money into it, $30 or $40 million that they're making just because of it, and it's bullshit. No offense, it's literally bullshit that they're turning around and going, "Oh well, we don't need to do this," and then so with me. Here's the problem with Amazon, okay? Amazon Prime, I noticed this. Chloe goes ahead, she's getting ready to order coffee, and she says, "Oh, I gotta pay shipping." So I said, "Go and order these." "Oh, I gotta pay shipping." So finally, I turned around and I went on to my side of the thing. Getting away with it doesn't make it right. It's like they're doing it illegally, and Dinky's like, "Well, what's the protocols or the cancellation thing?" So they told me they take $20 out of my fee for canceling because I couldn't get there in time. I was sick. So I couldn't get in to make the final payment, so I lost some money. Now they're turning around and going, "No, I don't know how to do it." And one guy one time said, "Thanks for the free money." So I wrote emails and called them and everything. And they went to and contacted the store and said, "You better cough up it. You don't discriminate against a woman like her." Well, the guy that just said thanks for the free money, he got canned. I literally said, "This is him," blah blah blah. They found out who, and but now they're like, "Oh well, yeah, we don't know how to refund it. We've never given a refund yet." And I'm like, "Well, I want my money." Mm. So they told me to call the 800 number. The 800 number transferred me and said, "Oh, we send out letters these days. You can go to the store and collect it now." Well, I said, "Well, so they called the store, and the store said, we don't know how to do it, so we weren't properly trained for it." Now, my cousin in law is like, she knows I'm disgusted and I'm venting about it, but my sister Teddy Bear works at Walmart, knows how Walmart is. Their employees aren't treated right. It's like Chloe's ex roommate, Tara. Tara said the same thing. That it doesn't make it right. They shouldn't be doing these things illegally either, and doing it, as I put, illegally / legally, because it is illegal, but they're doing it legally in a way that's telling people that don't pay off their layaway. They're saying that, "Oh, well, these people get letters a year later because they're not realizing that they're entitled to their money. So technically, it's lost money. And so, what's really bad is, and then they're like, "Well, the $20 is for the sales tax." Well, first it's the sales tax, then it's the fees, and then it's this. To me, I'm like, I mean, literally. See, exactly. See your roommate there, your ex roommate, same thing. You exactly know what I'm talking about, Sam. And then on top of that, this is just a bunch of bullshit. So they're like, "Oh, well, So I called up my buddies over in Wenatchee and Ephrata that I know, and I said, "Hey, how do I do this?" And they know me, and they're like, "Hey, how's the island doing? How's this doing? How's that doing?" And finally, they're like, pulls up my name, and they said, "Oh, it's closed, but we can refund it here." I'm like, I'm not going to be traveling all the way there to Wenatchee until March, so, and I'm hoping to have my money by then. But hopefully I can probably get away with it at you know, at before then. And so, I mean, literally, I'm getting discriminated. I'm getting crap service, and then they're like, "Oh well, we could give you a gift card if you want. If we can pull it off, you can buy from us." I don't want to buy shit from you. That's the problem. I wanted to go to Safeway. Chloe wanted shaving cream and razor blades. Okay, we would have got that and some antacids, but no, we can't do any of that because they don't want to pay. They don't know how, or they're waiting for corporate to train them. I mean, literally, the excuses I hear is downright wrong. And then on top of all of that, by the way, I'm sitting here going, "What the hell is wrong with this world now?" I mean, let me put it this way, okay? my cousin, Dinky, who's awesome, by the way. My cousin is totally awesome. She was talking about wanting to see me before she moved to Texas. Now, my cousin, I don't know why he doesn't want to move. Maybe it's a better job for him there. He doesn't know if he can get a better job in Texas. I don't know. It's none of my business. Even though I'm family. I find family units or family values do come first. But anyway, so what happened was, so what happened, Sam, is, I noticed my cousin Dinky, who's an awesome person who looks after me, and I look after her. I try to help and, spreadsheets or whatever, give her ideas for business. And one of the things that I saw the other day on her Facebook post was something that's disturbing. Now, my cousin and cousin-in-law, they are physically fit. They'll go to the gym. They'll work out. My cousin's a volunteer fireman and all this stuff. He's awesome. And yet, recently, their taxes went up on their house because the state wants to tax people in the counties and all this crap to pay for the homeless. Now, it is a blue state in Oregon, but still making them pay the homeless population when it's not their job is disturbing. And then we got the fucking problem with the gun laws. In Washington, the DSHS, they got to go through the DSHS paperwork, see if you've been calling the crisis line or you're threatening suicide or you went to an intake for free services because you're suicidal or you're bipolar or something. Then they deny you a gun permit or they want this. Or now the state of Washington wants to ban semi-automatic AR-15s. Guns of war, mass destruction type weapons. When you die, you got to hand over your weapon to be turned into a potato gun. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in the states dictating that a AR-15 with a 30-round clip or a 50-round clip is considered. The guns don't kill people. It's the mind that kills. If someone's got the determination to go kill someone, they're going to do it, and they can't be banning guns for it. Well, yeah, see, that's a thing. Me, I might end up in Texas anyways because of Jose, but my point is this is my point about Oregon, okay? My cousin and cousin-in-law, they have sea kayaks. Now they got these special permits they got to use every year or buy every time they want to use the kayaks in rivers or lakes or even the Pacific Ocean or some damn thing. I don't know the whole thing. So, the point is, that these people, these blue states, they're turning around, Sam, and they're trying to deter you owning a gun. Oh, well, the thing is me, I believe guns save lives. I don't believe a gun is used to murder someone unless someone uses it. It is a fucking tool. It's like me turning around and saying, look, Sam, I went and murdered 6 fish because I threw my fly rod in the water and I went and caught some trout. Threw it in a frying pan or deep fried mountain trout. Same thing. I went and I caught it. It is a fucking tool. Everything in your life is a tool. This medicine here is a tool. It's a pain reliever. It's a tool. This little can of dip here, it's a tool. Carrying this, my little Hello Kitty thing that holds my money and my receipts and my little cards and the IDs and stuff, it is a tool. So, literally, my husband, Aaron, you probably remember Aaron, I hope, Sam. He used to say you could go, if you wanted to, no offense, if you wanted to, and if you wanted to do some massive damage and kill someone, you could use something like this to kill someone. What are they going to do? Ban the freaking roasting forks? Oh, we're going to ban the roasting fork because this can kill someone. What's next? They're going to ban that, ban swords, ban knives. All you're allowed is a butter knife in life. Literally, it's like Aaron used to say, Sam, a fat person, what, you want to ban the spoons because the spoon or the fork made someone fat? Come on. Exactly. There you go. You see, you can even kill someone with a hammer or a ball peen hammer or a mini sledgehammer or a sledgehammer or a splitting maul or an axe or a double-headed axe. Any type of thing, or even a skewer. Hell, if you know where to place it properly, you could probably use one of those those bamboo skewing sticks that you put shrimp on and kill someone with one of those. See, you see, Texas is, yeah, the guy got the biggest civilian award in Texas for saving lives. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, look, two guys went on a shooting spree 2 or 3 days ago, Sam, in Seattle. Seattle downtown was closed out. People are complaining, oh, well, it's the homeless population. Take away our guns. No, it's not the fucking homeless population. It's not the drug population that's the problem. It's the mental stabilities of people thinking the gun can be used as a tool to murder people. And then they say, oh, we need more better gun control by training people. If you have a gun, you need a safe, and you need a safe, you need a fucking box to separate for your ammo, and you need to have two schools. Here's how I see it. Any gun that you have in your home or in a safe, if you know the ammunition's separate, and you basically take a gun, a handgun, for example, either a revolver, and you basically sit there, right? First, you can look at the revolver and you can see the cylinders, and there's bullets in there. You know that damn thing is loaded. You always take the gun, open the cylinder, and go, oh, this is loaded. Okay, you handle it always as a loaded weapon. You don't aim an unloaded gun at a person anyways. It's wrong. It's just bad habit. You take the gun, you drop the clip, you pull the slide back, you look in there. If there's one ammo in there, you take the ammo, pop it back in the magazine, slam it in, you slide it, say a 1911, you throw it on safety, and you know the fucking thing's loaded. You always treat a gun as it's loaded. Shotgun, same thing. You open up at the double barrel, you open up and go, oh yeah, there's 2 shells in here. Or if you get the Chiappa triple threat, which is the 3-barreled shotgun, the same thing. You open up, you look in there, and you go, oh yeah, there's 3 rounds in there. I mean, literally, these people are fucking idiots. They're like, oh, we need to ban the guns. We need to ban the gun. No, we don't need to ban the fucking guns. We need more guns in this place to protect people. Look at Switzerland. Every fucking person owns a gun. In Switzerland, no massive shootings. Look at New Zealand. No, we need to ban the AR-15 because it's a weapon of mass destruction. You got one bad person with a gun, then everyone wants them banned. Oh, we need to save our children. No, we don't. Let the fucking teachers arm themselves. Teacher is sitting there teaching class, and he's got a concealed carry inside, and he's keeping it secret. Some guy comes out and he's getting ready to shoot someone. He can draw his faster and go, bam, bam. Oh, yeah, I saved the entire school. Instead, oh, we don't need our teachers with guns. Bullshit. Give the teachers guns. I mean, when I was growing up in the 80s, Sam, we didn't have massive shootings like we do today. And the safer the better. Exactly. You check the weapon, you make sure it's loaded. I mean, look at my family, when I mean, literally the gun, for example, the gun is for self-defense. You don't use a gun unless it's in a self-defensive situation. You don't use it for any other purpose but self-defense. Or hunting. And even hunters know how to use the weapon properly. I mean, it'd be like me basically sitting there and I mastered it, being Cherokee, and I mastered the bow. I could sit there and go. Or I could sit there and go crossbow and go, and then go. I mean, literally, my opinion is this, okay? My family knows this through and through, Sam. That if you're going to be basically worried about guns, okay, and being like, oh yeah, we need to ban them, then here's what we do. We ban all firearms, pretty much all of them, by the way, which is a constitutional, shall not be infringed. Give them all muskets, including our military. And they sit there and go, oh yeah, I'm going to go shoot up something. Next thing you know, you hear, blam! Then you got to see them sit there and they go and they're like, shh. Bam! So it takes about 2 minutes to load a black powder pistol, about give or take, if you know what you're doing. Now with revolvers, if they ban semi-automatics, they can sit there and go blam, 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 or blam. and then sit there and open up and have these half from full moon clips, the little our speed loaders, and they go. So let's just say, for example, someone wanted to use a revolver in a shooting, and they sit there and they use a high power, hypothetically 357 or 44 or 454, which I truly believe the 454 is a big ass kick ass gun that can use 45 long Colts. Or you get the Smith & Wesson 460, which is, 45 long Colts, 454 Casuals, or 460 Smith & Wessons. All you got to do is take the speed loaders, and you can have an entire backpack full of speed loaders with all the ammo already ready to go. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Same with the 480s and the 500 Smith & Wessons. I don't think anyone should be running around with a 500 caliber revolver going because the back log is. I mean, I saw a guy once, mind you. He sat there and he goes, "I'm going to review and try this out to see how it is." Right? He opened it up and made sure it was unloaded. And somebody put his bullets like this, and you know as well as I do, Sam, that I'm talking about 45-70 shells. That's what basically like they have 45-70s at the 1776 Centennial Winchester rifles that are 45-90s, 45-120s, and 45-140s. Okay. Now the Shiloh rifle is 45-95s, 45-120s, or 45-140s, and that's basically the Quigley rifle. So picture the Quigley rifle formulated with a bullet like this. In a Derringer with 2 shots, right? With no Hogue grips for recoil. And you're sitting there and you're like, blam! Next thing you know, your hand's hurting because you fired 1 or 2 shots. After that first shot, you're thinking, why the hell would you put it in a fucking Derringer? Picture a 357 or 44 mag in that. The bottom line is you don't want to use something in a Derringer, that thing. If you want to drop someone and you use a jacketed hollow point with freaking 45-70s, you're going to leave a hole like this, I swear, afterwards, because they're using them with jacketed hollow points, crosscuts. Crosscuts meaning it makes a bigger hole. No one wants to end up having no intestines left either. So technically it's stupid. And then they say we need to ban these these guns. 9 mils, 40s, 45s, 45 ACPs, auto Colt pistols, or GAPs, Glock auto pistols. The standard size for guns, right? 9 mils, right? Oh, the citizens shouldn't be using double stacked magazines with 10 rounds. They need 7 rounds or 8 rounds. In the 1911s, usually they're single stacked 7 rounds. 7 plus 1, that's fine. 7 in the thing and 1 in the chamber. Well, usually you just put 7 in there and you got 7 rounds, right? Now, these fucking politicians, Sam, turn around and they want to ban high-capacity magazines for the civilians. But police officers are okay carrying 13 plus 1, 15 plus 1, 17 plus 1. Hell, one policeman said as long as he's an officer, he'll stick this 33-round Glock stacked up there, the double stacked. I don't think I want to see a policeman sitting there like this, for example, with an extended magazine sticking out of it yay high with 33 rounds like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, where they're dual wielding, Or they're saying, oh, the police are entitled to carry Glock 18s, which is automatic Glocks. I don't want to see someone trigger off, which is basically a submachine gun or an MP, a machine pistol. I'm sorry to say that is just totally and thoroughly wrong. So they want to sit there and ban the civilians and disarm the civilians in the fucking blue states, but they won't fucking go ahead and disarm the fucking cops. The cops are the most corrupted bastards in the world anyways. I mean, I don't know if anyone's heard the story, but I guess I could tell the story yet again. One time, there's a person in Texas that called, I think they were from El Paso, that called and said, well, I was carrying a weapon. They went out, I was taking the trash out. I told the policeman I'll be with you in a minute. I'll answer any questions. He tased me. Handcuffed me. Made me wait 20 minutes. I asked him, what am I being charged with? Finally, after 30 minutes, he says resisting arrest and obstruction of justice. He releases me and says, you're going to get something in the mail, a citation. I haven't seen nothing yet. Nothing at home in my old place when I forwarded. 3 weeks later, I got a call for this place and I took it. So basically, then I had my beloved family Dinky who was doing some stuff, playing around with background checks. And she, I don't know how many programs she went through background, but she ran a check on me, found out I was clean. I went and paid $12.50 to the state patrol to see about the record, Sam, about being detained. You know what? I had a lawyer turn around and tell the police department, either you charge me or you detained me illegally. They don't want to deal with me because I'm trans or intersex or whatever. So what did they do? They left it alone. I'm just grateful, I mean, same night they came back and tried to detain me again, tell me I'm being evaluated for a mental evaluation. You know what happened, Sam? I turned the fuck around, told the nurses to stand away, I'm leaving. And I walked out in the hospital gown with my ass showing, wind blowing, in panties. Went home, looked at Chloe, and I said, I got to get some sleep. And Chloe says, I don't know why. They were going to have you hospitalized. Well, there's 2 reasons. 4 days later, I go and I get a package in the mail. I'm like, oh. I opened up my medical records. Involuntary Treatment Act tried to involuntary me. Because I'm Medicare, no hospital will want me. Plus the fact that Chloe's been to every hospital in the state, mental hospital. So conflict of interest. After that, I was like, fuck that, And then they found out the only one that, and then I said, well, I'll go involuntary, is what I told them, Sam. But they got to take the ambulance from Moses Lake and send me to Portland. They didn't like that idea. Oh, well, you're not going to pay the ambulance bill and this and this and this, so we're not going to do it. Well, they tried. No, because there's conflict of interest in the state. I said, I'll go to Oregon. Hell, I'll even go to Idaho. Nope, not going to happen. Instead, the police didn't even bother trying to track me down. I went home, went to sleep. Chloe went up there and got my clothes, and they said, look, she's not welcome at our hospital. Well, that's fine. I don't give 2 shits. Plain and simple, So, and so they, so what happened? They didn't even follow through with taking me to the jail because they said I had a policeman tell me I was arrested. I said, really? So then when my lawyer got involved, my lawyer says, I want the reports. There was no reports. Well, I want something. There is nothing. So you illegally detained her, told her she's resisting arrest, obstructing of justice. She basically tells you you're not doing your fucking job and everything else. Instead, in the end, wiped their hand. Then I just packed up and left. I was like, and then the night, let me tell you what happened, Sam. So the night I was cleaning and packing and cleaning and deep cleaning and everything else in the apartment, I went outside to walk Moppy. And almost got sprayed by a skunk that night. And I was walking along and I had a lock. Stacked up, locked up in my truck. And I closed going to drive it. Same guy arrested me, goes, oh, what are you doing? You're going to steal our truck? And I go, no, dickhead, I'm moving, so fuck you. And he looked at me and he said to me, oh, well, hello, Matthew Williams. Welcome from England. That's an interesting first name, though. I really don't like biblical names because my mother chose the name Matt. Ugh. Anyway, so what happened was, Sam, by the way, Matthew, Gemini's blah is Sam. She's my a moderator, administrator that runs things for me while I do live and welcome. It's good to have someone from England. I noticed I lost 4 subscribers. I guess 4 subscribers is because I do too long of a live vid. But, Commander Jess, he likes my vids. He's like, they're so, you need to keep them short. But, so my main gripe today was Mark. But anyways, so what happened, Sam, was the next day, I turned around early in the morning. My helpers were supposed to help me load the freezer up. Couldn't do it. So I got it loaded up, loaded the final freezer in the back of the truck. It was still frozen, It's those short attention spans. Yeah, well, anyway, so what happened, Sam, was I loaded it up, got in the truck, had my cup, had a little cup, Grabbed my dip, had a whole bunch of rolls of dip. I go, we're driving along, and I go right out the window, and I go, I'm like, I look down. It's the fucking cop harassing me. He's getting off work. So he drives all the way to the gas station, the truck stop, and he says, well, I hope you're moving because I could charge you for spitting and da 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 in my car. I'm like, dude. So I go over and close. I go and I pump the gas, and I get the truck fully tanked up. I walk over, and I'm like, here, grab some Windex from the cab of the truck. I had some Windex. I cleaned the window, and I go, cleaned the outside, then wiped it down with a squeegee and cleaned it. And he goes, you're not a bad person after. I'm like, look, I don't want to be arrested for spitting on your SUV, sir, but I'm cleaning it up. But so maybe you should turn around from the truck stop here. Let us get on the freeway and let us go. And he looked at me and he says, I hope you don't come back to Mosey Hole. I said, I'm not planning to. Your city is a shithole city and the police are fucking corrupt. We got in, and as Chloe's driving, Chloe's sitting there munching on chips and driving the truck and smoking a cigarette. I'm going from one county to the next. Yes, out of Grant. Yes, out of Quititas. Yes, out of Quititas. Oh, yes, King County. Yes, out of King County. Woohoo, Snohomish County. Woohoo, yeah, Skagit County. Woohoo, Ferry. Woohoo, San Juan County. Woohoo, yeah, Shit is those hair update, laughing my ass up. Ooh, my roots bleach white. Ha ha ha. Yeah, they do that more often than they think, root ass. Yeah, I mean, literally, So, once everything happened, I got situated here, and I've had a few times where I've had the police come here for booze intoxication or whatever, but, I've had heart trouble and everything else, really it pisses off the Catholic hospital here besides discrimination, which I locked them out of my medical records. I called up an 800 number that Medicare controls, blocked it so no hospital can access my records as a nationwide database. So I was like, no. So the guy's like, oh, you're free to go. And I'm like, why? Well, we can't access your records and see what you're up to. So, I'm like, you guys are fucking assholes. I mean, I remember one time the IV popped out of my arm at the hospital. I'm sitting there and this guy says, you're free to go. I'm like, can you wipe this down for me? And he goes, no. And he takes my coat, puts it on it. And my coat that's $300 my mom bought me years ago. It's a Mariners coat. There's a blood stain in the back. I mean, literally, I'm like, what an asshole, And after that, I was like, you know what? I mean, I remember one time, Sam, I went into the hospital. Chloe was worried about me. I was having chest pain and I was having intoxication and chest pain, heart attack, possibly. Guy looked at me and says, what are you here for? I go, I don't know. I think it's alcohol poisoning and a heart attack. Guy opens the door, kicks me out. Well, on my way home, I have to go pee somewhere. So I found some woods. Didn't know there's a drop off. So I go, wham! I'm like, ugh. So I pee and I stagger. Finally, I get home, no Chloe. So I'm like, fuck. So I go to the back of my window here and they're locked. I said, shit. Well, before I get to my door, there's a drop. I went bam onto some plywood that the roofers left. It was bedded in the ground. So I was like, ow. So finally, I turned around, Sam, and I get my window and I leave. Well, there's 2 ambulances, 3 sheriff cars, the fire chief car, the sheriff chief's car, all this like a picket line. I put my hood up and I'm walking, and I had to go to the bathroom and I'm thinking, oh, this isn't another drop. Finally, I get to Chloe. And she's halfway coming back from the hospital with the wheelchair. She said, get in. She gets me home. She's like, I need you to take a bath. So I take a bath and I ripped up my leg so bad that my leg was swollen tighter than Dick's hat band. And I was literally bleeding. She calls the hospital and they're like, fuck you. We're not talking to you. Fuck you. Click. That was it. She literally basically said, look, she was intoxicated. You're not supposed to let her go. You should have done a mental eval or something. It said, oh, well, you can't talk to about Rena. Fuck you. Click. So then the next day, Chloe puts me in a wheelchair and says, we're going to Anacortes. I go to Anacortes Hospital. They look at me and they're like stitches and pain meds. And I mean, I got a scar that's like this long on my leg. And they're like, how'd you do it? And I tell them, they're like, they're not supposed to release you. Yeah, open the door and just throw you out. If you're that intoxicated, you have to be at least somewhat detained, literally, to be sober to leave. They just left you completely drunk. You were trying to find a bathroom, and all the public bathrooms are locked at night because we live in a tourist city. Lo and behold, Sam, that was it. Rude ass. People that don't care shouldn't be in that profession makes me sick. Yeah, well, you know, Sam, as well as I do. If I remember correctly, my mind isn't that shot from all the alcohol over the years, sweetheart. But I think, Sam, if I remember correctly, you're a former nurse, so you understand this stuff. Dumped a woman out of a wheelchair. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's stuff like that, you know. And on top of that, the ambulances, all the ambulance services, federal law says you can't deny a person a service dog. Not Aaron. Chloe's got to bring. I'm thinking of hubby. Chloe's got to bring Moppy up every fucking time. By the way, Sam, I have a question for you. Have you seen this, Sam? Because if you haven't, I'd like to share you this. This is Ebony. Yes, he's a Dutch dwarf. Isn't he adorable? Hello, Eb. This is a bunny behind the back of wheels of a truck. Yeah, you see, look at this. Isn't he cute? This is Ebony. See, say hello to Ebony. Hello, my name is Ebony, Bunny. My name's Ebony. I'm a Dutch dwarf. New family member. Yeah, we've had him for about 8 months. Oh, hi. Uh-huh. Don't hurt the mama. Don't hurt the mama. Don't hurt the mama. Boop, boop, boop. This is as big as he's going to go. This is Moppy's brother, but Moppy thinks of him as more of a treat. But if you need to know, the reason Moppy thinks of him as a treat is it cost me a lot of money. I had to pay in payments to my cousin Dinky when Moppy bit into one of her chickens. So to me, I think Moppy thinks Ebony is more of a meal than anything. But this is Ebony. He's full grown, by the way. He's a Dutch dwarf. He's a black otter Dutch dwarf. And by the way, I got him for free. I went over Easter Sunday morning to Orcas Island, met a guy at the ferry terminal who works with 4-H, and he gave me this little guy. Don't hurt me. Don't tear me up. Don't hurt my hands. There you go. Oh, shit. Moppy, knocked my dip can over. Now I got to go and find a rag to clean it up, which here's a rag. So I will clean this up real quick because it's not good having it drip all over the bottom of his thing. There we go. And now it will air dry and I won't have much of a problem, you know, with the tobacco, you know, it just has to, you know, there we go. But yeah, he's family. His name's Eb. He's a bunny. And, you know, I'll just clean this up real quick too while I'm at it. But, you know, basically, you know, that's Ebony. It's okay, Bob. So, basically, you know, it's okay. It's okay, boo-boo. It's not your fault you knocked it over. Yeah, old world way, still in pup's blood to hunt. Yeah, that's the way it is. Moppy's a hunter, you know. So, but anyways, like I said, Sam, you know, the hospitals just out here, they don't care. One time they tried to do a chromosome test to find out if I was born both. They put in my record. I took it to my lawyer who's transgendered friendly, and he's having a fucking heyday still over it. He's like, they shouldn't be running a test as your chromosome when you're having a heart attack. Yeah, I mean, that's how fucking stupid they are. I mean, literally, just charge you because, you know, whatever, you know. And I remember one time I was drunk and this doctor wouldn't let me have Ed's words wise. So I said, fuck you. And I walked out. Oh, Chloe was there for something. Chloe got put into a mental hospital, but I ended up walking to Roche Harbor by mistake. So I got home around 12 o'clock. I'm dead tired, carrying Moppy on my shoulders because he shouldn't be walking 20 miles round trip or so. And I was like, got in the shower, checked my email, and the lady's like, we need a Chloe's this and Chloe's that to transfer. Well, that night I delivered it to her like 9 o'clock at night. I was like, you know, and then 4 days later, you know, Chloe was kicked out of the hospital because she refused her medical records. But, you know, the problem with Social Security is that her records are so outdated now that, you know, she hasn't seen a primary care physician in almost 2 years. The only thing we do get is her hormone doctor. And she says that, like, that's really going to help for her Social Security case. So she needs a exam. But the problem with the exam is Chloe's like, She doesn't want to deal with it. They're like, oh, it'll take 3 to 6 more months to determine if you're doing it. Yet the Social Security lady's investigating me for why I might need a payee because I'm taking care of Chloe. But the thing is the whole Social Security thing, as you probably know, coming back and watching my channel, Sam, you understand that Social Security's curious because they don't want me taking care of Chloe. They're like, you have to find a good one too. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You got to find good ones. So I don't even have a PCP. Last PCP I had, she went in and activated all my records without my permission. And that's when I got my medical records. I looked at it. Then I fired her. Then they tried to push me back to her after I had a fall, getting out of the hospital for heart issues and other issues, which they found out there is some problems. Yet I said, nope, not going through that bitch. I'll go through Oregon. And I went to Oregon, took care of it because that's where I had my surgeries, and I mean, I'm friends with a lot of doctors there. So I just call up. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be in this day. Can I have an appointment? And they're like, oh, yeah, no problem. So they set me up. But, the point is I trust Oregon with my life. I don't trust these fuckers because they're just like, oh, you're trans or, oh, you're intersex or you're hermaphroditic or, whatever. And it just really drives me the shit out of it. Well, see, you have yeah. See, it's about trust. My facial surgeon, I am friends with her on Facebook, and she's like, "Oh, I love the Christmas tree. Is it still up? Oh, your bunny is so cute." And it's good to have her. I send her Christmas cards and little stuff from time to time, but or her staff. Hell, we've been meaning to meet up to have wings and wings in Buffalo Wild Wings or the bullpen tortoise, and enjoy a nice night of girls' night with her staff and me and Dinky, just enjoy ourselves, and that's what I love about my doctors down there. My surgeon, he's just been great, and my mentor has been great too, the one that's got me through stuff, and my heart surgeon's great down there. I mean, I took the copy of the coroner's report, and he did all the tests and says, yeah, you need to be careful because this or that, and so I know what to look for heart attacks, and I know what to look for this. I mean, I'm like Vice. If you ever seen that movie Vice with Christian Bale as Dick Cheney, I'll look at Chloe and be like, yeah, chest pain, nitro's not working, I need to go to the hospital, and she'll set it up. Whereas no problem. But these hospitals are like, oh, well, I mean, literally, the first thing they'll do is they'll do an alcohol test every time, see how much booze is me. When I got any booze, they want to release me. If they don't want to do it, they want to run an MRI or a CAT scan or a CT scan or chest x-rays. And every time I turn around, Sam, every time I look at the bill, I'm like, shit. So I mean, literally, I was recommended, this and that. I mean, look at mental health, for example, Sam. I mean, I argued right with this lady that did an intake for Chloe. Chloe was having a breakdown. She went outside to have some dip. Lady and I went round and round. She's like, Chloe's bipolar. She needs meds. And I'm like, Chloe's got a borderline. How do you know? Because I have the fucking hospital record. She's been hospitalized in every hospital in the state. Well, we need her to sign a release to get him. I'm like, take it up with Chloe. Chloe turned around and told her, fuck you. You ain't getting my record, you son of a bitch. And so what happened? She went to her appointment, and this guy's like, oh, well, I can't have Rita with you. And Chloe's like, well, fuck you. And Chloe never went back there. I mean, literally. I mean, the lady that I talked to, the Social Security one that set up the exams for Chloe, turned around and said, will you please be there for Chloe? And I go, oh, yeah, sure, if that's what you wish. But you're on my time and my schedule. So if I'm out of town or in Portland, you have to reschedule. She says, oh, no problem. I'll set it up. So a cab will pick you up. They'll take care of the ferry fee. You'll go to Everett or Mount Vernon or Bellingham or even Seattle for your exams. You'll get it done. I said, oh, I have a service dog too. I'll let them know you have a service dog. We're all good. And I'll make sure you have some vouchers when you're at the exam. I'll make sure they're delivered or wherever you have it mailed to you that you can have something to eat. So you can stop at Burger King or McDonald's or Dairy Queen or Arby's or Jack in the Box or Popeyes or KFC, and you can have some food. So you're not going without food, ma'am. I mean, literally, that's the hold on, yeah, that's the whole scam. Milk the patient for cash. It's up to the patient who's in the room. They just go along with it. Yeah, well, you know what? If you've seen Chloe's videos with me and Chloe together, Sam, you know that Chloe's basically being milked for the cash cow. I mean, look. You look at Jefferson Behavioral in Ohio. They said she's bipolar. Social Security exhibit file in Ohio said bipolar, but no meds. She's been in the hospital. She's been hospitalized in every hospital in the state, a mental hospital in the state of Washington. They all say borderline. Fucking Grant Integrated Services, who wants to fucking dictate policy and tell Chloe, what's a sex change going to do for you? What's implants going to do for you? What's being a woman going to be doing for you? What's cash assistance going to do for you? What's Social Security money going to do for you? They belittled her to the point she didn't want to go back. So she kept going to other places. Other places are borderline. She goes to Compass here on the island. Oh, yeah, bipolar. Well, it lapsed. But the problem is I talked to the adjuster, and the adjuster and I sent her a link to this Facebook group she joined for borderlines. She messaged me, she called me today, and she said, oh my God, most of them are bipolar, yet they got the diagnosis of borderline. They overlap anyways by the DSM-5 or DSM-4. And yet, Sam, problem is with the diagnoses, these borderline people are taking antipsychotics and they're working. If you take antipsychotics and they're working, you're bipolar. If you take no antipsychotics let me rephrase it. If you take antipsychotics and the meds don't work, like Chloe, then you're borderline. Plain and simple. This lady looked up a record and said, oh, even though they're outdated, meds semi were working, but they had a lot of complications, so it's okay if Chloe went off. And for her lower extremities, from her legs downwards, from her hips down were numb. She says that's understandable. They could put her on different meds. It says they kept telling her you need these meds, the same meds she was on. These people turn around. These people that are borderline go, oh yeah, I'm on Latuda. Now, if you know anything about Latuda, Sam, Latuda is $2,000 a fucking 30-day supplies, $2 fucking grand a month. I knew a lady with severe bipolar 1 that was on Latuda, and it ain't cheap. And this lady's like, these people on this group's like, oh yeah, we're on Latuda. Does anyone know? People are like, if you're on Latuda, which is specifically for bipolar, you're bipolar. You're not borderline. No, they say, oh, I'm borderline and bipolar. Borderline and bipolar, 5 out of the 9 symptoms are the same as fucking borderline. Borderline has 4 other symptoms. So Chloe meets all 9 criteria. So technically, these people are morons. Let's see. They just go along with. Yeah, I remember that. And I out her legs, about her legs. Yeah, exactly. See, so they're basically, this lady basically turned around and told me I'm more of an expert, a doctor, because I've read over 290 books on bipolar and about 300 books on borderline, and I've read about 1,200 books on fly fishing. So to me, she's like, well, I'm going to call you Dr. Rita because you know what you're talking about. I've told her everything. I've told her how to do this and how to do that. But you know what? These fuckers turn around and they're like, she's bipolar. Well, you know what it is? It's the billing. You can't bill for borderline unless you're in a hospital setting. Otherwise, you can't freaking diagnose. So you have to bill bipolar symptoms. I mean, look, I was in the hospital in Portland. I tried to harm myself, as I think you know, Sam. And what happened? They said I had borderline symptoms, but I was bipolar. But my psychiatrist says, well, you have more symptoms of bipolar because, for example, as you probably well aware, I think you said you were a nurse. Bipolar symptoms are you could be manic, you could talk fast, you could do this, you could do that. And then some days you're basically sluggish. So like, I'm depressed, for days and days and days. And some days I can switch and be happy. And so to me, I can, like the people are bipolar, they have days where they sleep a lot, days when they sleep little. Like last night, I slept 3 hours because I was waiting for the guy to say, "Oh well, I can't make it for the appointment to get this to give you the money for the games. I hope you want the watch instead. But since you don't want the watch, well, I don't want to pick up the games yet." So I'm sitting there going, "Well, there goes my coffee and my milk money. Food bank gives milk tomorrow, but coffee." I talked to my advocates, and they're like, "Oh, well, we'll help you with coffee. We'll help you with this." And so it's not a problem, but the problem is, like I said, is they have a lot of problems, So Chloe's like, oh, I'll just order on my gift card, so you don't run out of coffee, which is great, But a lot of people are like, Chloe wouldn't even think about that because Chloe's the type of person doesn't say, oh, you need coffee, I'll get you coffee. Usually it's, other things, but Chloe is kind of depressed too. She's in the other room. She's upset because of the she's upset because of the uh, Walmart thing. I mean, literally, she's furious about Walmart. Walmart turns around, Yep, roller coaster. Sometimes you can run a marathon, the other days you can't. Exactly. Have you ever seen that YouTube thing where it says bipolar and the talk shows the roller coaster icon? It's like an hour and a half. It basically tells me of who I am. My father-in-law, Poppy, says, "Oh, it shows signs of it." I mean, me and Aaron used to sit there and play games for 20, 30, 40 hours at a time and then sleep 8, 10 hours, play it again. And eventually we'd have a crash where we'd be sleeping 12, 16 hours, getting up halfway through our sleep pattern and going and walking the dog so the dog can go to the bathroom, and back to bed we went. I mean, literally, we were night owls. We liked nights better than we did days. Back then it was called hyperactive. Well, yeah, exactly. So, so these people, they're like, yeah, Chloe's bipolar, I mean, literally. And, then these people like the Social Security lady, she basically had a fit because she's reading Chloe's records. And they said, well, if Chloe needs money, Chloe can always fall back to be taken care of by Rita. Social Security lady's like, no, they shouldn't be putting that in the record. It's not Rita's responsibility to take care of Chloe. Chloe doesn't have money. Chloe's going to have to make do with what she has. I mean, literally. I mean, Social Security lady had to talk to people to find out why she got cash assistance while waiting for disability and not paying for bills, rent, electricity, internet. Lady says, well, like for example, Chloe got birthday and Christmas money. She's like, did Chloe even give it to you? No, it's not my job to ask for it. I'm too humble. I'll pay the bills. She's like, well, if Chloe's getting birthday money, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, $800, she should be like, here's some money for rent. I know I owe you a lot, but instead she's like, well, Chloe shouldn't be using that money for her own personal needs. She should be paying what she owes because she lives with you. Yet the lady also takes into account the cleaning. Oh, well, Chloe can't clean, so Chloe might need a group home because Chloe can't clean. Well, if Chloe can't clean, it's either she's depressed or she's lazy. And they're trying to chalk up that Chloe's lazy. Chloe doesn't want to do anything. I truly don't know what to think anymore. So I'm just like, eh. I mean, this lady's like, and Chloe can snap out anything. Like yesterday, she threw a water bottle. My computer is bombing, and it was like, ripping the APS lady, adult protection lady, a new one. APS is investigated twice because people call and say, "Oh, Rita's being abused." I mean, literally. And to me, I'm like, I'm like, I got combative back because I don't like her basically sitting there hitting herself or throwing a temper tantrum, and being like, wah, wah, wah. I mean, that's wrong, To me, I'm like, don't do that, You might give yourself a concussion, keep whacking yourself. I mean, literally, I mean, but yeah, basically, Social Security, et cetera, they're investigating, and et cetera. And they're like, oh, it's not your job. Take Chloe with you to one action. It's not your job to support Chloe grocery wise. I mean, literally, like I said in yesterday's video, Chloe cannot keep living on these chow mein meals. She can't just keep eating these constantly. She's got to eat more than this every month. I mean, literally, I got out of eating ramen because it's not good for the body. What do I eat? I eat what's available. I mean, the other day I was complaining about wings. I bought 4 pounds of wings, from the store, and they're bone wings. The bag of wings are right up there, and I'm telling you, they give you like 16 wings. Now I had like 5 wings. Chloe had 11, so I was like really starving and hungry after I ate 5 because I wanted more. So then, so I have to get sauce for it, but. Usually I'll go and buy 8-pound bag or even a 10-pound bag at Costco. Walmart I won't go through because those fuckers screwed me over. But you get those wings, and I love wings. Wings is one of those things, high cholesterol, but I gotta have my wings. So whenever I'm down in Portland, I'm like, wings, wings, ching, ching, ching. Last time I was there, I think my family was tired of wings, going to this wing shop and that wing shop and this wing shop. And, we didn't eat much, Yeah, you can get rickets from not eating fruits and veggies. Rickets? What's a rickets? Rickets and shit. Danny's eating wings right now. Oh, yeah. How is Danny? How is your husband? I always think, yeah, that, man, because I didn't hear from you for so long, Sam. I thought, Sam must have divorced Danny, and she's on her own now, or whatever, because last time I talked to you, you said, oh, I'm moving and that was it, and he went under the radar. It reminds me of my friend Panji and Renbro. They're like submarines. They surface for several months. They ask for help and the guidance, and then all of a sudden they get depressed and they submerge themselves underwater for so long, and then they surface again and pop the hatch and go, "Hey, Rita, how are you?" And I'm going, "Where have you been for 6 months? Your bones start bending like an arch." Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, my thing is, the wings, like I said, the wings are so expensive, they're literally expensive, Let's see. No, we were moving to my dad's. You see, yeah, you said you were moving or something, but it's cool that you came back, because I've always missed you and I've always enjoyed our conversations on Skype too. So, but like I said, it's just been a pain in my ass, with, when I do updates, usually I don't do them this long, but, you're here and, I'm happy. And, my family, Dinky, like I said, they're trying to help me with this Walmart problem. I mean, talking about good customer service, for example. Okay, here's one for you, Sam. The other day, I put on layaway through my family. I'm doing a TV or another computer for my birthday coming up, or even Christmas this year. I'm going to trust them to do it like they did the last time. That's one thing I'm going to talk to them about when I'm in Portland. But anyways, I got this laptop. My other laptop, Chloe's in the wheelchair, banging me around and whacking the sidewalk. I said, "Hey, my spinning hard drive is going to fail." She's like, "Oh no, it's not going to fail." Well, it failed. So I was depressed for a long while. So I had to use my desktop. Finally, I got my backup Acer fixed, $227 for a new hard drive, Windows put back on at 7. So my family goes and buys this laptop for me. It's like a $2,000 laptop they got on sale at Costco. So I get it, and I'm thinking, oh, it's an open box or something. Well, anyways, turns out it's brand new. Costco activated the warranty before they sold the unit. So my family got it, and no problem. All of a sudden, it sounded like a tank. It was like, and I'm like, so I finally called up Lenovo and I said, "Hey, my computer's doing this." Got a lady from the Philippines. She says, "Oh, I'll send you this and do that and this." So I go and I put a label in it. I set everything up. I ship it out, and I put in, "Yeah, hard drives. The computer program says the cores are overheating. This is overheating that." So I get a call from Lenovo. And they're like, "Yeah, we got your package." And I'm like, "Oh, great. That's great." And they're like, "No, not really. You see, your computer came in and I'm sorry to say, but as we got it out of the box, we found out the manufacturer box, we don't like you sending it with the box, but you had the styrofoam and everything." So he said, "The hard drive is gone." I said, "Oh, so you're going to replace it?" He says, "Yeah, but because it was the holidays, FedEx ground, they sent it ground, crushed the box. Literally, the box was." So they go in and they take my computer apart piece by piece. The guy went and took it out, right? He said he had to put it back together in a new chassis. He said the motherboard was cracked from overheating. The sensors in the computer processing cores were overheating and cracked. He said the hard drive was fried. The RAM was cracked. He says, "I don't even know how your computer booted." So he says hard drive was still barely functioning. So he transferred to a new drive, takes it apart, puts in the new parts and everything, puts it all back together. And he says, "Oh, we gave you a solid state drive for backup drive 2 and your hard drive." So you got 2 hard drives that are over a terabyte in length. He says instead of 16 gigs of RAM, you're running 32 gigs. Instead of running the NVIDIA GeForce like 3 gig card, they put in like the 4 or 6 gig. I think this is a 6 gig gaming chip, the NVIDIA thing. Instead of the i5, I think it's an i7 laptop with 17-inch screen. So basically what they did was they upgraded my computer and they built FedEx for it. They're like, "Look, we're building you a gaming rig that you can be proud of." They put it back in the box and everything, shipped it out, but fragile, did all this crap. It got back to me in one piece. I put it all together. I called up Lenovo to this guy named Charlie, and I said, "My computer is perfect." I said, "I was afraid I'd have to reinstall programs." He said, "Ma'am, we copied everything over to the new drive, so you didn't lose anything. You said your main problem was your township game. We made sure it works. Everything's good. You're good to go, ma'am." He says, "By the way, next time you send your computer, don't send anything in the parts, because we have technicians that like to go through the file system and see what you have on it, and just to be nosy, maybe there's porn or something they have to notice." And I'm like, "So Well, we did get a good view of your topless pics, and we were all saying you had a nice boob job. I'm going, gee, thanks. Being a trans woman, and you guys are from Tennessee, says, hey, we like boobs. But honestly, ma'am, your computer is going to be running perfectly. You're not going to hear. Let's see. Oh my God, our package was crushed too. We sold it. Darth Malgus figuring it returned to us destroyed. The footage broke off in the corner of the mine. The guy opened up, the box was completely pancaked. I mean, my computer is thin. It's like maybe an inch or inch and a half. So he said he said the screen was in perfect condition, but everything else was just like completely gone, and he's just that they turned around and they decided to replace the entire thing, and so he got it back to me. And so, I finally got it, and what happened is I was like this, I put my computer in my office, and then I went to bed because I saw it deliver. Moppy let me know it was delivered. I put it up, and then Chloe's like, oh, we're getting the packages and everything. Well, I went in the office. I looked at her and I said, I go, well, and she's like, I hope your computer gets in soon. We can play Guild Wars. I go and put some on the bed, and she's like, what's that? And I go, open it up. She's like, I'm jealous. You got a better computer than me. And I'm going, look, my computer was crushed. It was the holidays, and it was going on the 15th of December to Christmas time. They got it Christmas Eve, and the guy said there was nothing left of the fucking box. The box and the paper and everything else was just pancaked. He's like, he had to do as much, but Well, yeah, exactly. My computer was smashed. So basically, they built FedEx. They're like, look, we're going to give you a idea pad that it's basically an idea pad, or basically it says idea pad, but basically what it is it's like a Lenovo Legion. It's like their best laptop, that can handle games. So I can handle anything, So I'm not complaining, but Chloe's like, so I've been playing on my laptop, off and on. I know they told me I gotta recalibrate if I want D1, which I can run D1 on my desktop, but so I basically turned around and I said, hey, my CD-ROM's been basically fried. They took it out and said, oh yeah, it was a manufacturer problem. So we put in a new one. You can watch movies on it now and use it as a portable player. I mean, literally, the guy was basically awesome. I mean, he basically looked at it, Sam, and said, oh, you're not going to have any problem, honey, with your computer now. Definitely, you're going to be happy as hell, And I'm like, I mean, so with Diablo and Diablo 3, and then I found out my laptop can handle Diablo 4 because I'm going to be a beta tester for it. But anything else, it's, but yeah, my box was smashed, and I'm like, I mean, literally, I was panicked, I was like, and so, it was a tragic, but I got good customer service there, and I'm thinking, why the fuck am I getting bad? Oh, yeah, exactly. Diablo 3 fat ass. My Paragon level's high. I got killed the other day, because basically there was no lag, but what happened is one of the enemies was using that hold spell, where you basically walk into an enemy and instead of killing the enemy, it freezes you. So it holds a little wall around you and then it hits you heavy on. And it's like, I need healing. And I went to hit healing. And all of a sudden I was like, and my mage, my helper, she just went in, my companion went in and wiped him out, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I lost all my gold things where I probably had like 900 million experience points bonus for every kill because I had like the bonus gold pools accumulated stacked up. So I was like, because my Paragon level so high, I was like, So it was fine, but it held me back, and and I replay that scene. I'm like, I shouldn't have died, but you know what? So now I walk slowly, and I'm like, oh, there's a bunch of uniques. I'll set up my Ice Hydra, and I'll watch the Hydra do a lot of damage. And my helper goes in, whether it be Cormac or Irena, and just, and then I'll go in for the final part. What I love is Chain Lightning. It just keeps frying everything in its way, like, and I'm just like, and I love the sorceress because she's just freaking a comedian when it comes to cockiness. It's like, how do you like that? Oh, if my teacher could see me now, or the demon hunter, she's like, just wiping everything out in its wake. Me and Aaron used to play that PS3 together, and he'd be like, you'd be up 3 days playing that and taking a crash, next thing you know, I'm basically sitting there like, I got your back, and you turn around, and my name was Trixie, and he'd be like, Trixie, turn around, and next thing you know, I'm getting my ass handed to me, and you're like, bam, 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 and then I look over to your Paragon level, and you're like, ha, 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 woo, and he's just like, you put me to shame, wifey. Send in the decoys. Oh yeah, exactly. Or what about Diablo 2 when you have the assassin? You send in your assassin master with the master clone, and she goes in and takes care of everything. And then you just put in a few of those like little cow traps or whatever, and it wipes it out. Now D1 was classic too, but Chloe's just like, ooh, I want to play Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, and I'm like, okay, I mean, literally, but D4 is going to be good. They just had a trailer recently for it. I'm like, yeah. Oh, $5 Phillips, pot pies, famous bowl, $5 Phillips. Yeah, I was just looking at that the other day. I told the guy if he wanted to do me a deal, on my games that he wanted to buy, which was Quake 2. I think it was Untold Legends. I don't know, Gauntlet Legends and Sealed Zelda. It was really expensive. He wanted them. There was like 4 games. I said, you can also bring me some Popeyes. He's like, no. So I was like, dude, I could give you a little discount if you bring me a fresh thing of Popeyes too. Popeyes is a she's snatch, little Nicky. But yeah, I mean, literally, it was, Diablo is great. And as an RPGer, I've been doing research, on games. By the way, if you really want to know what a good game is, Sam, let me show you a good game. Whoops. I guess I don't have it. Oh well. It's somewhere. I can't complain. Yeah. Anyway, Sam, I'll tell you what a good game is. If you have a Nintendo Switch, Diablo 3 is badass on portable mode. You can take that on the ferry and just beat the shit out of everything while you're waiting, or on the bus. You can just sit there. I mean, literally, the Switch version of it is 3 has all the downloadable content. You don't have to pay anything more, and I mean, I love the Switch version. There's a new system coming out recently that Alienware made. I can't remember the name of it. Let me look it up for you real quick. It's called the UFO. Okay, the Alienware UFO, Sam. Now, what it is basically it's a Switch killer. Fortunately, you can know that if it's an Alienware Switch killer, right, runs Windows 10. The problem with it is it's got touchscreen. It's a concept. Alienware is coming out to try to be a Switch killer. Problem is they want to make it calibrated to play Skyrim and Oblivion and Morrowind and all these other things. Even the what do you call that? The mods for the hard drive and everything, like 4 terabyte hard drive. The problem is the price. Switch is like $200 to $300, where they're saying this is going to be $600 to $1,000 or more. Now, I wouldn't mind a UFO to play with, if it's for Diablo 4, but damn good and well, they will calibrate Diablo 4 eventually for Switch or Switch 2. So technically, I ain't worried about it. I mean, literally, now we're trying to get Morrowind and Oblivion for Switch because Skyrim was so popular, But when it comes to my computer, for example, I have a helper that helps me. I'm trying to get the mods for Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. I want to download those games on Steam to my laptop. I'm a Steam, And what I want to try is Skyblivion, which is Oblivion with Skyrim graphics. Skygerfall, which is Daggerfall, Elder Scrolls 2, and with the Skyrim type engine. Then there's Skyblivion, which is Skyrim with Oblivion, and then there's Skywind, which is Skyrim graphics updated with Morrowind. So there's actual people are actually the fans are actually taking the graphics to the next level, making these games better. Now I'm hoping they do something with Elder Scrolls Arena because that would be cool, like Sky Arena. It's got leprosy people to zombies. I'm always on the tablet playing Grimsoul on Google Play. It's a medieval survival. I play Township actually. I like the farming simulation with the township building available. It's like SimCity and it's like a hybrid of SimCity and SimCity or City Skylines with Harvest Moon elements, where you grow your feed and crops through your factories, and then you feed your cows and your chickens and your goats and your ducks to harvest the items, and then you do other things with it. I've not seen that. Oh yeah, I mean, if you can find it, look up Coldfire. If you can get Township on your Google Play, which they have, look up when you get to level 19. Look up me and Chloe. I'm a guild. I run my own guild, and we can always use new members. And Chloe, come here a sec. Do you want to say hello to Sam?
Hi, Sam.
Yeah, see, she's gonna look up the townships and get up to 19 and be a guild member, maybe. So, well, what are you doing? Yeah, well, I'd play Township too, but I don't know how well it would work with me doing Township and my thing. I have Aaron's tablet I use just for Facebook Messenger. I love messaging people, but usually I message. But one of the things, like I said, for layaway thing for my birthday this year is I want to talk to family about getting a bigger TV or a desktop that can run, you know, um, you know. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we're allowed up to 30 guild members. And what the guild does is basically I only allow members that willing to help other guild members. Like if you request products that can help with the Regalia, which is a yacht race, which is like 7 days. So you can do tasks like right now I'm harvesting ore. See, I like the mining aspect. I go and use the special gem so I can see where the gem placement are, the dynamite or the TNT explosives or the ore, like the copper ore, the silver ore, the gold ore, the platinum ore. And then what I do is I take them and I upgrade my factories to make them faster to produce stuff faster. However, right now I'm also playing with the new thing called the mint, which means I take three bronze ores and I can mint it into 600 coins, which at first money's hard to get, but once you get a mint, maybe you can mint. But if you max out your factory's capacity for speeding everything up to maximum, then you take all that extra ore and you can just turn it into money. I mean, or you send it off to the islands, which you have an island section with your ships, and then you just send your ships come back loaded with 3 islands with 3 different types of like 9. Each island has like up to 3 different fruits and a treasure. And to me, I'm like, cool, but I never use it for the treasures. I'm just like, well, if I don't get it this time around, I'll send my ship out. Every time it goes out, it's between 4 and like 15 hours to return to base with more items for the island. Otherwise, you got a giant market. You can go in and buy items if you want to fill orders. I mean, it's a highly addictive game if you can get into it. Do you donate your stuff to the guild? Yeah. Basically, what you do is you can go in and say, "Oh, my name is Sam." You can be like Sam Ganesh, for example, or Sam Gemini, or Gemini's Blah is your username. Once you get to level 19, you join Coldfire Guild. You go in, and you say, "Oh, I need like 30. I need like potatoes," and the program will tell you, "Oh, you're allowed 10 potatoes." So people sit there and say, "Oh, Sam needs potatoes." Click, click, click. Someone else will click, 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 and they donate. And then you get into the guild part where I go into the co-op. Once you have co-op, you have to have that set up first, which is like $1,500, 1,500 coins to be updated or something. It takes like 18 hours to fix or something, 24 hours. Once the co-op's working, you join the guild. What happens is you can request products and people will fill it, or like, for example, you can fix the airport and you'll have train lines and someone will sit there and you'll be like, "Oh, I'm doing like 20 crates of trains or airplanes, for the Regal." And someone will come along and be like, "Oh, look, I got this task where I got to fill train crates." So they'll go through other people's that request items throughout the game and be like, "Oh, Sam wants potatoes or pizzas, and I'll donate to her, and it goes towards their regalia thing. So everyone else goes in, and even non-guild members will help fill your orders once you request it. Once you can request help, someone will fill it for you, and you can get some of your airplane crates filled between 6 and 9 crates. Your trains between 3 and 5 crates per train. You get 3 train lines. Your boats, you can have like 4 ships. I have 3, and I'm almost level 51. So, I've played Township off and on for close to 4 years, and I just love Township. Well, yeah, with that, my guild is basically we help each other out. And if you don't help, you're just one of these that asks for everything, I'll fucking kick you out myself and be like, look, like one little Asian guy kept asking for everything. I finally looked up his info and said, look, you're not helping. He's like, oh, what? I'm like, you're out. Then we filled it in. Some people just come in, join up, they find out they have to help more, and they leave. And so we have like certain people. And besides that, I'd make you a co-leader anyways to the guild because I trust you. And I have people that you come in and they're always helping. Hey, boss, you need something? Nope. Oh, you don't need a plane? Nope. Oh, well, did you do this? Nope. Did you put your Mexican restaurant in? It's basically a factory. Nope. Well, what did you put in? The mint? I don't have a mint. Well, I have a mint. Oh, hey, boss, did you yeah, I need this. Here you go. I manufactured 20 pizzas. You can have it, or well, someone turned around and said, hey, boss, what's your pet peeve of the game? And I go, it's the cream. I have a dairy, I take my milk products, turn it into cream or cheese or yogurt or peach flavored yogurt. My problem is every time I get a plane or a train come in lately, it's depleting my cream. I could have 50 creams, and by the time I get done shipping out my trains or my planes, my cream's down to 0, and I'm still producing them. I have people come along and be like, yeah, I need cheese. I'm like, yeah, you can have 3 cheeses for me. I might have 30, but I need to make sure that I have enough cheese for pizzas, And people sit there and say, well, how come your formulation is this way? And I only get what I need. If someone requests like trees, I'll mass produce them. I'm like, simple. I have 8 trees, 8 strawberries, 8, I have wheat and corn that I always produce, mass produce. Everything else is in the sections of 8 in my fields because, unless I need something rare, usually I can produce, once my sugar factory starts producing sugar cubes or syrup, I grow 8 of everything else, Sometimes I'm like, oh, I need potatoes. So I'll go in because honestly, I'm a cash player. I'll go into my market and I'll request like 30 potatoes and I'll just buy it from the guy. And an hour later, he'll be like, oh, what do you need? And I'm like, oh, I want some pickaxes so I can go mine some more. Oh, well, I need more pickaxes, or, oh, I need this, or, oh, I don't have a Mexican restaurant. Give me burritos, or, oh, I need tacos, or, oh, this one needs sandals or high heels, or this one wants tables or the little end tables or stools, or this one wants whatever, and I'll go buy them. And I accumulate a lot of money, from selling stuff in my barn. You have X amount of space. So, every few days I get enough ingredients. I upgrade my barn so I get more space, but that's about it. Otherwise, there's community things where you have like little buildings. And as you increase your town to make it bigger and bigger, you got to buy extra land plots, and you got to, upgrade your barn for more storage, or you got to update the community buildings. First, it'll be like your community buildings, a bowling alley or something. Right now, I'm building a hydro dam. Once the dam's done, you have to wait until you accumulate enough train and airplane parts that they give you the building materials like glass and metal and nails or hammers or whatever, so you can actually put it together. And once it's done, you turn around and I accumulate more money, and then I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the next one, which could be like a glass house, or, my next one's an airport, or whatever the community wants. Someone comes up and says, if you build this, I'll give you 5 cash, township cash. Okay, done, and, I wait because, I have, and when you update your cities, when you update these community buildings and finish them, it increases your buildings where you can turn around and they'll say, oh, you have enough to build a new apartment complex. Right now I have 3 high rises I've just built, so I built like 3 of them, and each one holds like 150, 200 people. So my town's like almost 5,500 people. So once my new hydro dam gets done, it's like 240 additional people I can put in. So I'll build some more apartments, and then, I'll put in my next community building, and after like 99, you don't have anything to build, but you can still increase, your levels through different channels. But it is really fun. I'm level 51. I used to be level 99. And so I'm telling you, it is a really neat game. I mean, literally, yeah, exactly. It grows and grows. I'm one of those people, sorry, Sam. So my cousin Dinky turned around. I love my cousin Dinky's a lot, as everyone knows. And she just messaged me and she said, I had to make a joke. She says, my husband stood me up. I turned around and said, that son of a bitch, grr. He's sleeping in the damn chicken coop tonight. Amen, sis. Amen. Amen. Sleeping in the chicken coop. Isn't that fucking funny? So, she just was like, yeah, he stood her up. You know what? You don't stand up a bombshell wife, literally. I mean, literally, and I want to talk about in a second, because I brought it up in my videos. My cousin was talking about moving to Texas, so she wanted to see me before she moves to Texas. Well, my cousin's been kind of flip flopping. It's none of my business, but I think it has to do with he's got a life settled there, and he's a volunteer fireman. He's got friends, and he's got friends in Texas too, probably. But my thing is I also think that certain things. My cousin's a reasonable man, so I think it sometimes my cousin Corey is reasonable enough to pack up and move. I mean, my cousin Dinky, I don't. It's none of my business about their moving, But my gut feeling is, being my channel, and my personality says that I think Dinky, my cousin's thinking it'll be an expensive move because they got their classic car and they got their truck they're rebuilding and they got all this stuff, and packing up and moving. They got dogs to take with them, a chicken coop or the chickens and all this stuff, and it's all they're already settled in Oregon. So what's the point of you know and so I think personally, in my opinion, being a loving cousin-in-law, I have a feeling one reason my cousin said she wants to move because it's to Texas, because I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know my family and weapons. If it's a gun thing, I don't know if they own them. It's not my business. But my point is my cousin. I think my cousin Dinky, and she's very open speaking about it, which I agree with her. It's like, for example, transgender people, they shouldn't be taking away genetic girls' records because now they have to be recognized as female. I mean, make it transgender in only sports, or I agree. If you're going to become, for example, I'll say that Sam decided to become a man and become Samuel instead of Samantha. I don't think Sam would want to have ovaries and a uterus if they want to be a man to have a kid. So technically, why is it that these guys that claim to be male are having a baby and getting the 15 minutes fame? It's like, if you're changing your sex, then accept being a man and you can't have a kid. Instead, they want to have their 15 minutes fame. Now, the other thing is it could be the taxes. Oregon does charge a income tax per year, per month, or whatever. They also charge no sales tax, and that's not bad. But you're paying through the nose for income tax. And then, like I said, they have kayaks, so they're being charged with fucking kayak problems. Like you have to have a special fucking permit for kayaking. I mean, literally. I mean, what's next? You got to have a special permit to put up a wall tent or a an outfitter tent with several wood stoves just so you can go hunt a hunting tent. Come on. I mean, literally, it's next. You own a travel trailer. We need special travel trailer permit, a special trailer permit because it's over 35 feet or 30 feet or 20 feet. It's too big. We want to charge a national park fee, this fee, that fee, this fee. I mean, the taxes are just going through the roof, literally. And, property taxes. And then, I read a report recently where the family, my family is saying something about they have to pay more for homeless people because there's a homeless and drug population in Oregon, so they got to pay out of their taxes. I mean, I'm sorry, but blue states are taxing the shit out of people, and I frankly am tired of it. I mean, Washington's bad enough where they want to fucking tax you. They say they want to take away the per gallon tax and put in a per mile tax. Well, I did some research recently, when it comes to the fucking per mile tax. For example, say Dinky drove an average of, I don't know, 20,000 or 30,000 miles a year in a new truck, diesel powered. She'd be paying the gallon tax. She's paying in this state, if she was living here, 2.5 cents is what they're proposing. That'd be like 75 grand a year in fucking taxes. And they want to do that with the electric cars too. And then they turn around, they want to fucking tax the people that walk the sidewalks and can't drive like myself, like 1 cent per mile. I mean, what are they going to do? Put in a freaking watch that you got to buy and be like, oh, yeah, Rita walked 10 miles on one day. You owe us a dime. At the end of the year, I might be paying, what, $5 maybe, but still 10 cents a day. So 10 cents a day times 10 days is $1. So $3 a month, I might be paying, what, $36 a year to start with for walking so they can repair the sidewalks? I mean, literally, so to me, Sam, it's a bunch of bullshit, and then, they shouldn't be paying for, what do you call it? The property taxes shouldn't be that high just for fucking helping the homeless. I mean, I made a joke to Dinky the other day. I said, look, you guys, she messaged me. She was in a bad mood, something about insurance. She's a person that does billing and accounting for, payroll. Said something about so many people are complaining about their insurance premiums going through the roof. I said, you know what, being a smartass, I said, well, Dinky, tell them that they're paying for sex changes. Everyone else that's got low insurance, they're paying the trannies to have their sex changes. Maybe that will make a smile on them and they might change it because sex changes are covered. That's the only answer I could give. But, that's the thing. The taxes are going up to pay for the state's Medicaid program to pay for sex changes. And in this state, they're doing the same thing. In the end, it's the same damn bloody bullshit shit. And to me, I made a joke with Dinky about it, and, yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, literally, it is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous as stupid as hell, that you got to pay taxes through the nose for someone to have something, And I mean, literally, I understand where people that are Republicans come from. They work their ass off. They're paying for people that are disabled. I'm literally legally blind without my glasses, and I have a hearing aid. So technically, and I have a service dog and everything else. So technically, I can't work. So I understand where they're coming from. But for people like, Chloe that could work, or, other people, or drug addicts, or boozers. I mean, yeah, my family knows I have a problem at times with booze, but I've been monitoring it by watching movies and stuff to keep our video games. But, my thing is, if you're a drug addict or a boozer, you shouldn't be paying for all this extra mental health and sex changes and all this because, if you're a healthy person, pay your health insurance. You shouldn't be paying $800 a month for insurance because you got to pay for Joe Blow and 9,200 people in the state of Oregon who wants a sex change, or 2,000 or 20,000 people or 50,000. I mean, Oregon, the transgender people are turning around saying they need breast implants, they need facial surgery, they need to be young, they need to be hot, they need to be 14, they need to be young, they need to be looking like the cute Sam Manthas of the world. I'm sorry, but if you're 60 years old and you decide to have a sex change, there's a fucking problem there. You've lived 60 years as a man. Why should the taxpayers be paying for it? Now, you get these fuckers that say if the younger you are, the better. I mean, look at my friend and moderator, Jenna. We got into it round and round about transgender rights. She thinks that anyone under 18 should have a sex change because it helps with the facial things, so they don't need to break bones. I'm sorry, but if you can't buy liquor and you can't buy cigarettes or tobacco products so you're 21, then you shouldn't be fucking allowed to join the military. And you surely shouldn't be allowing to have a sex change before 18. You might regret it. And then at 18, you might kill yourself. If you start at 4 years old or 3 years old or 5-year-old, if they want to live as a girl and wear girls' clothes, that's fine. But don't give them hormones. But some people say, oh, hormones should be readily available, or puberty blockers. Well, that may be, but you know what? Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Maybe they, and then I get, well, the reason you're upset is you don't pass like all these cute hot Sams and you want love and you're looking for love and you want love. I got a guy who's works in a Texas prison who loves me to death. always wanting to help me financially. And I'm telling him, no, you're going to have knee replacement surgery soon, probably. Put your money towards getting better. We can get through this. Oh, well, I want to help, Like I asked him what do you want for Valentine's Day. He says, oh, I want another strong coffee blend. All right, done. He doesn't know what I want. I mean, I told him today, we were talking about steaks, I said, hey, I would love to try the 4-pound Omaha steak they have available. They have this T-bone that's 4 pounds of rib steaks. I was like, I'd love to throw that on the barbecue, Yeah, I heard Jazz was on hormones at 6 and there wasn't enough penile skin to use. She had major complications. Yeah, you see, there you go. I mean, literally, I mean, support transgender rights, but all these people think I'm an asshole. Oh, well, you don't want us to like passable because, the real problem, Sam, is it's not about passing, okay? You know my policies probably. I even went around with moderator Jenna. But the problem is like Aaron said, there's so many subtypes of it. You could be the victim and you want a sex change. You could be a closeted gay, you want a sex change because of religion. You could be the one who wants to be taken care of and have a man take care of you or whatever. I mean, look at Chloe's dad. Chloe's dad wants to be 14 and go to high school and wants to have dick in them all the time. I'm sorry, but and then they claim Chloe and every other kid they had isn't theirs. They're intersex. Bullshit. They're basically male. I mean, look at the problem, Sam. Problem is you got too many girls. I've had my adopted mother who's transgender. She's still got a penis. And she's like, baby girl, you are gorgeous. You speak your mind. Everyone hates you because you speak your mind. People think of me as I hate these passable ones like Blair or Steph or what's that other one? Jules. All these people, I don't hate them because of their looks. I mean, Jules, yeah, tearing up a purse on TV, a $6,000, $7,000 purse, from Tiffany, and just like that is just wrong and waste of money. Oh well. Then you have people saying, oh well, you're jealous of Blair because she's got huge tits and everyone loves her. It's not about huge tits. I've been thinking about getting mine bigger, but I asked you can see right here. I asked, I'm not wearing a bra, by the way, so that's why I like this shirt. I asked Saint Jose. I think he's a captain of a prison, and he wants to retire soon, and he's a sweetheart. And he's like, oh, let me send you some for Valentine's Day. Let me get you a game system. Let me do this. It's like, no, save your money. But thing with Sam is I love Jose dearly. He means a lot to me. But, my thing about the trans community is I don't hate them. I just don't like the fact that, I've heard people say, oh, well, if you're going to date someone, date your own type, like transgender type. Because a lot of these girls are like, oh, yeah, I need a man with a 6 or 8 pack and $500,000. Or I've had trannies tell me that my cousin Dinky doesn't deserve Corey and that they should have him. I'm sorry, but my cousin Corey does not want to have an inverted penis and have sex with him. I'm sorry, my cousin's awesome, but they're not entitled to men. And they think, we're entitled to men. We're heterosexual women. It makes the trans people look bad. I mean, literally, I go around, people say, hey, Rita, how are you doing, girl? What's new, girl? Doing your shopping, girl. We're nice tranny. I'm a real woman. Look at mine. I mean, I had a guy the other day. I was on a ferry boat, Sam. Picture this. On a ferry boat. And I come out of the bathroom with Moppy, and this little girl says, oh, look at the doggy. And I go, oh, thank you. His name's Moppy. I wash my hands. Franny comes out bald head. Oh, yeah, I love being a real woman. Woo, yeah. And this lady looked at me, and I'm going, oh, my. So I finally went out, and I found my seat, and I'm sitting there. And a lady comes up to me, and she says, you were shaking your head. I said, look, these people make everyone else look bad. You have a daughter. This guy comes out having a sex change and says, oh, yeah, look at me. I'm a real woman. I'm sorry, but you don't say that fucking in the fucking bathroom. I'd be putting on pedophile alert, red alert, Captain Kirk, red alert, Captain Kirk. Literally, it makes me look fucking bad, And this lady looked at me and I said, look, I don't classify with them. I'm intersex, so to me, I'm a true female. I don't sit there and say, oh, look at me, look at my tits, I'm a real woman. I've seen so many fucking women, trans women, wearing short skirts, thigh highs, and everything else. It makes the genetic women look bad. So now the genetic women are wearing T-shirts and pants or shorts, and they're like, oh, yeah, look at me, I'm wearing pantyhose. It's like, I mean, I look around all the time. I go to a coffee shop and I'll be sitting there. Oh, I'll take a 32-ounce mocha and I'll look around and see a girl, she'll be sitting there in jeans or slacks. And I'll be like, one lady looked at me and she says, "Oh, you're looking at me?" And I go, "Yeah, yeah, your outfit looks really good." She said, "Oh, thanks. Your dress looks good." And I said, "I don't wear it that often." She says, "Why?" I said, it's springtime. I like a good dress or summer and fall, but it gets cold. I won't." And we talked, I said, "Yeah." And the lady's like, not like these men who are becoming women and they're got to wear pantyhose. So have you seen the pantyhose? I said, I've seen so many pantyhose places where they don't sell but maybe one or two pairs a month because most people don't want to wear them anymore. They're uncomfortable. They overheat. They make burn or whatever. And she's like, "Yeah, these women, they think pantyhose make a woman or bras make a woman." I mean, when you get home from, like, I get off island and I come back, first thing I do is I hang my bra, I hang my bra on the door. And I'm like, these women, "Oh, yeah, I'm a real woman. I put on my bra, my panties. Look how cutesy I am. Guys want to take my bra off and play my tits, stick their dick in me." I mean, I'm tired of fucking hearing that. I don't hear you sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna have my husband's gonna stick his big old schlongy in me." I'm like, too much info. Come on. I mean, I'm dealing with this on a big basis and it pisses me off. Yeah, I always wear leggings and a pair of boxes under my shirt just to feel like nobody's looking at my ass. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, literally, that's how you have to feel nowadays. You got to wear the leggings. I mean, Chloe's like, leggings are the thing. What's next? Leggings are going to be taken over. Then what? Then us genetic women. I'm part of the genetic women. What is it going to be next, Sam? We're going to wear kilts, and then they're going to take kilts away, and we're going to wear something else. I mean, eventually, literally, I've seen so many transgendered women on Facebook. They're all showing, "Look at me, I'm wearing thigh highs and a garter belt. Oh yeah, guys, come and talk to me. I want to get fucky, sucky." And it's like, literally, I'm literally sick and tired, Sam, of the fucking, I mean, my cousin Dinky, she says, "I'm proud of you. You're a woman who gets things done. You also are a woman that makes phone calls, and if you don't have an answer, you actually get, you know, you get, you get, as a woman, I just live my life fully, and I don't complain, but you got all these trannies are just like, "Oh yeah, and just so someone knows, I'm gonna say, yeah, I know, because my cousin Dinky, uh, Sissy Tara Dinky, she said she likes her breakfast sausage daily. Yes, we know you like a breakfast sausage, okay? Breakfast sausage is tasty. I also like brats from time to time. Cheddar tailgaters is pretty good. Jalapeno, those those firecracker ones. I wish they got that one that they discontinued that was really good that Johnsonville did. They discontinued this one that just was really sad, but she's basically talking about breakfast sausage, so it's all good, but my point is, the trannies, I don't classify as tranny. I won't even affiliate with them. I think he's probably sitting there. What the fuck is she typing? I'm checking on something. I wanted to know what ones was discontinued. Um, Johnsonville had this one that was really good that was discontinued. I just can't remember which ones it was. Um, I think it was the Chipotle, Monterey Chipotle that was you know, was hold on. Johnsonville, Monterey. Chipotle. I think it was the Monterey Chipotle or something. Chipotle and Monterey Jack, or yeah, Chipotle and Monterey Jack brats. Yeah, apparently it was discontinued. I think it was because you can't even get those. Yeah, it's discontinued. I think because I can't find it anymore. But those were the best. Chipotle Monterey Jack. Those brats are just to die for. But they don't even have them anymore. You know, that's the thing. I liked brats. You know, I didn't know they had their own sausage ropes. I do like rope sausage from time to time. You know, those are pretty damn badass too. You know, didn't know they had an apple sausage either. But so, anyways, for example, you know, they got the Hatch Green Chili and the Buffalo Blues, which are really good, and they have the queso and the firecrackers and the tailgate, which is at Safeway. Irish Oak Garlic at that and chorizo, but they don't have the other ones anymore. I mean, I'm telling you, I love the Chipotle Monterey Jack ones. Those are just the fucking bomb. Not that we're talking about sausages, but you know, we get the better cheddars. Yeah, well, you got to try the tailgater cheddars, the actual ones that are the actual raw sausage ones, because you know the raw sausage ones is you know really good. You know. That was Saint Jose. It just messaged, so I'm gonna reply to him real quick. So he's just like, you know, I told him I'm live. He's a subscriber. I don't know if he watches much of my channels, you know, but you know, my cousin Dinky had to say something about sausage, you know. Let's see. Okay, so Dinky was basically saying breakfast sausage isn't the best. Norwegian sausage is. Now, for some of you out there wondering, including you, Sam, and my other subscribers, Norwegian sausage is what we call Viking sausage for people who are Nord, like myself. So, for example, my mom used to say my Norwegian sausage would be best placed in a girl. Girls would be happy with the long, extra long schlong size. Me, I was never happy with, you know, so, you know, reopening the vaginal canals have made me more happier. So, you know, but she was saying Norwegian sausage is the best. Yes, if you're my cousin-in-law, Norwegian sausage is the best, you know, and she was talking about having your Norwegian sausage every morning. So she's like, you better say that, speak the truth about it. So, you know, so there you go. I was trying to say keep it clean when it comes to breakfast sausage compared to Norwegian sausage. So, you know. Oh, great. So then another message came in. Whatever happened to Annie? All right. So since Dinky is watching this, probably at home or at work or whatever, I know the whole lunch thing, I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, you're sleeping in the on, on the concrete slab out back, not the chicken coop. Hell, I'd let him sleep on a pile of dog poop on the lawn. Okay, so she asked about Annie. What happened with Annie is 2018. I told Annie I had surgery. Thought it was heart surgery. I said no, it was lower surgery. First, Annie got angry at breast surgery. She accepted. I got face surgery. She accepted. I got lower surgery. She didn't accept. Married or not, she's like, bad Rita, I'm done talking to you. Once in a while, I'll send her a message, say I love her, and that's it. She doesn't even read it. I get more talk out of her cousin and her sisters than Annie. Annie's like, bad Rita, bad Rita. You know, and that was it, you know. Even though I've taken care of Annie in the Philippines and so forth and so on, you know, I feel like, you know, I was taken advantage financially, but there is nothing I can do about it now because of it, you know. But, you know, working while watching. Well, you see, you're working and watching. You know, it's entertainment. I should be playing a game, but you know, I'm still here. You know, I will get up periodically and use the toilet, so you guys know that I am human and I'm not going to sit here all day without a full bladder. You know, just like my cousin Dinky's old doggies. And you know, Dinky's probably since she's watching, I'm wondering since you've been watching off and on, Dinky, I know you'll message me privately in a private chat. But have you seen the Ebony today, or did you not see the Ebony today? Because Ebony is right here. Hey, boo boo. Oh yeah, you're so cute. Give me a kissy. Oh yeah, you're good at bonbon. I'd like to bring Ebony with me if I can to Portland, but I don't know about Ebony because even if I can get him on the train, the problem with Ebony is, oh, you knocked your bowl over. My bowl empty. Your bowl is, yeah. You get more food tomorrow. In the meantime, there is no more grub till tomorrow. No more foodo till tomorrow. But Hello, Bon Bon. So basically, the problem is I can't just take this entire crate with me because Amtrak's like, oh, wait, the bunny might poo and it might disturb someone's delicate nasal passages. So so I gotta have a well ventilated but a leak proof container that he can go to the bathroom in that doesn't disturb the other passengers, and then I might be able to get Bunny with me. Otherwise, Bunny's got to stay home. You know, I see that cute little dinner bunny. Ebony is not Hoffenpfeffer. You're not a little Hoffenpfeffer, are you, Bun Bun? No, Ebony is not a Hoffenpfeffer. You're right, Bum Bum. Your Aunt Tara knows that you're not food. Of course, Moppy thinks he's food. Of course, that's Moppy for you, but you know how it goes. So I seen the cute little dinner Bun Bun. Yeah, well, and my thing is, two things. The reason I wanted to bring him down to be close to me, but I'm also afraid, that what would Rye Biscuit do? I heard Rye Biscuit likes baby chicks, and from what I understand, Dinky's eaten a few baby chicks, and I don't know what Hemi Kuda or Mo would do, or her Chihuahua. I think his name's Doo Doo Head. Hello, my name's Little Doo Doo Head. Yeah, I like that name better. I think his real original name's Louie, but I think Doo Doo Head's better. Hey, Doo Doo Head. What goes, Doo Doo Head? Little Doo Doo Head. See, I can laugh too. Little Doo Doo Head. Riley would eat the bunny. You see, there you go. You see, that's the thing. I'm really worried about Bun Bun. It's like, Dinky turns around and Dinky makes jokes about a little Hoffenpfeffer, bunny stew, but also, I can make a joke from time to time that Dinky won't take offense. Like, oh yeah, well, I might have Hoffenpfeffer, but you have fried chicken, But the truth of the matter is, we're very both protective of our creatures. She's protective of Mo. She's protective of Hemi. She's protective of Rye. She's protective of Doo Doo Head. She's protective of her chickens, which she has to be. They're chickens. She raised her dogs around her chickens. Me, her dogs might not attack chickens like Moppy will. That's why, I made agreements to keep Moppy on a leash. But Dinky also knows is what would happen, say, if Moppy wasn't around and little Bun Bun had free roam of the house and, say, Louie came or Rye to visit with Aunt Tara. My bunny might be eaten. So, we always have to protect each other. Just like she protecting your chickens, I'm very protective of this guy. He means the world to me. When you get attached to something as cute as something like the bunny, you don't want your bunny to be turned into Hoffenpfeffer food either. It's like the chicken. The chicken doesn't do, it's doo-doo pants. Nah, I like doo-doo head better. Hey, doo-doo head, because it acts like a doo-doo head, But the other thing I'm concerned about, is besides Dinky's problem, that I said I'm praying daily for Nicole is I'm also concerned with Doo-Doo Head, because last time Doo-Doo Head was kind of a pain in the ass, and one of Dinky's friend, I think her name was Arwen, sounds like R-Wing or X-Wing. R-Wing! I'm going to be in the Arwen class of fighters from Star Wars, jokingly, of course, but honestly, he was kind of being a pain in the butt, and I'm wondering, if he's going to be a little pain in the butt kissing, or is he going to be fine? I mean, Hemi Rye and Hemi Kuda and Rye Bisky, no problems. Mo, a little yappy, because Mama's gone, but she warms up really good. And then the cat's got their own thing. I think the cat's name is Bruiser, I think, but I nicknamed it Boozer. Sounds better. Hey, Boozer! definitely like Boozer better. Definitely reminds me of drinking. It's like having kicking back a bottle of bourbon and be like, yeah, the cat's name's Boozer because it likes booze. That's the way I see it, Doo-Doo Pants will be staying with Arwen. And you forgot my cat. Bruiser? No, I said Boozer. I didn't say. See, this is the thing. She doesn't tell me these things. She's just like, oh yeah, Arwen. You see, that's the thing. And Me and Dinky, we've had our moments where we got back and forth, kind of irritating each other. Like, one time we didn't talk to each other for 5 days or so. We insulted each other. She's sitting there talking about her dogs, and I know Mo's 15, and she's like, oh yeah, blah, 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 something or other. And I'm like, oh yeah, but your dog's 15 years old, and that little doo-doo pants is old too, and enjoy what I said. Something like enjoy what time you had or something. They're old, she had a slap back face. Well, Moppy's not young either anymore. And I'm going, yeah, well, Moppy is a service dog, and I don't know what I would do without him. I was meaning to talk to Dinky also about putting money aside in case I can find a breeder, whether if they're in Texas or in Oregon, wherever they're at, to get another dog to train as soon as Moppy goes, because I will need another service dog. And frankly, I like Shih Tzus and Lhasas, and the Shiatsus are nice, but Moppy, he's just, I feel grateful that my family, they look after me, and I feel blessed that I didn't lose Moppy. Like, while I was in the hospital, they went home, gave him a haircut. Next, which reminds me, Dinky never told me, oh, we're coming down in February. Bring the trimmers. Last time I forgot to bring it. I got the trimmers all ready to go to bring the trimmers so she can give her dog a haircut. Or I could do it for her. Come here, Rye. We're going to give you a nice haircut so when your mom gets back, you're a short-haired Tom. As Aaron would do. Oh, I'd be in so much trouble. Heck, I'd be in trouble, and I would never do that to her anyways. But I'd be in trouble if I gave her little duty pants, doo-doo head, a haircut too, or Hemi. Hemi does not need a haircut. He's thin. He's short-haired anyways. But if you gave him a haircut, he might be like a dog with no hair. He'd be looking like all skin without his hair. Same with Mo. Those ones are so thin, short-haired anyways. You don't have to worry, and they're good for not shedding. But I think Rye, like Blizzard, was a shed magnet, and Moppy is too. And Ebony, he's getting his intermediate coats. Like every year or so, they'll shed and get rid of their coat till they get to their full coat. He's got his intermediate. Hi. I call my little bunny pellet puncher, or as Aaron would say, peepos. Pellets in, pellets out. Peepos. Peepos. Let's see. Forget my hell no. No trimming the biscuit. We have our own trimmers now. Doo-doo pants doesn't have much hair. Well, the thing is, I was willing to bring my trimmers down because, of that. But, the other thing I do got to talk to Dinky about besides Christmas, or Christmas and birthday things, is like I want to get another computer, desktop or a bigger TV, so I was going to talk to her about that when I'm in Portland. Talk to Poppy again about cameras. I said, he's like, you're a good phone. You can have a camera and it works just as good. But I don't have a phone. I use Skype for my phone. Of course, he turned around. It's like, oh, well, maybe you should get a DSLR. But, with my computer being rebuilt thanks to Lenovo FedEx, I got to say I can run any computer software now for my computer. Which, talking about something, I was talking to Poppy the other day. We were talking about gaming rigs, and I said to him about gaming rigs the other day. I said, I asked him about computer cores. I said, yeah, I think my cousin's computer is a single or double core Yoga. And he's like, Yoga's cool. Hey, well, welcome back, D. Lacey. So basically, we were talking about computer cores. And he turned around and I said, well, what's the difference? He's like more computer cores means more programs can be opened without stressing the current program core, So like mine's got like a 6 core in my laptop or something. But anyways, 4 or 6, I think it's 6. Anyways, I was looking at a computer core that's 8 or bigger for gaming, and he said 8 should be fine. If it requires 8, it's fine. If you want to get a bigger one, go with 12. Well, talking to Dad, I'm fine, D. Lacey. We're just talking about computers and stuff. I said to Dad, I said, well, what's with the Ryzen? He says, oh, it's just the name of a processor like the i5 or i7. I said, no. They got this computer processor that's called a Threadripper. He said, yeah. So I sent him a link to it, and he's like, oh, my God, 12 processors minimum up to 32. I said, What the fuck do you need 32 computer cores for? He says 32 programs open with a maximum of 256 gigs of RAM or 512. I said, yeah, $10,000 computer. What the fuck do you do with it? He said those computers are usually used for editing movies like Star Wars. So, unless you need something that says, I need a 32 processor to run this game, you're not likely needing anything more than an 8 core. So I've talked to a computer company that's built my last computer. I said, I do want one with a CD-ROM. He said, okay, but otherwise, 8 core is just fine for me. 8 to 12. I don't mind 12 either. But my problem is like I said, is I don't need, I don't understand why someone needs that many things. And he says mostly it's for servers too. If you got a private server, it can be 32 processor server, but I don't know. I'm doing good, DeLacy. Now, like Dinky said, no trimming rye. I would never do it. I don't want to end up dead on Dinky's frying pan list. I mean, literally. But yeah, Dinky. So talking about my trip going down there, Dinky asked me for a thing. I got to find out how much I should send her for groceries because I don't want her basically buying groceries. I don't mind if she, wants me to look after her home if she goes to Florida. I don't mind. I'll go down there. It's a good way to get away from here. But my other problem is it's not their job to support me on groceries, and you know, I know at times, they're like, oh, don't worry about coming down. I got someone yet, that they said something about, I think they said some of their close friends, they let stay at their house and groceries are covered. But to me, I don't want to be a burden. My family knows I'm independent. I'm even one of these people that if I want something, I'll go fucking do it. Like she said, she's proud of me. She's like, oh, if you want something, you get it. And yeah, literally. I mean, look at it. I called today and I bitched out and I spent phone tag for fucking Walmart and it didn't do any good. They're just like, oh, yeah, well. And then my advocate said, oh, well, I'd like to help you on milk and stuff, but you'll have to do it. But they made a couple calls, made some phone calls, did some stuff, said, hey, when you go to the food bank, there's some extra milk for you and stuff, so you don't have to worry, and your other advocate's got coffee for you if you run out if Chloe doesn't order you any. And to me, I'm like, that's cool because I'm always worried about coffee, and with me almost being out paper towels, I know my family's like, oh, if you need something, let us know. We can do it on Amazon. And, the thing is, I don't talk about my personal issues except on YouTube of, mostly about Chloe. But my thing is, it's not my family's job to sit there and say, guess what, Rita? And it's like, uh-oh, Dinky's got something coming up her sleeve. I just got you 6 more jumbo rolls of forever toilet paper like this. Yeah, ha ha. That was a good birthday present. It was a good joke too. But when you eat too much popcorn, you get corked up, and then you use a lot of it. And then, now I don't eat a lot of popcorn because popcorn's kind of hard, and I do use popcorn from time to time, but so, how are you doing, DeLacy? I'm about to run over to the little girls' room for a minute and then come back. But I'm glad Dinky's watching. I am pissed off at Corey, though. I would personally make sure Corey gets put in the doghouse tonight for stooding up his beautiful bombshell wife because he doesn't want, he misses her. I would never stood up Tara. I wouldn't. That's the way it is. I would never, ever, ever stood up my cousin, But that's just me, Hi, boo boo. He's just looking at me, When you have a bunny, they get attached to their owner, And so, but I really wanted to get the Minions backpack, but the Minions backpack's kind of expensive too. It's $50, and I would love to do it, but that's the thing. Whoops. I tried to do this, but sometimes it freezes, but that's big enough. No, well, I like it bigger, but my computer's uploading itself. So, but but anyways, back to my thing. When it comes to Dinky, I'm going to take a nap real quick. My hip has been throbbing like an asshole from the rain. Yeah, my back does that too, Sam, when it comes to weather. I mean, literally. And that gives me a chance to run to the bathroom anyways. I mean, I got 3 other people watching. Dinky's one of them. I believe Delaney's watching, and that Matthew from England's probably watching too. So, I'm hoping immobilizing it will help. Yeah, well, I've been having I have severe back pain right now, and the weather's been shitty, so I've been like, sending Chloe to do everything. So to me, I can understand how you're feeling. Literally, I mean, I don't like relying on Chloe for nothing, but when I can barely stand up, and when I do, I'm gritting my teeth or I'm in severe pain, and it's the freaking weather. I mean, we've had nothing but gale forces and windstorms, and I don't even know how I survived this long, So, but the point is go get yourself a nap. You can always um, check in later, or check in tomorrow. I didn't expect this video to be this long, but what the hell, I still got some stuff to discuss anyways, and I haven't got around to it anyways because, I've been talking about everything under the sun. So, mine hurt in my hip and on my left butt cheek, but in the bone. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how my leg is too after I freaking fell in those holes after drinking too much and they threw me out my back. It's not getting any better. When I get up in the morning, I basically lean over like this, and I'm basically in so much pain I fall over literally, and I almost land in my blue chair. Oh yeah, and the weather is bad too. I mean, when you get freaking 20 below, wind chill, and you get out of bed, you're like, and you can't. Every step you do, you're like screaming in pain. And that's what it's been lately. I'm hoping it gets better in the weather rising, so I'm not in so much pain. But yeah, go ahead and take a nap. Like I said, I will go and use the toilet. And Dinky's watching, so I know Dinky's probably curious what the next topic's going to be. We've covered transgenderism, we talked about Texas, and taxes, and I would really like to sit down with Dinky and Corey and find out what, besides Dinky wanting to go to Texas for her family, what is the catalyst for going? Is it, I mean, to me, is it, I want to ask her, is it family only, or is it you're homesick, or, is it something else? I mean, it's none of my business, but I'm actually kind of curious because, for me, I would have to have a big reason to go to Texas, So like you're a walking stiff statue. Yeah, I know. I'm like one step over the 1 foot over the other in pain. Talk to you and Chloe later. Oh yeah, and don't forget to message me so we can set up a time, Sam, so we can do Skype sometime. I'd love to Skype with Dinky, but you know how that is. Dinky doesn't like Skyping. Sometimes she'll send a video about Mop, 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 want to see Aunt Tara. I still got that one. Mop, 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 want to see Aunt Tara. And he just wags his tail. He misses Aunt Tara. But I got some onesie ideas I need to pass along for Dinky. And I also got to talk about my uniform I want to commission since she makes clothes, because I was hoping when I go home, I will be wearing my new uniform. So I can act like an idiot, be like, but it's just how it is, So. I like your shirt. Well, my shirt's 5 Farms Irish Cream, unless you mean you like these. I'm not wearing a bra today, so 5 Farms. It's Irish Cream. The Irish Cream I reviewed, DeLacy. What it is it's instead of using 1% Irish whiskey, it uses 10%. And I've been really trying to get Dinky and Corey to pick up a bottle or two to try out, with me, even though I've tried it. I'd love them to try it, but before I go to Portland, I might have to bring some down there. But they're like, no booze. I made a joke the other day about last night when we were talking about groceries. I said, yeah, make sure to get bourbon. She's like, no bourbon. It's like, well, I can always put bourbon in my bag, but I bet you if I had bourbon in my bag, she'd check it. She'd be like, this is going with us. You can have it when you get back, or she'll lock it up in a closet or hide it somewhere, where I can't get to it until I get back. Or she'll be like, I'm putting this such and such, and if there's a drop missing, you're in trouble, Missy. So, but I made a joke about, taking my own half gallons of Ezra with me. Oh, okay. So Dinky basically stated, the whole thing about, more housing, affordable, down there, but it's also their company paid relocation, so she's hoping to find something, that can relocate her. I understand, but in this day and age, I figured, with Corey making good money now, I wouldn't think that he would find, honestly, I didn't think he'd find something down there to pay relocation stuff. But if he does, good for him. If not, Well, like I said in my video, I would be concerned because, they have the classic cars. And I don't think Dinky wants to get rid of Ziggy anyways, or Iggy. That car is badass. Corey rebuilding his truck, and she's got a truck, and I don't know what he drives right now, or his Jeep, I think. They got plenty of cars. I don't think they want to package up 4 or 5 cars to ship to Texas, with 4 or 5 dogs, which they couldn't. I don't even, I'd be concerned about the chickens. Are you taking them with? Are you going to load up the chicken coop and be like on a flat truck and be like the new Beverly Hillbillies starring Corey and Tara. Corey and Tara Clampett. Oh, yes. As long as I'm not the old grandma. Well, last time I was there visiting, I didn't touch any booze anyways because you said have beer, and it was fine, but I wasn't really interested in booze anyways. Twiggy, my Camaro, whatever. But sis, I'm not going to tap into anything, I'm not going to even touch anything when it comes to alcohol related. You said no, so I respect it. I mean, literally, I made a joke about bringing my own booze down. Personally, I would recommend me bringing Five Farms Irish Cream, but the problem with Five Farms Irish Cream is it's $40 a bottle with taxes. And I'm not paying $40 to get shit faced with Corey and Tara. Now, if I can score a trip to get down there, say on a Tuesday, mind you, Tuesday. I thought maybe I would fill these up, pack them in my bag, and have myself some beer when I'm down there. My local brew. It wouldn't be too bad, but she said no beer either, so but I'm not pushing for alcohol. As a matter of fact, I'm quite content watching movies right now. The last batch of booze I drank didn't go too well. I mean, I picked up some San Juan Brewing in cans, and let me tell you, I drank them, and I didn't like the price. Literally, I hated the fucking price. The price was just too much fucking money. And then you had, this Guinness, which I'm not really a big fan of Guinness. Now, I could sit there, and this is something I should look into, The coop is built into the ground, so we're going to have to rebuild a new home for them. I like to take them. My ass is showing you. Yeah, it's because my panties are so short and thin. So they're riding on my ass anyways. But anyways, no, I don't feel the breeze, and if it's plumber's crack, oh well. But my point is, like I said, I'm not going to drink, so she shouldn't need to worry about the Sharpie marker. Because she went to Vegas, I didn't touch any of her alcohol anyways. I mean, when they said, oh, help yourself, I will. But if they say leave it alone, yes, it's not my job to sit there and just chug, Besides that, honestly, if anyone wants to know on my channel, go to Dinky, and I will speak this because I want Dinky to know from the whole heart of my whole heart that I'll share something with you. The other day, I tried out this brand. This was a couple months ago. I tried all of them. They had like peach flavors. So this stuff is basically rubbing alcohol with some flavoring in it. It's basically a blended whiskey that's not even whiskey. They say it's Kentucky bourbon, but it ain't. It doesn't taste like Kentucky bourbon. This is just one of them. I have others under the sink, but Bird Dog. Let me just tell you for the fact, okay? The Bird Dog stuff, it might be on the cheap spectrum because it's flavored, but I got to tell you, it wasn't something I would drink, not even the peach. Unfortunately, this is where it gets kind of tricky because, for Dinky's own opinion, she doesn't understand. She's always worried about me drinking, and she has a right to. And alcoholism doesn't run in the family, but also it can speed up heart disease. Now, when I joke with Dinky about bourbon, I joke, literally. I mean, literally, the only bourbons I have found that I truly like that I can drink in a half gallon, which I can't get shit-faced even if I drink it, is Fireball, which that's not true. We had a little problem with Fireball, and Fireball is not allowed in my system at their house. But Jack Daniel's Cinnamon, that's badass. Jack Daniel's Honey, that's badass. Jack Daniel's Apple, that is just fucking badass. Evan Williams flavored shit, garbage. Jim Beam stuff, I like straight Jim Beam, but fucking the Jim Beam flavors, garbage. The only thing that's really good that Jim Beam makes is Red Stag. Now, by chance, was your dad a plumber? No, my dad wasn't a fucking plumber. My dad was making more money than all of you being an officer in the military, communications, and when he wasn't being in the military, he was fucking putting in wiretaps and shit for the phone company, climbing pole towers, doing surveillance and all that crap. He was like the man. Then he died during the First Gulf War. But he had 38 years in the military and he knew what he did, so. But anyways, back to the whole thing about booze, because Dinky's curious probably, and Corey is too. The reason I've slowed down on my drinking is because I don't like the feeling of it. Now, if I drink one shot, I'm fine, or two shots, I'm fine. But if I keep drinking honey bourbon, the thing is you got to enjoy it. Now, for example, if I bought a bottle of scotch and took it with me to Portland, my problem with the scotch is Dinky should know that if I had scotch and I put it in the freezer because it doesn't freeze, and I left in the freezer, that bottle of scotch would be there when I left because scotch is supposed to be drank cold on ice in a glass, a shot at a time, slow, and let the ice open up the flavors, which is what scotch is. Bourbon, you can either drink it on the rocks, straight with water. My problem is you drink too much bourbon, it makes you feel fucking funny. You should sit there and you have this funny feeling where A, your stomach might be basically falling apart, and B, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, and C, it gives you this weird feeling like a drunk high where you're on top of the world and nothing can hurt you, and then something happens, and then you feel bad, or being possibly borderline or bipolar, you get the regrets after you drink too much and something happened, like the last time, I was having chest pain, I ended up in the hospital, and they didn't even want to check the chest pain. They didn't even do a piss test or anything. They opened the door, kicked me out with the IV that popped out. My blood went everywhere, on their floor, on their bed, in my coat. To me, alcohol isn't that good. I mean, yeah, I can drink beer, it's fine. Chloe's like, oh yeah, you can have a beer from time to time. Now, if I go to Portland, okay, which I'm going to Portland, I'm hoping the family lets me go by a place called Old Chicago. And hopefully, if my jugs are with me and they're empty, washed and empty, or even I have jugs there at their house, maybe they'll throw in the truck. Maybe I can pick up a growler or two of the chocolate malt beer that tastes like chocolate malt, and I'm telling you that stuff's good. Oh, the organic English malt beer is good. It took me a long time to drink that. Dinky probably doesn't realize it took me like 12 hours to drink 12 packs, 12 pack of beer because I just, was watching movies, and I did pass out for a couple hours, get up, drink one, and pass out again, and so to me, alcohol, beer is one thing, wine's another that's good. But if I drink fucking straight whiskey, that's the thing that really gets me is whiskey. I won't touch vodka. So I did touch rum because there was no whiskey around, but that's a different story. But I'll drink rum once in a while if whiskey's not around. That's like talking like an alcoholic. But I won't touch vodka. I won't touch gin. I've drank up all the vodka and gin Aaron had by mixing it with soda. But otherwise, when Aaron died, of course. Otherwise, I don't touch any of those other spirits. I won't. I'm more of a bourbon girl. Canadians, they're just too harsh for my stomach. Literally, even though it's made of a rye based, it's just too much. And I don't like that feeling of like having this freaking headache where it's like, and then, or you're severely like wild buzzed type thing. And next thing you're, as Dinky would know, you wake up in the morning. I remember one time those two, I'm going to joke. Okay. It's my channel, so I'm going to swear and I'm going to make a joke. I don't mean it. It's just, I'm going to say it out of love because it's like, if I was with them in person, I'd tell the story anyways. I'd be like, yeah, those two fuckers. Jokingly, of course. They're not fuckers. They're my family. Got me drunk one time. I was supposed to have a doctor's appointment for hair removal. Instead, I had to cancel because I had the eyeballs going. And I'm sitting in my room there. I have a room there. It's not mine, but when I'm there, it's mine. And I'm going, yeah, I mean, literally. I mean, we went from bar to bar to bar. I think we hit up every bar and every strip club in Portland. We got home in the wee hours of the morning, and I'm telling you, I think Dinky went to work that day. I think she did the next day. She regretted going to work, but I'm telling you, man, that was bad. I'm like, I mean, after that, I mean, literally, and besides that, alcohol was, to me, it's not, the other problem is people say, oh, well, you shouldn't be drinking. The other problem is when I make jokes about things like bourbon, here's how I also take my bourbon, okay? If I'm having a bad day, Dinky knows I'll go buy a bottle and drink it because Chloe might have said something like Dinky's not a bombshell or Dinky's name is Terrence or Terrence the crotch scratcher or whatever, whatever. Or she'll get mad and make threats or whatever, and I just can't handle it, so I'll drink. And guess what happens? The outcome isn't good. So to me, that's one thing I don't like. The other thing is the sales tax. They got so many fucking taxes on a bottle of booze, it isn't even fucking funny. So technically, I just can't stand it anymore. I mean, literally, I look at it, right? I can enjoy video games, movies, and music and books over fucking sitting. I can enjoy drinking a cherry soda and reading my Lonesome Dove book over fucking paying $20 or $30 or even $40 for a bottle of booze that once it's gone, you pass out or you just piss it out. I mean, has anyone realized, like they said in that one TV show a long time where a girl came in and she's pretending she's a she-male, but she's really a girl, she was making a point. She goes in, she's got the squeeze bottle, and this guy doesn't see it. She's pissing in a urinal, and she says, yeah, you don't buy beer, you rent it. Well, it's like any liquid or any food. You don't actually buy the food. You pay the person that prepares it. He makes the living, but literally you rent that stuff. You fucking rent it. You put it, like, for example, you rent this can of dip. You put the dip in your mouth, you spit. You rent the booze, you rent the liquids, you rent it all. And then when it gets through your system, you piss it out. Or if you buy something tasty like Dinky's king crab legs, they're like, oh yeah, I bought king crab legs. No, you rented king crab legs because you crack it, you eat it, and then you shit it out. In the end, even though it's processed, you're still renting the food. You don't really own it. It's like everything you buy is pretty much rentals. The only thing that you're renting, and now they want to reuse plastic bottles, or these latte sipping people recycle the plastic bottles so they can be reused. That's fine and dandy. So you're basically renting the pills, and the pills basically somewhat dissolve, but the rest of them don't dissolve. So when you pass it out, you might have half a pill in your stool anyway. So technically, or it's like those poop pills, like the Imodium tablets. You look at it, it's half dissolved because the other half you couldn't pass it. So you're renting everything. You eat and sleep, you rent everything. You rent everything or you poop it out. There she goes again with the poop emojis. Anyways, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. But you guys get the idea. You rent everything. You don't buy it. You rent piss it out. I said, are you sleeping? Well, go back to bed then, Grumpy. I was wondering where Moppy was. Huh? No, I'll be right there. I don't know what you're talking about. I asked if you're sleeping. You're like, ooh, did something come? What come? Okay. What were you saying that first time? Okay, sorry about that, everyone. So Chloe is sleeping in her room for once. She's like really kind of cranky because, she's cranky because, I'm doing YouTube vid, and she's like, "Ooh, you came." No, I didn't. I basically am on YouTube, so, you poop it out. Pro divers on the pooper. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the unicorn pooping and ice cream. Come on, Dinky. Yeah, you and your poop. She has this thing for poop. It's like if she can basically buy petrified dog turds, she would buy petrified dog turds. But problem is, I can't view all these poopy emojis because it's kind of bogging down my system a bit. But oh well, you know how it is. I know she's been posting things, questions, etc. Like or poop it out, so she knows she's listening to me as she works. And me, I don't know, literally. I do not know. So but I'm just gonna post haha. Because it's simpler to do that, and then eventually the poopy emojis will disappear, and it might speed up the system a lot more. So but anyways, back to my talking. Hi. Yeah, I'm kissing what Dinky calls what was it, bunny, dinner bunny or lunch bunny? I don't remember. Little bunny food or something. I don't remember, but it isn't food. My Moppy thinks he's food, but I just asked Chloe, where is Moppy? Because is Moppy in the bedroom? Is he on the floor? Is he under the bed? That's something I'm always looking at. Let me see. He's in with Chloe, I guess. He's attached to Chloe for some reason. The bunny was Chloe's pet, but she never plays with him. And so I give him all my attention. That and Blizzard, or Moppy, I miss Blizzard. But okay, so anyways, we talked about transgendered issues. We talked about, my stuff. So a couple of things I want to talk to you also about besides, talking to you guys about Dinky. Because Dinky's watching, so she knows I'm going to bring up in Portland, the idea for birthday, Christmas ideas, whether it be a new custom computer through a company or a bigger TV or a digital camera or something, because I really, I loved what she did for me last time. And it's not about avoiding sales tax. It's making sure I have something that I can say I got something for myself, because it's really hard, taking care of Chloe. And, a couple things talking about was, I do agree with Chloe, with Dinky, that Chloe could be doing things on purpose, or et cetera, et cetera. But you know how it goes. It's just how it is, Um, but anywho, so I basically, was thinking about, what's going on, on it. I'm checking something real quick. I was gonna ask Chloe, or not Chloe, if Tara has heard from Gabby lately, because I haven't heard from Gabby in a long time. I know she became a prison guard or something. Good for her. She was a nurse or something and became a prison guard. And she doesn't pay attention much, but I wish her the best. She gave birth to twins or something. So, I don't know. I try to stay out of everyone's life. I'm on my own problems as is, but anywho, so basically, one of the things I was going to talk about was, the gift ideas for future, and the other thing is maybe having a package sent to her house so I can have it on the way home for my travels, depending on, what's going on, etc. See if I can have my package sent to them. So when I get there, I can just pick it up, I'm not Chloe. If I meant to say Chloe, I didn't mean it, this video has been long in the making, but I still haven't finished up with what's going on and what I'm feeling, and so forth, so on, I know Chloe still has a beef with Tara J and is always talking off video about, and I'm like, leave it alone, just like the neighbor. I keep telling her, leave the neighbor alone. Okay, so one of the things I want to talk about also was the fact that I am talking about games, for example. Now, I know before I offered, to come down, I do want to see Dinky. I don't know, now I know the whole Texas thing. I hope they can get down there. If not, well, it's not meant to be. So to me, eventually maybe you'll get down there or whatever. Maybe you'll end up, maybe I'll end up buying the Mega Millions and I'll buy a ranch down there and have Tara run my ranch. She can wake up at 4 in the morning milking the cows while I sleep in, and then I make the fried chicken for everyone. I know she's probably going to be messaging me like, hell no, or she can run the garden. So, just joking if I did ever win the Mega Millions. But anyway, honestly, I am a dreamer. She knows that I have dreams, which is good. So technically, one of the things I want to talk about is there's several games I'm looking at getting a GOG, good old games, that would run on my current system without me needing to calibrate it. They calibrate it, they fix it, and they make it work. So that's something I've been thinking about. But I also was thinking about that for, downloading next month, spending a couple bucks, getting a few games. I have it on CD, but the problem is getting the CD calibrated for Windows 10 is different, but GOG's already done the work. They patched it, did everything to make it work. So, so to me, I'm like, okay, I can make GOG work, on that, and so Dinky said something about hell no, and I'm like, hell no with what? You're not confusing me, but one of the things, like I said, I wanted to talk to her about, maybe getting a bigger TV or something for my birthday, or right after my birthday, maybe Christmas time or something, work something out, as usual. Oh, hell no on being a farmer. Yeah, I know. It was just something I thought about, because, but okay. So a couple things else is my bunny. Look at him. He's so cute. I mean, look at him. He's just adorable. I mean, he's got that cute little nose. It's like, okay, so anyways, good old games. The other thing is I was planning to buy some games for February to prepare for my March trip. I might pick up a game or two if I have time in Portland, maybe at a GameStop or something, depending on Dinky. Otherwise, I'll just have it mailed home. I frankly like, while you sleeping. Hey, if I'm a mega millionaire, someone's got to do that job. It ain't my job. I just want to own the ranch, produce the milk, and produce the milk and produce the eggs, and jokingly aside. So, but truthfully, I'm just a dreamer. But okay, so back to the gaming thing. So, I'm working on that now. Spreadsheets and stuff. I do need to get a printer for my Word docs. Unless I can use Dinky's printer, and then I'll just buy ink for it when I'm down there and just print out my letters that I need. Otherwise, I would like to get a printer, which, maybe when I'm in Portland, Dinky and I can go printer shopping and get one that's affordable, that's not going to break an arm and a leg before I leave, and I can take a printer home with me. I also was thinking of asking Dinky if we have time to go to somewhere to go get maybe some new pants. I really need to get some jeans. I can't keep wearing the fucking jeans she gives me until they basically smell, and I'm like, put on a pair of sweats or something, then they stink, I mean, I got this pair of pants, these pants, that Dinky would say would show off my ass crack. I mean, literally, it is bad. I mean, this pair that I have, basically, and I need some new jammy bottoms, or at least a new jammy set, because the jammy set that I have, there's too many holes in the pants. But, just do a little clothes shopping, pick up some bathroom towels. Aaron's towel's falling apart because I keep telling Chloe, don't use Aaron's towel, but it gets used. So, but anyways, the other funny thing is, like I said, is, maybe I can make some arrangements to get some game or two when I'm down there. So, something to do to pass the time, as well as enjoy myself. I mean, literally, as long as they have access to an HDMI and a little table, my computer will be hooked up to their TV while they're gone, so I can watch Star Wars and stuff. I'm hoping to get some Star Wars time in before Corey leaves to Texas to watch some Star Wars with him, because that series is good, But I don't know if Dinky would like it. But my main thing is, I know where Dinky will be like, make sure the dogs get this and that, Truthfully, I mean, I love Dinky dearly. She knows this, but frankly, I just don't understand, when it comes to Rye Biscuit, Hemi Cuda, and Mo, if those three dogs are easy, then what's? I would truly like to know, honestly, what is so special about the Chihuahua? I mean, I know all our dogs are special, but what is so special that that dog needs a little more extra attention? I mean, literally, I don't sit there and throw a fit about Dinky posting a picture. Yeah, I'm in a bar. Look at me, and my Chihuahua's with me. I'm going. It's not a service dog, but I bring it up to her once in a while jokingly. But the thing is, I'm like, what's so special about the Chihuahua? Is it a needy dog, or did the little old lady took it with her everywhere when she had it or whatever? And you're going with me to the grocery store. Let's get some Twinkies, duty pants or doo-doo pants or doo-doo head. I mean, literally. I don't understand. I mean, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm mentally challenged. I can't say retarded because Dinky said don't say retarded. Maybe I'm too mentally challenged to understand, but I just don't understand. Literally, we know what is Dinky worried about? Oh, look, duty head. Your mom left me in charge. No sandwich. What is that? Rotisserie chicken meat for you. I'm gonna eat it. No, I wouldn't do that to the dog. If the dog has special food, let the dog eat it. It's not like me getting a scarf down. Literally. Honestly, I'm just throwing out some jokes out there from time to time. Doo-doo Pants is precious. He was raised that way. I try to keep him in the lifestyle. Well, yeah, the things she's watching and she's explaining to me in the text, but that doesn't explain what lifestyle. Is the dog gay? Is the dog a tranny dog who wants to be a girl dog? I mean, what lifestyle? Is it, the thing about regular food's fine. Maybe Corey doesn't like it because the dog costs more money food-wise. Oh, yeah, it cost me $10 for that sandwich meat, and it cost me $20 for the month for this. Big deal. Big deal. $10 for sandwich meat. Who cares? Or, maybe the dog likes ribs or has to have a T-bone or something. When Dinky explains lifestyle, it might be understanding, or is it that Dinky's worried about, she has rights to worry about everything. It's her family. It's her kids. Well, I'm just curious. Hemi Cuda, Rye Biscuit, Mo, and Boozer, they're easy to handle. Same with Moppy, except for the one little incident. But even Dinky knows Moppy's easy to get along with. I'm just wondering about the Chihuahua. I'm not trying to be rude or crude or an asshole, but what lifestyle? What little old lady takes them everywhere? Literally. I thought, it just doesn't explain it. Why does the dog need a special babysitter? If the dog's at home, okay, sleeping in Dinky's bed, and I'm there watching their place, it should be no problem. Literally, dog gets up, goes food. I was taking care of the dog, but what special needs or cares does the dog need? That needs to be away from his home to be taken care of. Is it that the other caretaker, Arwen, is going to take the doggy to work? Here you go. You can sit in the little doggy basket or in the little doggy car seat. I don't understand, literally, honestly, I love Dinky dearly. I just, it's not, no, sometimes I ask too many questions, but, to me, it's like, I just don't understand, when it comes to the Chihuahua. Maybe it's just me. Literally, I never understood, Aaron and Moppy, but, now that I had to retrain him for myself, I understand completely what Moppy does. And literally, he means the world to me. So to me, Dinky knows. Dinky can make all the jokes she wants about Moppy, and Corey can pick on me about Moppy's coat. But honestly, they know he's been trained, and they know, Moppy. Moppy knows when I can't walk, or Moppy will bark to Chloe. Chloe will run out and be like, "Oh, are you okay? I'm having chest pain. Oh, here's a nitro." Moppy will go and nudge her, and she knows the nudge means nitro. Or Moppy will go in and whimper, bark, and grump, and she'll run out, find me on the floor because I can't get up because my back went out. And, so, to me, Moppy means the world to me, and I would never want to separate myself from Moppy. So the same applies for Louis, I think it is. That's his name, Louis. duty pants, as she called it. I call him doo-doo head because to me he kind of looks like a little walking doo-doo pants. But to me, I think, dude, you're a fat, plumpy little chihuahua that wants to that did too many Taco Bell commercials. Yakita Taco Bell. You see, there she is. He's a pooch hound, purse pooch. The thing is, I agree. Dinky should pamper the hell out of the dog. The only thing I disagree with, as Aaron would say, and this is my opinion, and I'm never going to challenge Dinky, and I will never basically piss off Dinky at all. But Dinky knows my own true, honest family opinion is that, if you're going into a place like Washington has so many damn regulations now for service dogs, that if you go in with a dog and, in the state of Washington, the state, the government says you don't have to, you could say your dog's a service dog and it isn't. They can ask two questions. What service does it provide, and what does he do for you? Those are the other things, etc. So she knows this. She knows it damn good and well. But I'm not ragging on Dinky at all. I'm just saying, to me, I don't think someone taking in their pet into a restaurant or a store is like, in the 80s, you could do it all the time, but now with service dogs and stuff, it's, with me, I have a service dog, and I have to, sometimes people are like, oh, what's your dog do? Oh, seizure detection, gets my medicine, helps me with the door, when someone's at the door, lets me know what packages come. I mean, I give him a freaking list a mile long, and otherwise, he's under the table sleeping, Sometimes they'll look up and they'll be like, did I see you give the dog a snack? No, it's your eyeballs are playing tricks. I never slip something under the table. Now, if no one's paying attention, I might slip him a French fry, but any dog owner would do that. I saw a guy at a bus station in Seattle going to California. He got off in Portland for a rest. He had a black lab. That dog was getting pizza and everything else. So I'm like, dude. And he had his own damn seat. Moppy had to sit on the floor. So to me, I'm like, but my point is, when it comes to Dinky, I'd never rag her. I just think, like that one day I kind of got like, I was on my computer on my TV. Chloe saw me. She says, "What's that?" I said, "Oh, it's Dinky." She goes, "Is that a bar?" And I go, "Yeah." She's looking at me with freaking daggers in her eyes, going, "And the dog's in the bar." And I go, "Yeah, well, to each their own." Chloe hates me when I say to each their own, because my motto is I don't add fuel to the fire. I don't stir the honey pot, and I don't really want to stir the hive. I was sitting there going, because I'm going to cause trouble. But me, my opinion is, is to each their own, So, dog wants to go everywhere. That's her business. So, I mean, if she took the Chihuahua up here and she decided a dog needed to go to a restaurant, they can, in this state, they can ask for papers now. What's your dog do? Can we have papers? And Chloe would be like, or not Chloe, sorry, Dinky would be like, I don't need to get papers. In the state of Washington, the Human Rights Commission says they can. I've had to show my papers a few times. They're like, okay. They're like the George Lucas from that thing with Harrison Ford when they're smoking pot that one day and they're moving their hand like this. They're like, okay, it's all good. The Emperor wave, whereas otherwise it's like a freaking misdemeanor, or like it's like a gross misdemeanor now, or a dog being somewhere that's not truly a service dog. So to me, I'm like, Washington's cracking down on these laws, for people bringing their pets in, but at the same fucking time, they're basically cracking down on other damn laws they shouldn't be. And that's where I get really, but my thing is, I know Dinky loves her dogs, and likes to have updates and her chickens and pictures, and I'll try to do that, with my tablet. But my thing is, being with the family, it's great being with them. I mean, I would not discourage, Now I know Dinky, I think possibly there might be a conflict if Dinky had her dog in a restaurant with Moppy. I don't know. Moppy with bigger dogs is one thing, but I don't know about his cousin. I don't know. I mean, I can't just sit and say, oh, there goes the neighborhood, or whatever. But now let's talk about a couple other issues. So Chloe turned around and is planning to order some coffee. Literally, she wants to order some coffee because we're running low. She's thinking about ordering coffee online, and I thought that was a great idea. For me, it's cool, The reason I'm doing it is because, Chloe is, sometimes I bring it up to my cousin, like today I was complaining to my beautiful bombshell cousin Dinky about, and she's awesome, good personality, that I really wanted that extra money so I can go and buy the supplies I needed without feeling like I'm a burden because, eating regular turkey, you know, is one thing. By the way, I did find the wishbone early, so I'm hoping to get my wish when it dries out. Hi. Hello. He's just so adorable. So, anywho, I don't know if Dinky's still watching or not, but point is I don't mean to rag on anyone. My own motto about the service dog is it's to each their own. Chloe hates that word. She hates me basically saying that word. It's a trigger to her. And it's like doing this for like money. She gets triggered. Anything has to do with money, she gets triggered. I mean, literally, like the whole thing about the checks. Gets angry, doesn't want to pay a dime, and like my family. I mean, my cousin's awesome. I can vent to her. She says, "Oh, I'm here for you if you want," and I'm here to listen. And that's one thing I do love about my cousin dearly is, she understands me. I'm going through hell, literally. I mean, whether it be like today, I'm not going to the store. I'm not going to Walmart. So I called. Then I got other round about early morning, finally called the 800 number, and then another 800 number, and then transfers, and all finally got some answers. And I'm going, I mean, to me, I know Dinky knows that I'm not a quitter. I'm not like Nixon, where I am not a quitter. Instead, I'm the type of person that looks at this problem like, what the fuck is going on with my life? I mean, literally, my cousin Dinky means the world to me, and she knows when I vent, it's usually the shit that's happened, and it hurts me because literally I'm going through freaking hell. I mean, throws a fit. I don't want you going to Portland. Your family's toxic. Mm-hmm. Right. The reason she doesn't want to go to Portland, and Dinky and I both know this one, and Corey, we're all tuned with it. And I know Dinky's probably still watching, so problem about being in tune with everyone is this. Dinky knows as well as I do that when it comes to Chloe Spice, it's about the restaurants. Dinky will say, "Oh, let's go here for dinner. Let's go here for dinner. Oh, I'll make you a rack of enchiladas, or oh, there's some ribs for you, or whatever." She gets angry because of the eating. She'll be eating her ramen probably, and whatever, and be like, "Oh yeah, I got so bored I cleaned the entire house." Well, maybe that's a good thing. I'm not ragging on Chloe either right now, but you get the idea. She just doesn't want me traveling. My family's toxic, or my family wants to use me. And thing is my family said, "Look, you want to come and watch my house? That's fine." And they know I need a vacation. I definitely need a vacation. I haven't gone anywhere since April. And so I'm going to see my family in February, which my family should realize my birthday's coming. My second birthday's coming up February 1st. That's when I was reborn from the Phoenix. Dinky knows what I mean. Then, and then I got to go out in Wenatchee on March. And then if they're going to Florida, I might see if they want me to watch it then. If I do a good job, maybe I'll watch it at their place again, which means getting out again, which means I don't sit there and say, "Oh, well, I'll watch your place. You buy me a ticket." No, I know they wanted to get me a ticket for Christmas, but it didn't work out. So, or, before for my birthday or whatever. But you know what? It'll be a late birthday. Maybe we'll do dinner. Maybe we'll go to Chicago or B-Dub or Blue 42 or some other place, But my point is she doesn't like it because, she claims toxicity. It's jealousy. It's basically a jealousy. It's like my computer. No, it's a jealousy or whatever. I mean, literally, she's like, "Do you have enough money when you buy your ticket to get the Guild Wars expansion?" Yeah, but if I get the Guild Wars expansion, I will play it up to the time I leave, and then I don't want to play it till I get back because There's other things I can do at my cousin's house. Watch movies on their big TV through my computer, HDMI, Stars, Amazon Prime. I mean, literally, I mean, my family's awesome, and my family's awesome because, I wrote plenty of letters to Dinky, and some of the things I said was like, should I get Amazon Prime? I can't say, I mean, if I'm there, I could probably sit there and do a binge watching of Star Trek while they're gone. I mean, literally, I mean, I could just sit there and catch up on Star Trek. Yeah, exactly. Basically, as Dinky just said, certain somebody's complete moron. I mean, literally. I mean, the thing is, it's like the one day I was panicked about an incident that happened. It was a joke. I think Dinky was in on it. But thing is, one of the things I asked was how much can the truck tow? Because, I got offered, and I'm not going to give out my names or sources, but I made some contacts about a trailer for camping and stuff. And I figured, well, if family doesn't have a trailer, they could use it for camping when I'm not around. And when I'm around, I could use it. And we can all get along with this all-weather travel trailer. I mean, as long as as long as it can tow it. Empty weight's like 9,600 pounds. Because their truck can tow 18,000 pounds. I mean, literally, they could get me they said I could choose my own size, and I'm not going to go into details. I haven't done anything like this yet. I've been writing them back and forth, but I've been trying to get to figuring it out because I probably go to the factory, which is close by, pick it up, and it would be designed for both me and Corey and Tara, and they'd be. I mean, so if I'm in Oregon and we want to go camping, we can. If they want to take it by themselves, they can. The only thing is I need to keep a log on maintenance so I can make sure I can keep the maintenance on it. Tires go, it's not their fault. The little stuff like that, I wanted to talk to him about, because it seems really, really cool, and well, but I also found out if I was living it full time, propane's not cheap. I mean, my adopted brother Omar, he called me the other day and we shot the shit. We're gonna have lunch when I get going to Portland in February. I'm gonna make sure I have some money put aside for lunch. I'm gonna make sure. And so what happened with that is I was gonna have lunch and B Dub probably or no, not that. It's on my way to Wenatchee because I got a 5 hour wait, so I will go to B Dub. But the thing is you know going to Portland, but yeah, I mean, literally, I need to talk to him about, my next idea for gifts for myself, buying myself a present. It's not their job. They're generous to order it. That's great. I mean, I don't care about sales tax. I just want to make sure I have something for myself, even if it's a little expensive, because, like, me taking care of Chloe, it's really been a burden. Talk about the trailer a little bit because, like I said, the main problem I have is propane. I did joke that I could get a fifth wheel, but problem is Dinky said it herself. They don't have the damn goose hitch. Not like Chloe's mom has got like a new truck and it's got the goose hitch for their horse trailers. It holds like 12 horses, and it's like, not me. Mm-mm. But thing is I don't need a goose hitch because that'd be like driving a semi truck, and frankly, those things. I saw a fifth wheel once in Grant County. The guy was new to towing a fifth wheel. He was towing it on a Ford or Chevy chassis, I think, or a quad cab, like a F550. It was an F550 or F650. He was driving down the road, and the wind caught it, and it flipped the whole damn truck and trailer, and he was on the side. The bus driver was like, watch this, it's going to flip. And all of a sudden, we watched it. We had to wait and all that crap. And, I mean, it was just wild, He said, that guy doesn't know how to tow a trailer. So, but the thing is, the travel trailers I'm looking at, these ones are big enough that they can handle both. I mean, heck, they got these ones that they call park models that are 2 floors. Unfortunately, they're mostly destination rigs. They do have holding tanks, but I don't think that's something wise, I know Chloe offered to buy me a trailer, when she gets a retro, but I don't think she's going to honestly get on disability because, she's talking about going back to Ohio or Arizona or going to Vegas to be a prostitute. And to me, that's fine and dandy, but the thing is, this lady wants a exam, 3 exams, and she's making all the arrangements. And I'm like, you got to do your exams, Yeah, I mean, the lady clearly states that she thinks you're disabled, but I mean, she's got APS reports and everything else. APS reports said that Chloe flipped, and she had the sheriff come out talk to Chloe about her temper. And but the thing is Chloe's jealous. Chloe's like, oh, I can't live without you. It's so bored without you around. Well, to me, it would be a change of pace. I mean, usually I bitch about, oh yeah, I'm going to go to my cousin's house. I'm going from one prison to another. But truthfully, it's not a prison. I mean, I can walk Moppy out the front lawn, carry poop bags with me, pick up, throw it in the trash, go back in. I'm good. I mean, I know, one of the things that I do like about Dinky's house is the tub. They have a luxury tub, and that's something I could just sit there for an hour, and have a glass of wine and be like, no problem, or whatever. I don't know if they still keep the poop litter in the other bathroom, but I just love the tub, but I love my family dearly. And like I said, if Chloe wants to check in with me, she can use Skype. I mean, literally, it's not a problem. I mean, the last time I kind of was lonely, but but I had YouTube. They have internet. Internet is not as good as mine, but you know what? That's fine because I'm the only one in this building that has the fiber optic in this apartment complex, and frankly, I like having the speed I have. It's faster than Dinky's, but you know what? It's I'm not in competition with Dinky either. I got a deal on it and I took it. And frankly, I took it because I didn't want to go to fucking library every damn day or every other day or whatever. But there's plenty to do. There's Stars, there's HBO, there's Showtime, there's Cinemax, there's the Disney Channel. There's video games. I can play computer games through their Wi-Fi when whatever. I mean, to me, it's awesome, and it's a vacation away from my problems, and that's one of the things that I truly like, and I can also do a little shopping, if I want to go get some clothes at Goodwill or get some pants, because pants or something else, or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's cool. I mean, literally, it's just awesome. If I want to pack it, sit there, I can do it. Just have it sit there. And if I want to email someone, I can. If I want to, if Dinky says here, use my printer, I'll print out my letters and mail them out when I'm there. I'll get some stamps, before I leave, and I'll have everything set up, and maybe we'll go and get a printer that's $35. I'll take it home with me or something. There is little goals, that can be done there, and I do like going there because it's my family. They are truly like my family, and they are my family, but they're more than my family. I mean, it's like I told my cousin Corey one night while we were shooting the shit and drinking. They're more than my cousin and cousin-in-law. They're like my mother and father that I didn't have. My mother was a drunk and always went to bars and was drinking excessively and always let my stepfather Roy take care of me. And I was never, my mom came home and was like, here's some meat and here's a cookbook and cook it up. Good night. In their room and drinking, and I never saw much of my mom. Or here's the new video games, leave me the fuck alone type thing. So to me, having my family there, it's awesome because, it's not just about hanging out with them. I mean, I enjoyed when I was there because, they were like, oh, we're going to go to this place. Or Corey wanted some alone time with Dinky. He would go and he'd come back. Oh, I got a growler or something, fill a beer, some type of jug that he didn't have from a brewery or something. It's like, cool. We all sampled the beer and enjoyed. But the thing is I truly enjoyed going out. I mean, like that one time they messaged me and I walked past them when I was looking for growler guys, in downtown Portland, and I tried this beer, where my family they mean the world to me, and I think truthfully because I'm close to them and I can vent to them and say, oh yeah, Chloe's an asshole or whatever. They understand, but I also understand, Dinky, that I have that close relationship to the point of Chloe doesn't like that. I think that's what it is, pure jealousy. She wants to attack someone because I'm close to them and try to tear them down. And to me, it's like, look, What did my cousin ever do to you? She never did anything. She tried to like you, but you want to tear them down. You want to be an asshole or whatever, or like the one time we're at the bar, and or a B-dub one time, and there was a story where they were there and I didn't see him, and all of a sudden, Chloe went out to get Tylenol, and I said, get some cheap acetaminophen. Instead, I paid $12 at 7-Eleven for a bottle of 24, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then when Chloe left, the lady's like, that lady didn't pay the bill, and I'm going, because, all of a sudden I was like, just give me the bill and I'll pay it. So I paid 2 bills, one for me, one for Chloe and Dinky, and then went on themselves. But Chloe kept asking for different flavored ciders, and it's like, are you paying for that? Chloe's like, oh yeah. And then next, I'm paying the bill. So I can understand, she's jealous because, I mean, it's, the only beef I had with my own family, literally, and it has nothing to do with anything, is I remember clearly they said the day that they went to the Goodwill or something. I was in the hospital at Super Bowl. They were going to go and get me some wings, and I didn't get my wings. And I was pissed off I didn't get my wings until I got my wings after I got out of the hospital. And that was the only gripe I had. But the other gripe I had and Dinky knew about was that I sent Chloe with my debit card to go grocery shopping and get a few things for me, pay the bills and rent. And we were behind 4 months because she didn't go. The Isabella came, and Isabella wanted to go clothes shopping and all this, and it was just excuse after excuse. And I'm sitting in the hospital recovering from surgery going, we're going to be behind on our rent. So I had to email Mary, and I had to email this and do that, make deals and get things and I had to make things work, and, it's like, Dinky also was upset. Chloe left me in a wheelchair because she had to go to the bank one day, and I'm sitting in the middle of the store because trying to push myself after surgery because Chloe's couldn't get a power plug for her laptop. Now her 2 power plugs are failing. It's either a battery or power plugs, and it's like, we need to order new plugs next month. And it's like, as Dinky knows, I'm not a fucking bank, And she's like, what if my computer dies? I don't want to go to the library. Use my desktop. As long as you're not playing games on it, I don't care. I mean, literally, just quit bitching and griping about it. Going to Vegas to be a prostitute, I wouldn't touch that thing with your penis. You got chopped up. Oh, we love you. We're going to make me cry. Hugs. Well, the thing is, it's true. They're like family to me. I can talk to them about anything. I know sometimes I have pipe dreams and stuff like this, but they're my motivation. That and the fact that this saved my life too. I almost ended it because of Chloe and. I mean, it's like Poppy said. Poppy said, look, Dinky's not toxic. The thing is Chloe hates her because we have a close relationship. Me and Poppy have a close relationship. Me and Dinky have a close relationship. Corey and I think Corey doesn't like being a messenger much, but I would love to hear from him more often, but, that's cool. But, the thing is, they're like extra, besides cousin, mother, they're like brother, sister, and or father, mother. They keep me in line too. And it makes me feel good. And it took me a long while after Aaron died to realize, to not talk about Aaron's death, and be miserable about it because I was angry at the hospital. They killed Aaron, and then the hospital got away with it, and now it's like, what's the point? What is the point? What is the even bothering? And no, Dinky knows I have a lot of regrets, and most of them are Chloe. And literally, it's all about Chloe. But the point is that I think it's more regrets that I have a strong family background with et cetera, and it's hard. I mean, I know Dinky, she always jokes about games are boring, but games might be boring to one person, but to me, there's so many dang good games out there that I could just spend hundreds and hundreds of hours playing them, but I don't get a lot of playing time because I have to listen to Chloe badger and complain about, oh, is Trump going to be impeached? Is this going to happen? I mean, the other day, I was talking to someone who got mad at me and wanted to remove me on Facebook because they told me I was full of shit when it came to Trump. Trump said something about cutting Social Security and Medicare and entitlements, right? Well, I've seen so many people say, well, Dinky said the same thing at once. That it's not an entitlement when you pay into the damn program. It's an entitlement for the people that don't pay into it. I paid I worked for so long. I paid my taxes into it for the disability part. I get survivors too. I get my moms and my dads and so forth and so on. But the thing is, I paid my own. I worked. I used to work double shifts at Denny's at times. Double shifts. A long time ago, double shifts. I used to work double shifts at other places. Before I got disabled. And I'm telling you, it's not easy when someone doesn't want to come in and you got to do their job and your job and then someone else's job. And then next thing you know, they're like, oh, well, you're doing double shifts. I want you to unload the refrigerator, freezer truck and put everything away too. You can get dinner out of it. And you're like, it's like, oh, well, if I'm doing all this and I'm like basically the back of the house manager for Denny's, I might as well get a fucking steak out of it. And next thing you know, I'm getting prime rib steak that night, eating it, slamming down a milkshake, dishwashing, bussing, loading and unloading the truck, putting the beer away, doing the toilet cleaning, doing everything, cleaning the drains, doing everything, pressure washing, doing all this crap. Going to the store, oh, we're out of bread. Go to the store for us. You don't get a lunch break today. You're going to the store for us, and you're going to get us all this excess bread we need, or, oh, yeah, we need light bulbs and this, and this. I'd be going out in my lunch break doing all this and coming back and going, okay, and next, here's some lunch, and I'd be shoveling the lunch, and, oh, the cook's not doing too well. Can you do prep work? Oh, could you throw on like 100 pounds of bacon on the grill and sausage links? And the one cook is helping me and bring the dishes in, and I'd be running back and forth from the kitchen, the cook's line, to the dishwashing pit and loading the dishes and everything else. And at the end, some days I remember one time that they'd be like, oh, this guy didn't come in. He's upset. So, oh, can you do another shift? And one time I finally got done. It was like, I don't know how long. My mom said it was like 2 days straight or something, and I was just like, when I got home, I told my boss, I'm sleeping for 2 days. Do not bother me. Next thing you know, my mom would wake me up and I'd be like, what? She'd be like, this guy quit. And I'm going, well, I didn't get enough sleep. Next thing you know, I'm pounding out sodas, coffees, and everything else just to do more and more. And finally, I just said enough's enough, because, I paid a lot of taxes and everything else, but it just killed me, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, literally, it was just like really, and then janitorial work was pretty bad too. People quit and everything else. But the point is what I'm trying to say is, my family means a lot to me, and I've always wanted to go back and spend Christmas with them. I mean, that's one thing. I don't care if Chloe's by herself. I wanted Christmas, because my family knows that my layaway was for gifts for Chloe. That failed because Chloe has an anxiety problem, and she's like, "Oh, I don't want to go." Now it's like, "Oh, well, if you go, can you make sure you get me a phone?" So, I have a phone. It's like, well, if I'm getting the government phone, I should have it in my pocket again with me so I could text Dinky when I get into the train station. I hope like hell I don't have to carry my bag and my laptop bag and Moppy on a train all the way to find her at work. I'm hoping, she could just be like, oh, I'll pick you up, don't worry about it, Because I'm like one of those, if I get out of the train station, I want them to be there and be like, hey, how's my favorite Peep doing? Come, hey, you got a handicap placard? Okay, let's go get you something to eat. You look like crap. But, that means a lot to me, where, yeah, when it comes to, them being concerned about alcohol, yeah, they should be because, to me, like I said, it doesn't make me feel good drinking anymore. It makes me feel like really crappy, and while I'm drunk or weird. And, I mean, I remember an incident once that scared the shit out of me and I could have got shot for it. And it was like, I realized, you don't want to excessively drink anymore. I mean, it's not that cool, I mean, I don't even know if I told Dinky the story. I know she's still watching, but if I tell the story, she might cry anyways because one time I was on the ferry. It was nighttime, pitch blackout. And I'm sitting there, and I'm excessively drinking, and, I haven't had a drink all day. And finally, I'm looking down at the car deck and I'm thinking maybe I should just jump onto the car deck and end up flat face there. No one would care, because, Chloe was treating me like crap that day. Instead, I pulled myself back in, sat down, and this lady said, we're doing a wine tasting. You want to sample all the wines? And, this is how much it is. And you get a glass of each. I'm like, time I got off the ferry, I was completely like this. I went home and slept, but I was really, I had to literally, hold myself together because I was thinking about jumping, off that ferry and hope like hell no one found me because I was really that basically upset and depressed because, you're hearing Chloe threaten the lives of people and you're like, honestly, it's like these things need to be reported. And yet anytime you report something, oh, she does that all the time. She doesn't mean it. If she does mean it, well, we can't touch her because she's too mental. And to me, I'm like, why? Oh, why? Why? I mean, it's sad, and I never even told Dinky that, I thought about doing that, and people say, oh, well, you're bipolar or maybe you're borderline. And my mom had a degree in psychology, but she couldn't handle it because she didn't like people, so she went to waitressing. And let me tell you, she always thought I was borderline and bipolar. And they say people with borderline and bipolar, they have a substance use disorder. It's either drugs or booze. And me, honestly, I just don't like the feeling of booze anymore. Literally, I mean, like a little Dinky, keep a whole bunch of 2 liters or cans of cherry Pepsi on hand, and I'll be happy as hell. Or if you do get booze, you get scotch because you put it in the freezer and you drink one shot at a time on ice. You don't drink the whole damn bottle. I mean, that's one thing I truly enjoyed was scotch was the best because you can slow sip it. You can drink an 18-year or 20-year scotch and enjoy it slow sipping. Then you can drink an entire bottle. I used to buy a half gallon of Johnny Walker Blue Label or Black Label or Chivas or something that's just really good. I never told Dinky about my scotch because, with them, it's like no drinking, while, I'm at their house watching their children. But the thing is, if it was scotch, I'd be drinking one at every night, leaving the rest in the freezer. I wouldn't be sitting there sipping it all day going, oh, yeah, I'm drunk. Instead, it's like, I mean, I remember one time drinking booze, and I never told Dinky this story. Dinky's eyes would go big. But one time I was out of booze, and Aaron gave me a half gallon of tequila and some squirt. And I was drinking like the Hispanic student, Quincy. And then I looked at him, and I'm like, I was sitting in my chair, man. And he's like, were you high? I said I was drunk. I saw a mouse run across the floor. He says, you're joking. Well, about 3 weeks later, he goes and gets some food out to feed Moppy and Blizzard, and there's a hole in the bag. He says, well, maybe you're telling the truth. I said, look, the other time I was sitting on the shitter, and there was one right in front of me in my bathroom. So finally, I went to the store. Manager was giving me trouble. I asked the Ace, how do I, Ace Hardware, I think it was, a True Value, how do I get rid of mice? She says, take a mouse trap, take some peanut butter. I set it up that night, and all of a sudden, I ran to Aaron and said, hey, the trap's spraying. He says, yeah, right. He goes there and he found a mouse. He says, oh, this is a male. Puts it in a Ziploc bag, seals it. Maybe I'll put this in front of the manager's door. Leaves it on the counter, right? I said, can you reset it? He says, that's the only one. I said, no, I think there's 2. He said, no. Resets it, goes home. 45 minutes later, comes back, there's a male. Or female, pregnant female. I said, can you reset it again? He reset it. Didn't trigger it again. When I left, my neighbor that was Aaron's neighbor, lived in his old place, was downstairs, and she collected beer cans like me, and she had mice move in. And it took her a while, so I ran into her, my doctor, Donna's sister, Sharon, and she said, how do we get rid of it? Peanut butter, a mouse trap, works. She did that, she got rid of 2. The secret is you don't throw beer cans in bags that's not crushed with excess beer in it because that'll bring in the mice. And I learned that the hard way. When it comes to mice, Dinky will probably laugh because my place is dirty and stuff. Um, um, Tara, her ex-roommate who's friends with me, said that Chloe wouldn't mind living in a rat-infested, cockroach-infested apartment. It doesn't matter to her. She said dishes were always piled up, place was always dirty, and but you get the idea. It's just a big, big mess, and to me, it's but when it comes to Dinky, I like Dinky. I like her personality, and she's awesome, and one of the things I truly think is my cousin's been blessed. They can always talk about their perverted side, but I do love both their personalities. And mine might be, some people think I'm cold-hearted or shallow, or I get angry easy, but I do flip sometimes, paranoid, like the whole prank with the the thing about don't ban me, don't block me, blah 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 on YouTube. The problem is I panicked because no one. The last time I had a threat was Chloe's friend, who not Chloe's friend, Aaron's friend, who threatened me because he thought I killed Aaron for Moppy. Now Dinky knows I would never murder my husband for his dog. Literally, the guy was insane, But the point is when I always go down to Portland, I'm always asking, "Can we do wings? Can we do this?" I mean, I know Chloe's always saying, "Hey, no, you go to Chick-fil-A." You know what? They have the best breakfast. If Dinky had some in a bag and reheated it for me, I'd be happy when I got off the train. I mean, literally, when we're going down to the train station, I'm happy swinging by the drive-thru and getting some. I mean, I mean, I'm looking forward to trying. I think she calls it Mortia or Mortia, her truck. I'm looking forward to riding it. And stuff. I mean, it's things like this that bring joy to me. And people sit to me and say, "Oh well, like for example, Dinky always jokes about, she's always saying, I'll say something like, "Oh, I'm deep thinking." She's, "Oh, that's bad. You're deep thinking. That's dangerous." And and when I tell her, "Oh, I'm thinking about presents," she knows I'm thinking about what I want for my birthday, or I'll say something like, "Yeah, I'd like to get another arcade," but people say, "Oh, well, where are you gonna get the arcades?" I mean, I grew up with arcades in my house, okay, and frankly, I miss the days, But you know what I've learned about arcades, and people say, "Oh, it's a waste of money," but thing is, if you know how to maintain them, because we had them on location, we rented them and stuff like that. The problem with arcades is, nowadays they're harder to maintain because the screens are hard to get a hold, so you have to change out the screens. But the problem with it is, there's some arcades you get before they put them on console like NES or Sega Genesis or Sega Master System. The problem with the gaming is there's one game. Not like Play Choice 10 had 10 games. So when you had 6 Play Choice 10s with 60 games, 10 in each machine, you can rotate them, turn them on, play a game you want. Like Mario Brothers 3, on arcade. It was brought back old style. But also, the thing about the gaming world is you know, talking to Corey and Dinky, I'd like to sit down with them over dinner and talk to them about these mini arcades or arcades, because I know they'll talk some sense into me, because frankly, they are my motivation and they are my advisors, and I don't want to fuck up and do something stupid, but I also don't want to sit there and say, "Oh, well, what, I mean, literally, here's the problem with arcades, okay? Arcade might bring in nostalgia. And the problem with arcades is, as Dinky would know, is you get one game. What if you play that game to your whole heart? Me and my stepbrother Mikey, we used to play Roy's son. We used to play on my arcades. I had actual arcades at Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3, Mario Brothers, Play Choice 10. We used to play the Play Choice 10s were awesome, but Play Choice 10 had Donkey Kong Jr., Excite Bike, etc. The problem is, I go out and say I buy a Street Fighter 2 game arcade. I'm getting just Street Fighter 2. I can go out and buy the Switch version with 12 Street Fighter games for cheaper and just throw it in my Switch. Or the 6 Mega Man games. There was like Mega Man 2, I think, was for arcade, but I had that in my Play Choice. But my point is what if you get Donkey Kong and you keep playing it over and over until you're level 99 at the Pie Factor and you keep redoing it over and over. Mario Brothers, you get the highest score possible and you play Mario Brothers. I mean, it's all gravy when you play Mario Brothers or Donkey Kong Jr., but you play those games long enough, it's like playing like Mortal Kombat. Get Mortal Kombat games, we had them, we were making money hand over fist on Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. Problem is, our Final Fight. Eventually, you play the game and you beat it too many times. You're sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is just gonna sit in the corner and collect dust," So now what they do, they made these mini arcades that are high quality arcades. Mortal Kombat, 3 Mortal Kombats in it. That's not bad. They don't have 4 through 10 or 11. Their arcades are outdated, so now they have them on console. For example, Street Fighter. Oh yeah, you can get the Street Fighter 2 Championship mini arcade for $300, but you get 3 Street Fighters. You can buy the Street Fighter Anniversary Edition with 12 games for, approximately um, approximately like $30. So, you got to think about, what do you want? You want 12 games or do you want one game or three games, And so talking to them about that, they can convince me, don't do this. You're going to waste space by me. I mean, there's a guy that has like these little arcade one-ups. He's got like one of every machine, Golden Tee, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, the 12 and ones. And those are great, good games. But the thing is, it's only designed for certain people, the nostalgia. Now, if you play, if you want to spend 2 or 3 hours a week playing it, that's fine. But if you want to play it daily, that's fine too. The thing is me, I don't want to get bored playing. I know where Dinky says, "Oh, games are boring," because games are boring if it's um, like these fighting games. You can play fighting games, and you can play like you can do Ultimate Smash Brothers for Switch. You can basically get every character, and you can spend 300 hours on it. But when you're done, you're like, okay, I'm ready for something else. I've mastered it. Whereas with other games like my farming simulation game, I can spend hundreds of hours and enjoy it without basically breaking a sweat going, this is fun. Whereas a fighting game, you're just sitting there kicking the crap out of everything. Round 2, fatality. Whatever, uppercut, stuff like that. And it's like you hear enough of it, you're like, okay. But where me, I'm into the games where you get for the long haul. Like Dinky has never asked me specifically. I know games is a subject. Religion and games are kind of boring, but I try to avoid religion on my channel except for praying for her family member. But because of that, that's what I'll do for daily. But video games, it's my hobby and something I enjoy. Same with movies. I've seen everything on Disney almost, except for certain series. I've seen almost everything that I like that I watched on Stars and some of these Stars TV shows. Amazon Prime, I always go to Prime first, see if something's on one of the other channels, so I could just go over there, so I don't have to go and hit subscribe again for the other channels like HBO, Cinemax, or Showtime. And those ones are pretty useless. So. But the point is when it comes to gaming, I always like for the long haul, for how long and etc. How long I'm going to play, because if I'm going to buy a game, I want 60 or 70 hours. I don't want something that takes 4 hours and it's beat, and you're sitting there like, what did I pay $60 for a 4-hour game? So the other thing is you know when it comes to games, like like some of these classic games like Diablo 2, I can spend hundreds of hours on it and pay very little. Or like I bought a game recently on GOG for $10. 500 hours. I beat the first one already. I'm working on number 2 now. Might Magic. I grew up with Might Magic. So Might Magic is a fun game. Problem with Might Magic is it's a fun game. I love Might Magic. So, I grew up, I started with 6, and then 7 and 8, then went back to 1 through 5. And I remember playing 1 through 5 as a child, on a computer at home that my mom got me. So she got me into spreadsheets. Others people got me into spreadsheets. I found spreadsheets to be a personal hobby of mine. And so, when people say, oh, what are these personal projects? There's goals that I want to purchase games to add to my collection. But lately, one of the things I want to talk about also is, because people say, oh, well, what are you watching game review wise? Well, RPGs mostly, but lately I've been watching the history of certain game series that I grew up with. And I wanted to look them over and see if I want to relive my childhood. And I'm sitting there watching them and I'm going, oh, so you got a giant walking marshmallow, sucks up a thing like a vacuum cleaner. I mean, what type of game is that? It might be for kiddies. It's not something I want. Or, for example, I used to love first-person shooters, but ever since they tried to take away guns and say, "Oh, these games are bad," I stopped playing them because you get to a point where you can play Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, and get through them, and then next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's online only, or you have to do campaign mode 6 hours. It's like, if I'm doing campaign mode for 6 hours, I don't want to waste $50 or $60 for a game for 6 hours, and then everything else is PvP or deathmatch where you got like 6-man teams or 8-man teams killing each other in this game. To me, it's not right. I mean, I want a first-person shooter like Halo where I can spend 30 hours on a campaign and be like, yeah, that's pretty good, or 40 hours or 50 hours. So me, I choose role-playing games because I can spend hundreds of hours level grinding, getting good equipment, getting money, buying all the best stuff, crafting, getting through the game and being like, yeah, I put 300 hours in it. This is a good hobby. Whereas other games, no. So I've been watching some of these classic games. Like, I remember growing up playing Metal Gear 1 and 2 and Game Boy and beating them. And 3, I had a hell of a time at 3. It's like once they brought 3 out, it was harder. So the Metal Gear games started getting harder, where certain games, like the old games like Castlevania, was harder to play the earlier ones, but they got easier and easier as you went to the older ones. So to me, it's like, what's going on? What gives? And to me, it's, it's hard. So, I've been watching a lot of reviews and I have unlimited bandwidth. So I get to watch reviews and, other things. And then off and on, I'll play PC games like Guild Wars 2, which Chloe wants me to buy the expansions, which I want to, but I beat the vanilla game. I mean, I literally went and completed the entire vanilla game. It took 3 years of constant playing, and 3 years isn't bad. Dinky would be like, 3 years is good, but to her it'd be boring, but to each their own, but Chloe hates to each their own. And then there's, the other thing on my mind, and, besides mini arcades, is Dinky would probably curious about and tell me is, I want to get, before they sell out, I want to buy some fly rods on eBay before they bring out the newer model of this particular fly rod. But again, I want to talk to him about it because I don't want to buy something and have my cousin be like, don't buy it because you can't use it, or what's the point, or whatever, and I really want to go fishing with him. So, maybe he can help me out with some fly fishing a bit, teach me a little bit that I don't know firsthand, but the thing is I really want, to get some new rods, and every time it's like, well, what are you going to do with it? You live on an island. Well, there is lakes where it's catch and release, but, the problem is there's, the water's not healthy or the fish don't look good and you don't want to eat them or, whatever, I do like deep fried mountain trout, but you get the point. So the point is, unless I find a nice little stream in the Cascades in outside of Portland or Mount Hood or something, or go camping for 2 weeks in Mount Hood, or, if they're going camping, go with and find a river, do a little fishing, that'd be great, buy a license, I don't care. Thing, as long as I spend some time with them, and do camping. I mean, I'm getting to the point where camping is about enjoying family time and not about fucking drinking time. I mean, drinking time might be good if you want a beer or two, but excessively drinking is not good. And to me, I'm getting to the point where I don't want to drink unless I have to. Excuse me for 1 second. There's no more coffee and the dishes aren't done, so I'm going to run over here real quick and grab a little soda. I have some soda left over I want to use before it goes bad. So, anyways, like I said, I love my family. They mean the world to me. And, I just hope I can spend more time with them. And the only reason why I wanted to move to Oregon was to be closer to them. People think, oh, well, you want to be closer to them. So, you could, have them go grocery shopping. No, it's I just want to be close to them. They're like brother, sister, mom and dad, cousin, cousin-in-law. They're all 3 combined into one. And to me, they mean a lot to me, and I want to be close to them. And if I end up in Texas and they're there, I'd like to be close to them there too. I mean, literally, right, bum bun. Oh yeah, you're so cute. So basically, this is cherry soda, by the way. It's cherry Pepsi. If since I'm watching their house, I hope they keep a good supply of cans. It's 2 liters for me because this is better than alcohol, in my opinion. And also, Dinky doesn't realize that I'm kind of borderline diabetic. So if I don't eat a lot, like the turkey had a lot more salt in it than sugars, then my sugar level is low. And I put a lot of milk in my coffee or creamer, but otherwise, I don't have any sugars except for when I keep soda on hand. Soda's, That's one of the things I do enjoy, and instead of beer, beer's got sugars in it too, but beer is getting to the point where it doesn't taste right either, or vodka, or gin, or tequila, or whatever. I mean, literally, I do like my cherry soda, and that's something I like. I like my coffee too. So, but anyway, so basically back to gaming. I love my family because Dinky, she's motivating. She's like, oh, maybe you should get a game or something for yourself. Yeah, I've been looking at GOG. Getting a couple and playing them. While watching their place. I mean, I can play games. I can read my books. I can keep an eye on everything. I am curious about the automatic chicken door that they installed. I mean, literally, that seems interesting. Literally, I'd be more concerned with the automatic chicken door. When it comes to animals, getting in, trying to get in, with the automatic door or something. That'd be something like, because sometimes they have bears or mountain lions nearby, or bobcats or lynx, and to me, I'm like, that'd be kind of concerning to me. But but yeah, I mean, literally, to me, it seems cool and all, but to me, I'm just like, but like I said, when it comes to going out there, I did say, to Dinky, that she knows what I like, tailgate or cheddar brats if they can find them. It's more like at Safeway, but there's certain items that I like to eat, like lots of brats. I like to eat steak. I know it's expensive, and I don't expect them to get steak, but or ribs. Ribs are expensive too, but stuff that I can enjoy while I'm there, which I don't really get to eat much, like wings. I can make my own wings. And Dinky knows that I always try to keep everything clean when they're gone, so they won't have to worry dishes will be done. The countertops can be wiped down. I mean, I'm trying to, I try to make sure that when they come back, their house is the same way it's left. And I don't know if I'm there, if they're gonna want me to stay in my room with the new bed, or if they want me to stay in their room to make sure they're comfortable or whatever. As long as they got a TV remote in the bedroom, the TV works, I'm fine. Otherwise, I'll be in the living room and whatever. So to me, it doesn't matter. It's just and I don't know if about the tub or whatever, but my thing is I'm glad to be with them, and glad to be away from here, because it is a time to relax and to clear my mind, where I don't get to clear my mind much. I'm usually listening to Chloe grump and grouch about the the world owes her, or Social Security should rubber stamp her, or whatever. And to me, I'm like, whenever she gets very combative, it's like, I always say, why don't you just leave? Because I don't want to tolerate it. I mean, it's like Dinky said, this is what would get her eviction papers, is throwing something and bouncing off the wall, or putting a hole in the wall, or getting angry. I mean, what if the damn thing hit my computer and the water bottle exploded, or hit the TV and cracked it, or something, the TV doesn't work. I mean, it's stuff like this that's considered violence, and I don't like it. I mean, literally, I mean, people say to me, what's one of the things that you really regret in life besides Chloe being in your life? You know what really regrets me, and I know Dinky would probably say that's stupid, is I regret getting rid of my firearms for the safety of this country. I regret it because now they're making it harder and harder. And it's like, look, I'd like my guns back. I'd like my handguns back. I had a good collection of 1911s and revolvers. My revolver meant a lot to me just because I liked it. But no, instead, I'm stuck with um, no weapons. And then I'm sitting here looking at all these people saying, the Second Amendment, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but and then people say, well, if you don't own one, you can't say anything about it. It's like, I used to own them, but with all these people thinking, going and doing, it's one of the things I regret. But some people say, oh well, don't regret it. You don't need it. It's like me going and telling Dinky, I'm thinking, and I never talked to Dinky about this, but once I said it in a letter. But I thought about buying a longbow. Keeping a longbow on hand. Just I am part Cherokee, so I like archery. Another thing I was thinking about is crossbow. I mean, literally, you just get the little crank. But I'd love to go hunting with Corey, but I need to get a hunter safety course. Hopefully there's ear protection for the weapons, because I don't want to hear my amplified hearing aid going. I mean, so, archery's good. Handguns are good. I mean, I can disassemble, clean a gun, put it back together. Handguns, 1911 preferred. But like I said, when it came to earlier in the video, I said, if the state of Washington's going to ban high capacity magazines and say you need 10 rounds or less, then those fucking standards should apply for the fucking military and the fucking state police and the militia, because the militia couldn't be basically exempt. The state militia can't be exempt with 80 members having 30 or 50 round clips, whereas everyone else is stuck to 10. Or, police officers allowed 15 or 17 or even 33 round clips or magazines, as they call them, while everyone else is down to 10. I mean, literally, if the police are allowed it, the civilians are allowed it. That's how I'm saying. I'm saying in an equal term, be equal, not before equal. If you're not equal, then fuck you. It's like, I mean, I remember once Dinky talking about concealed carry, and I recommended it, just because. But I don't know if she ever pursued it or not. But my point is my opinion is people shouldn't be told they have to take a gun safety course. I mean, literally, as I told Sam earlier, when it comes to guns, for the love of Allah, change my pants. Fine, I will change my pants. Okay, I will change my pants. And while I'm changing my pants, over here, I will tell you my thoughts. So, gun quality, I don't think the state of Washington should give mental records to the police department, DSHS records for guns. I mean, to me, I think it's a bunch of bullshit and bull-washing honky. I mean, literally, to me, I think, it's a bunch of, crap. And because of it, it's like you need to. I mean, to me, I think moving to Texas would be a good idea, because you don't have these fucking redneck hilljacks basically being told you gotta fucking have a background check to buy ammo. I mean, literally, you'll just buy the fucking ammo online. If they want to put a law saying you can't buy ammo online, people just go to the next state over and buy as much as they want. I mean, come on, it's fucking repressing the fucking gun owners. The gun owners don't need to be repressed. The problem is it's the fucking people that do the crimes. They want to say guns kill people. It's not guns that kill people. It's people that kill people. Now, is this better? Does this suit you, huh? Pants you gave me? They kind of smell, but it's what I have. So if that helps, there you go. Then I'm not mooning the camera. So. So basically what I'm trying to say is, guns don't kill people. I regret getting rid of them. Now, some people say, oh, you don't need an AR-15. Others say, oh, well, it's not infringement. Well, here's my opinion on infringement. I've had trannies remove me because they think I'm an asshole when I said if the military's allowed bazookas, flamethrowers, fully automatic weapons, then the American people can. Because if there is ever going to be a revolution or revolt, they should have tanks, airplanes, aircraft carriers, etc. If you have an old aircraft carrier you own outright and still got armor and battlements and you can get ammo for it, you're entitled to have the fucking carrier. You can have diesel-powered carrier in the harbor and basically be ready for war, and you can have 100 planes on it and be your own little militia and be fine. But, if the government doesn't want you having these type of fucking weapons. So now they want to repress people and say, oh, the gun owners want to overthrow the government. The Constitution says if we're not happy with the current administration or we want to rewrite the Constitution, we allowed to. But now they don't want to. They want to repress us all and say we're not allowed to have these guns. We're not allowed to have that. It's like I told Sam earlier. You can take a meat fork, one of those big roasting forks, the big two-prongers, and use it to kill someone with. Or you can take a bamboo skewer and kill someone with that. I mean, literally, as Aaron said, what are they going to do? Ban everything except for butter knives or plastic forkware and paper plates? You can kill someone with throwing a plate over their head? I mean, come on. Point is, it's bullshit. That's it. And Corey knows I'm pro-gun. People say, oh, well, we need to protect your children. You protect your children by teaching them that guns aren't a fucking toy. When you pick a gun up, you take it. If my cousin, if he owned a gun, he says, here, I'd be like, oh, it's loaded. Okay. Where's the safety? Okay. No problem. You pick it up, you look at it, you make sure it's loaded. You always treat a weapon like it's loaded. You take a handgun, revolver, you open the cylinder up, or you look at the cylinder, you see bullets in there, and you know one's in the chamber, and there's 5 others or 6 others. You know the damn thing's loaded. Or what if you get a revolver, or not a revolver, a 1911 pistol like a Ruger, and you want a Ruger, for example. I know if Corey's watching this, he knows what I'm talking about. You pull the slide back, you make sure that you check it first. Oh, there's a round in the chamber, and you drop the magazine. There's things. You take the round out of the chamber, you put it in the clip, you pull the gun back into non-firing because the slide's out, but the magazine's in here, and you throw it in, you throw it into safety mode, and you're done. The fucker's loaded. You don't sit there and be unloaded or loaded, being like, "Oh yeah, look at me," waving it around to people around you. That is wrong. What if that gun, even if it isn't loaded, what if they do it too many times? One day it is loaded, and they pull the trigger by mistake. Next thing you know, say someone doing that in front of Dinky, and Dinky's got a hole in her. I mean, it's common sense to check the weapon to make sure it's loaded. People sit there and say, "Guns kill people, we need to ban it." Yeah, it's these fucking latte sipping lefties that want to remove guns because they're fucking tired of it. They're afraid that, these new boomers. Now Washington wants to pass a law that says if I died and I had an arsenal of weapons, those arsenal weapons have to be handed over to the state of Washington. My cousin can't end up with them. No, they got to go to Washington's own laws, and then they'll destroy him. It's no grandfathered in anymore. I mean, it's bullshit like this that makes me want to leave the state, and Dinky knows I want to leave the state. Hell, Dinky also knows if I could get a concealed carry in Oregon and have an Oregon state ID, I'd be fucking buying my weapons in Oregon. I wouldn't trust fucking Washington. I mean, if I could find a way to get my ID changed to their address, for example, I'd have a gun in my fucking. I'd take my gun home with me, and or keep it there, whatever. I mean, if I could do it that way, they know I'm a. Dinky and Corey know I'm pretty damn smart, and they know I'm not fucking stupid. I mean, literally, I've had revolvers, I've had 1911s, I've had Glocks, I've had XVs, I've had Smith and Wesson shields and stuff. M&Ps, the pistol series. I've had all these. I've always went to 1911 because I find the 7-round slim stacked guns that are easy to carry and conceal are easy. 5-inch, 4-inch, 3.3-inch 1911s, perfect. Kimbers. Rugers. I never liked Remingtons. Colts are just a little too much. It's the name. But you get the idea. I know my weapons really well, and I know how to handle them, and I know how to fire them, and I know how to, fire them properly. I don't need training to do it. The thing is the state wants you to go through all this fucking training for permits because they don't want the citizens to be armed and protecting themselves walking down the street. Or you get the sheriff here. It says, "You live in a great state. You live in a state that's not violent." Really? I ran the sheriff the other day. I said, "What about, because they were on the property?" So I was getting the mail, and I said, "What about the fucking idiot that shot up something? The two hillbillies that shot up downtown Seattle." "Oh, well, that's different, but here we're protected." We're fucking protected? I'm sorry, but we're not fucking protected. They want us to be disarmed. So if we end up dead, and we can't defend ourselves, we're just another statistics for them to fucking ban guns. It's like, plain and simple. I don't know what Dinky thinks of it, but this is my own fucking opinion. I mean, technology has changed. Technology's changed, people's changed, rights have changed. In the 80s, literally 90s, whatever. I mean, unless you're court educated, court ordered, you can own a gun. Instead, they're like, "Oh, we don't want you to." Yeah, Thing is, "Oh, bipolar people shouldn't have guns." No, bipolar people can if they're medicated. I've had people say I'm not bipolar. I've had people say I'm bipolar. I have had people say, "Well, if you're thinking suicide, you shouldn't own a gun." Thing is the problem is it's the situation you're in that causes you to be suicidal. It's not about picking a gun and shooting something. I mean, let me put it this way. For the safety reasons, I got rid of my guns because, as Dinky knows, Chloe kept making threats against government officials, Secret Service agents, FBI agents, etc. I got rid of them for the safety of that reason. People sit there and say I'm stupid. No, it isn't. You can have them in the safe, and somehow she finds a way into it. I'm liable. No, thank you. Thing is I figured if she ever left, I would go and start layaway and buy a new one, or work with my family and put a few hundred here and a few hundred there, and eventually just buy a few outright and keep them at Corey's house, if I have, or if I have a state, that's what people sit there and say, "Oh, well, you need to own a gun in the state you're in." Well, I don't want to be in the state of Washington. I think fucking Washington's repressive. If I could have my fucking state ID say Oregon, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd go to the DMV and say, "Here, I live at this house." Even though I live here, I'd still be living there. It wouldn't matter to me. I mean, my mail would be still going there. It's like Chloe basically living in here. She's lived here for 4 years. She's lived in Ohio for a year. She's never once changed her driver's license over from Washington or Arizona to Washington. She wants the Arizona because it's 12-year driver's license. She ends up in Arizona, she'll just get her ID re-updated with a picture. It says female, everything. Arizona, 12 years. Actually, no, it's not 12 years. Sorry, it's 40 years. So to me, I think that's fucking bullshit that you have to report that, you have to change it within 30 days. Bullshit. I don't want to change my ID. I want to fucking have a different state ID. I mean, literally, I'm not going to be committing crimes anyways. All I want is to fucking be feeling safe in a state where I can own a firearm without any fucking repercussions of them saying, you need to have, the sheriff controls if you own one. Well, guess what? I want a fucking Oregon driver's license. They said if I can get away with that, then I'm doing good. I don't care if I live here. I just want I don't care if my ID says fucking Oregon and I'm in Washington. I mean, I don't give a shit. My main thing is, and my family knows this wholeheartedly with my heart, is I believe in gun rights. I mean, I believe in self-defense, and I believe that, this guns save lives. It does. I mean, look at the guy in Texas. He basically pulled out and defended a church. He got praised. And now they're like, we need to take care of guns from Texas. Really, Texas will never do it, even though they had a mass shooting, But the thing is, at the same time as Dayton, but you get the idea. I was born in Dayton, so here's the thing. Poppy said they're trying to pass gun laws in a swing state. Sorry to say, but a swing state's different than a red state. I'd rather be in a red state or a state that won't basically sit there and demand your medical records for every damn thing, whether you've been hospitalized, had a surgery, had this just for a gun. To me, I think it's bullshit. If you've been fucking assaulted or raped, no gun for you. If you've been fucking domestic violence attacked against, no gun for you. You can't defend yourself. I think it's the most bullshittest thing. And then to tell me that the police are allowed to have 15 or 17 or 33 round clips is wrong. Again, I think it's fucking bullshit. And my rant is if I want to live in a state like Oregon and be with my cousin, and if say my cousins they stay in Oregon, okay, and I ended up homeless. The first thing I would say is, look, this is what I would say. I don't know if Dinky's still watching, but Dinky probably already knows this. Anyways, I've talked to her about it once before, but this is this will never happen. But if it did, first thing I would do to Dinky is I'd say, look, to Corey and Dinky, I'm coming down to talk to you. I would say, look, I pay $400 in rent. I'll pay the $400 for the room. Oh, by the way, I'll buy my groceries like usual. I will give you $65 for the fucking internet. That's what I pay, and I will pay up to $130 for electricity. That's what I pay right now. So technically, they're making out like a bandit, and then I would file for apartments everywhere I could to get into a place, so I'm not a burden to them. But at least I would be paying my bills without any question, like I do with my mother. If the internet's $50 a month, I'd be like, look, here's $50 for the internet. You guys get it free. I pay. I mean, the way it is this is how it would work because that's how it is. I mean, literally, but I wouldn't, my thing is, if I had a travel trailer, same thing, but my main thing is towing it and the propane. I'd be like, oh yeah. I mean, if I was living in a national park and being a park host, I'd call them up and be like, yeah, I need propane. Can you bring me some? Okay, yeah, and come up and hang out for 3 days. Bring some whiskey and we'll party or whatever, My main thing is I'm not greedy and I'm not selfish. I'd be doing what I can to get on my feet, but at the same time, I'd be renting a room, and they would be having a little extra money, anyways. I mean, my mother would have done that with me as an emergency. Thing is, she's done that with her own kids, and if a push comes to shove, I think that would happen, but I don't feel, as long as, I can maintain this place, I'm fine. The problem is maintaining it with Chloe is not fine. It's like Social Security lady said. The lady basically stated, what the fuck is Chloe doing? She's hoarding checks or disposing checks, not wanting me to have checks, and yet doesn't want me. And then she gets a hold of the DSHS social worker, and he says, yeah, I went over to talk to Mary, and Mary said that the checks, Rita's paying all the rent, and I asked where Chloe's rent was because they were supposed to take so much to pay for her part. They weren't told to take that check, excuse me. So what happened? Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. They basically found that the cash was used for potato chips, munchies, whatever Chloe wanted, cookies, candy, you name it. And guess what? Now they're basically thinking, oh, we get Chloe, she needs a payee or she needs a group home. I had the lady ask me the other day what my house looks like. I took pictures, emailed her, and she said, oh my God. She says Chloe is either too mentally disabled and can't take care of herself, or she's fucking pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. She can fucking work. She just doesn't want to work. She says, I don't know. That's why I want these exams. Chloe's like, you don't want to go to the exams. They should just give me Social Security. I'm too disabled. And then the lady turned around and asked me how Chloe is. I told her, look, Chloe is not easy to live with. She'll snap off the smallest thing. I mean, look, here's the deal, okay? Everyone knows about law enforcement, okay? Now, Dinky knows the whole story about the garbage and the police trying to arrest me and then nothing happening and then being released. And a lawyer came in and said, look, unless you're going to press charges, this is basically false detainment. They let it go. Lawyers like, we're going to take you to the cleaners. They were like, it's almost 2 years, nothing. One charge is 12 months before they have to let it go, and the other one goes side and side. So if the one wasn't pressed, the other one isn't pressed. Point is, here's the deal. When it comes to this whole ordeal, this lady basically doesn't fucking understand. Literally doesn't understand why she sits there and hoards money and then goes, oh, I need driver's license and whatever. Literally, it's like the Social Security lady's investigating, which I know Dinky's like, yes, it's great they're investigating. Well, it is because they're doing their job. They're basically looking at the big picture. We got enough reports from APS and others. We need to know, they said, do you have receipts? Yes. Do you have a ledger? Yes. Okay, we'll look at it over when the time comes. Meanwhile, she's looking up why Chloe isn't taking birthday money or Christmas money, putting it into whatever, or putting it into helping with the bills. Instead, it's, talking about, I told Chloe, if you're going to have that type of money, hold on to it and use it to buy a ticket out. Instead, oh no, I want to do it for clothing or underwear, hoodie dress or whatever. And it's like, if you do that, you can't leave. And frankly, I want her to leave. Literally, this is my true opinion. So when Dinky and I talked about house sitting, I took the opportunity this time around. It's not a burden. It's like, look, I can clear my head. And Chloe knows that I want her to leave. But Chloe's just like, she breaks away in what they call split personality. And all of a sudden it's like, I want to leave. I don't like the island. Everything's shitty. But my point is, when it comes to law enforcement, okay, Dinky knows this and everyone knows, unless you have concrete evidence for, say, let's just use a word, rape, talking about the neighbor, for example, with Chloe, it didn't happen. The policeman's report, I have the report on my desk. It says that they couldn't find any semen traces or anything or any woman's skin or anything because, she was wearing 3 pairs of panties and all this stuff, and we were all drinking. Therefore, drinking settles into, it could be consensual. So Chloe says, who's the neighbor raping me? And the neighbor, she doesn't want anything to do with me and Chloe, but the neighbor stole from me. Me and the police know that, so I leave. I don't complain. Chloe, she just wants to keep adding fuel to the fire. Oh, the neighbor raped me. You don't believe me. You're in love with the neighbor. If I was in love with the neighbor, I would have been with the neighbor. Instead, I'm not in love with the neighbor. She stole from me ever since you filed a police report. But then we have this guy that tried to assault us, and they said, again, too much alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. But, you have to have concrete evidence. The guy basically said, oh, it was a gentleman. Really? They basically found out through other pundits he's not on the island anymore. And apparently, the sheriff said they sent him off to Fairfax to be evaluated again for that to be transferred to Eastern or Western for a while. Because one of the things they did see that they had to look over the cameras closely was, what was he doing? He was actually trying to masturbate under the table. And they went to one of our other neighbors who's she's the ex-husband's cousin, who basically thinks that 9-year-olds are a good age for an affair. I'm sorry, but unless you're fucking Muslim like Muhammad, that is fucking perverted and sick. Literally, it's like I said earlier when Lenovo sent me my computer back. They left a little note saying that they have a team that goes through your computer, make sure you don't have any wrong files or something. One of the things they went through is my photos. They saw me topless. They said, you have nice boobs. They're from Tennessee. That's fine and dandy. These Kentucky, Tennessee drinkers like my boobs. Oh, well. Thing is, it's fine by me, but you get the idea. The point is it is sick, and I never thought of it. I just thought hardware I failed to put a new one in. I won't have my stuff copied over. They copied over, gave me new hardware too. So, but they did everything for me. So to me, it was just funny. But you get the idea. When it comes to anything, they offered, I said, okay, I'll take it. It's a vacation. I can clear my head. My family knows I want them gone, but trying to get rid of them is like a needle in a haystack. They're on the lease, they won't leave. Manager said, quit basically having these breaks and mental breaks. What did they do? Again, mental breaks. Again, nothing happened. They sit there 2 a.m, start screaming and yelling about the neighbor. I keep panicking. I'm going to get a notice on the door. The manager tells me, oh, well, we have to investigate everything. Frankly, it's only coming from one neighbor. We're not bothering right now. But I just like, I act stupid. Point is, you know, well, hold on. I got to check something real quick. So apparently the USPS says this one's in pre-shipment, and the other one isn't. So I want to see what this is. One is in pre-shipment, whatever it is. Let's see. All right, I know Dinky's sitting there going, "What the fuck is that?" I know if she's still watching and she's posted. I did wear pants, if she posted, what is this, anyways? Well, let's see. Is there a packing ship with this or just okay? So. For example, I'm going to close this out for a second. I don't know. I think the coffee's been shipped. But anyway, let's see. We got Dragon's Dogma. Cool. Chloe bought some games for herself. So for some of her birthday money. So Dragon Quest X11. I've been waiting for that. That's going to be really great to play in Portland. That's one thing I can. She got Assassin's Creed Origins. That's going to be real cool. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. We need 1, 2, and 3. And then Final Fantasy 12, which we have the Switch version. So we can both play at the same time. Just different systems. So, yeah, I think that's everything. But what's this other Amazon order? That's something I'm curious about. Is that the coffee or, something else? I mean, I don't know. It says Amazon sent something else. And I'm like, from what we understand, it was these 5 items Chloe said she ordered. So what's the other one that was ordered? That's the thing. It wasn't coffee. So if it wasn't coffee, then what is it? No, that's the thing. What did Amazon ship? Because I didn't order anything except for bunny pellets and dog food. So and then I found dog food. So to me, I'm curious what was shipped, what was delivered. What was shipped. Because they're saying that one's in pre-shipment. And pre-shipment, I'm wondering what is pre-shipment. What was sent. It says Amazon, but my thing is what is it exactly? Let's see. Jose's coffee. He went to him. That was shipped already for Chloe's birthday. That was sent to Teddy. Those shipped out. So there's nothing ordered and shipped yet. Rune Factory hasn't shipped. Trials of Mana hasn't shipped. So let's see. Open orders currently is Rune Factory. Link Racers is coming out, and Tales of Arise. March 20th is Doom. So yeah, I mean, literally those are the 5 open orders for games for March, but there's nothing else. So thing is, what else did we order? That is thing. I don't know. Did Dinky order something and ship me something without me knowing? I mean, all I know is I got a something coming from Amazon, unless it's a birthday present for Chloe that's late. Chloe's, it's saying that there's a pre-shipment sent to USPS. It's delivery date unknown. It says Amazon, and so pre-shipment. So it doesn't say what it is. And then we got 2 mail pieces. One being I don't know. I mean, that one's really stumped. I didn't order anything but dog food, and so unless it's my dog food, it makes me wonder. But anyways, the mail came, so this should make Chloe happy. I just don't know what the other item is. That's the thing. It makes me wonder. What is it? Because it's something that Chloe's gonna order coffee. So was it coffee? Did she actually order it? I mean, literally, I know Dinky's like, well, if you need something, I can order it Amazon. But thing is I really, I mean, she knows I can survive, without coffee and without milk and stuff. It just makes me a little cranky, but it's normal, So the thing is, what was it that was ordered? That's the thing. I mean, I know Dinky didn't order anything. If she did, it might be a present, but she would tell me look for a package. So, well, I don't know. Maybe it's my pre-shipment. My other thing, it said didn't order. It didn't. I don't know. I mean, literally, I have no clue. So, um, but yeah. Anywho, um, it's confusing. So, but anyways, back to my games. My game list. I'm working on spreadsheets still off and on. It's like I said, it's I'm still waiting for that government phone to ship too. So all these little packages coming in, I'm trying to prepare things, but I'm trying to also figure out, what's going on. I know Amazon. I know uh, uh, I don't know. It just makes me wonder. But I know Poppy would have said something like Bible coming. Because he would have said, "Oh yeah, I ordered you a Bible instead." Something's coming to me, and it's like, what is coming to me? And no one knows what's coming. Maybe Jose ordered something and didn't tell me. He's got my address too, so because I know Dinky would say something, and yeah, she'd be saying something like, "Yeah, there's an order coming" or something. I don't know. I mean, it literally makes me wonder, well, what's this pre-shipment? Because there's only three people I know that would ship to me. That would be Dinky and Corey. Jose, my aunt Aya wouldn't do anything, and then Chloe's parents. So Chloe's mom could have sent something for her, but the thing is, what would her mom send without Chloe knowing? That's the thing. And I don't think Social Security would send something through Amazon. So I don't know. I mean, literally, it just makes me wonder: did Chloe order something on Amazon and she didn't tell me? I mean, who knows? So but let me just talk to you about these for a second. So this game here has got about 200 hours to beat, and it was only $30. So Chloe wanted it. This one has about 400 hours to beat in two different modes. This one has about 90 hours to beat. This one has about 200 hours to complete, and this one has about 100 hours. So if you look at all these games, these have long playability, and that's what I look for in gaming. And so, in my spreadsheets, I've been looking at games, watching reviews, and making decisions. This is what I want. This is what I not want, and basing it off of the money you pay. And like classic games for PS1, you can be paying $100 up to $500 for even complete and new. And I'm looking for games that I can complete and also that I can enjoy. And so to me, I mean, I made a joke with Dinky the other day about Amazon gift cards, but if she was going to send an Amazon gift card, I think she would send it via email, jokingly. But I know, with finances, tough with everyone, it's not the way it is. So technically, I helped Chloe. It took us about 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks to choose what Chloe wanted game wise. And so to me, unless Chloe ordered something without me knowing, to me, I think, it's different. I also want to say, when it comes to movies, I don't think she ordered any movies. I don't know. I mean, literally, I'm kind of curious to find out what the other Amazon order is. I mean, literally, did she order 2-day coffee and it's due in on Monday? I mean, the USPS, I'll have to find out what it is. I know Chloe's like, I'll order coffee. So she was going to order coffee. Could be the bunny food and the other thing. The bunny needs his food too. Don't you, little boo boo? I'd really like to bring him with me to Portland, but I don't think I can get away with taking a bunny with me. Even in a bunny backpack, I don't think so. But so I'm going to let this video go for a few more minutes. I don't know who's watching, if Dinky's still watching or working, but let's talk about my goals. So I got some spreadsheets left to do. I got Sonic to update and Kirby, which I'm kind of, and Metal Gear. I'm kind of skeptical of updating them anymore because I want to make some subfolders of game system series that I want and don't want. Sonic seems kind of lame. Back in the day, Sonic seemed to be cool, but watching as a blue hedgehog run around and collect coins and stuff is not cool. I love his ears. His ears are cute. But anywho, run around a blue hedgehog, and stuff. It seems lame. And then some of the other games, the side scrollers, they kind of look lame now. And people are like, oh yeah, but it's fun. But thing is the other thing that people sit there, my cousin doesn't sit there and ask me questions like, oh, do you want to buy that game? You should buy that game. Instead, they don't sit there and say, well, what is your preference? People don't ask me those questions. And so one of the things Dinky was talking to me about a while ago is, oh, you know how to ask questions and answers. Well, I ask a lot of questions before purchasing games through Google, not Google, Amazon, questions and answers, where there's like a form where you ask questions. And 99% of the time they answer, like, oh, the load times are terrible, or oh, the load times are great. Whereas others is like, yeah. So to me, it's like, when it comes to gaming, I want to buy stuff that looks good and doesn't look like crap. Like I was looking at Natural Doctrine the other day, and I'm going, I got to rewatch those reviews, but mostly it's like, well, is this one crappy or is this one, and then I watch something else that looks like a Diablo killer, and it's like, oh yeah, that's cool, or whatever. And to me, it's wild. So gaming wise, and so you got to look at the systems and stuff. And one of the things that I don't talk to my family about because they're not gamers is, besides the longevity of hours to jam out on a game, the other problem is you know is the other question, that I ask, besides being hours and campaign mode for first person shooters, is this online or offline, or you got to connect online only, or how do I say it? Is besides how long the hours is, can my system handle it? Can I buy that game for that game system? Can I do this or can I do that? It's like Google Stadia failed miserably. People are complaining. So to me, I wanted to, I don't want to rent games. I just want physical copies. So, another thing that I'm always questioning about is when it comes to gaming is the battery life. For example, and I'm not talking about battery. I mean, save batteries. For example, you buy a game for the NES era, the battery might not even hold anymore after 30 plus years. So, if you can get a remake of the same game that the battery might be good, it's good. Or if you can get one that's renewed or refurbished with a new battery, I always email and say, is this one got if I'm paying $30, is the battery still good? And they're like, no, the battery's bad. So, for example, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. NES versions, the batteries, you have to get refurbs. And if someone knows how to take the cartridges apart, replace the batteries, then you're good. Otherwise, it's not worth buying, an older game because the battery might not hold. So, nowadays game companies are remaking it for the nostalgia for the older player like me, but they're doing it so it can actually work and save properly where you don't have any problems, like saving on your hard drive or your memory card. Whereas the old games, the batteries might not even hold a charge to save your content. So you load your game up in your NES and you might have, every time you play the game, the battery might be gone. And so, you have to go and send it into a battery specialist that charges $5 to reinstall the battery and solder it into place and all this crap. And, they might be the only place in the entire country that does the battery. So you got to look at that as an option. So to me, I'm always emailing, hey, is this one got battery? Or, I mean, I talked to one company that's always like, oh, yeah, we replace the battery. And then I send them the Better Business info, and they're like, okay, so we sometimes don't, we just get them in and we sell them as is. And we might charge $300 for the game complete, but at least you're getting a box with it. And I'm like, you might get a box with it, but you're not getting anything else with it. And, our manual and the game might not even work. So they're bringing out more games. I mean, like, for example, one of my pet peeves is, okay, you go to LGR, limited run games, LRG, and there's games that they bring out, and I'm a collector of them. I buy them all the time. And one of the games they have is digital only for Switch and PS4. And if they bring it out, I buy it because it's RPG. It might have 20 or 30 hours on it. I play it, and I've beaten plenty of them. The problem with limited run games is they're the only ones that do the digital, makes a deal and get it like 5,000 copies nationwide. So they'll be worth some money. Fortunately, some of these companies like Nintendo and Square Enix, for example. Square Enix makes Dragon Quest. That's like Dragon Quest 11. Hold on a sec. And they turn around, for example, okay? They turn around. I'm going to give you an example. This is something that I got for my Christmas. For example, you go like this, and you sit here, right? And you you look at this, right? Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2, great game, right? Great game. And you read it, and it says licensed by Nintendo, gives the address, number of players, and it says Final Fantasy 10-2 and 10-2 last minutes download only. You go to the PlayStation 4 version, which we have, the game's all on one cartridge. You go to Asia, the Asian copy, it's all download. It's all on the cartridge, right? 10-2, like I said, Chloe's got 10-2 for PS4. Here's 10-2 for Switch. Good game, couple 100 hours. Now, the two games I want to talk about in this country, okay? In Japan, Japan's got it too, but Japan doesn't have English subtitles only. So Dinky's probably sitting there going, boring. But anyways, my gripe is you buy a game on the Switch, like Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 remade. They give you digital only. It's like $6, $9, and $15. 1, 2, and 3. So they're each tiered separately. You can buy a bundle, but the problem is with the game is you only get it digital. They don't have hard copies. The only place that has hard copy is Asia. And with English, you get English as a subtitle, so you can read the entire game in English and listen to it in English. And so you got to go through in English of Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, but you get a physical copy right here. Physical copy. It says English text, Chinese text, Korean text. So you buy this, you get 3 games. You can play it in English, complete. Whereas in America, they give you download only. Final Fantasy 7 and 8. When 7 came out, I had it for the Switch. I beat it on the Switch. 7 was approximately 400 hours. And so I was pissed because they won't give a full copy. Now, 8 came out recently. Digital only on the Switch. Again, everyone was pissed. Japan turned out and gave Japanese only download for both games on one cartridge. And Asia. Asia has 7 and 8 on a cartridge. And there you have it. Remastered and 7 remastered. Guess what? These games are going to be good. This one here I plan to play probably beforehand, or if I go to Portland, I will play it because this will give me at least 80 hours for all 3. And I look forward to it. But, gaming is a good thing. But my gripe is America is getting to the point where they want to go digital only. So if you want some of these limited games that have both games with English, you have to buy the Asian copy from China or Hong Kong, and they're legitimate copies. So to me, it upsets me that you have to go and buy these games specifically for that purpose. And like for example, Final Fantasy 10 Asia has English and both copies on one cartridge, whereas in America they make you download it and the code will expire in like 2 years. So if you have a game you never use the code, you lose um entire content. So to me, I don't like digital games at all. My cousin's like, "Oh yeah, we're living in a digital world. You should just get this to save space by not getting movies." Well, let me put it this way: with Amazon Prime, I can watch any of the Star Treks. I might binge out Star Trek while Terran Corey's gone. You know, they have the. I don't think they have. I don't think they're bandwidth capped, so I can actually watch what I want. You know, Star Trek, Star Trek Next Generation, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise. CBS All Access is Star Trek Discovery. The Picard series sucks, by the way. That CBS All Access is bad, but you get the idea. So he's like, "Oh well, if you get your box sets, you fill up a whole bookshelf." You know what? I like physical copies too because when you're done, you can always watch them a little later. And if you don't want to tap into your physical copies later in life, you can go to digital. I mean, I'm waiting for an entire box set of episodes 1 through 9 for Star Wars, but in the meantime, I can watch Star Wars 1 through 8 on Disney. No problem. 9 might be available in 2021, but you got to expect that because everyone wants it, like Stars and not Stars, Hulu, Netflix. And I got an offer for Hulu the other day. It was like $2 a month for a year, and I'm like, nah. I got it to watch the Gypsy Rose series, and everything I looked for, I couldn't find. I go to Amazon, and I got 70% of TV shows I grew up with, I can watch right there, no charge. And to me, for $6.50 a month, I can't complain at all. And with the free shipping, which I want to talk about some because I know Dinky and Corey, they share their Amazon account. And I did this with Chloe. And so Chloe's sitting there, she's getting ready to order coffee today. She found some coffee, it's like $4.50 a can, big can, big can like the can right over there, the bigger can. And she's sitting there, she's going to order 3 cans, right? 3 cans, no shipping, or no sales tax and no shipping, right? Can like this size. What happened, right? You want to hear the story? She goes there, they want to charge $6. So I said, go and click out Amazon thing. So she went through like 20 different coffees, Maxwell House Folgers. They all said $5.99 shipping. She's like, look, we get free shipping. Why aren't they giving me free shipping? Because I'm connected to your account, Rita. Then they said sales tax. So in the end, Chloe's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Fuck it. And to me, I agree with Chloe, fuck it. But my also gripe is, that I notice that if I go on my side of Amazon Prime and I go and say, oh, like for example, if I go to Dinky and say, look, I get paid in 8 days, order me 3 or 4 cans of coffee to make sure it lasts. They'd probably order one for $5. She'd be happy with that. I always pay back my debt if I asked her. But my point is, she'd go on and find out on her side, free shipping, ship it to Rita, no problem. Whereas Chloe, I shared my Prime benefits with her, and yet they're still charging. I mean, these games, right? The sales tax were enormous, but she was supposed to get free shipping. Instead, she was paying $4 and $5 of shipping. So 5 games, $5 in shipping. That's $25 in shipping for an envelope, shipping and handling. And we're supposed to be getting free 2-day shipping. Instead, it took 9 days to ship to us. So to me, I'm wondering the deal. If Dinky, if you're still watching us, maybe you can text me and tell me about the shipping thing. I'm actually curious from your opinion what's going on with shipping because it kind of bothers the fuck out of me that they're charging more. If I'm paying for Prime and sharing it with Chloe, then Chloe should be able to get free shipping without me complaining about shipping, at all. Now, maybe if you're still watching, maybe you can tell me, did you order a package from me or something? Because I don't think Chloe ordered. So unless it's Chloe's mother or Poppy or Jose, someone's sending us a package that's coming to my address, and yet no one knows what it is. I'm just wondering, did you order something for me? Maybe you ordered coffee or toilet paper, something that I don't know about. I mean, unless you're basically making it a surprise, then you can say it's a surprise. But I'm kind of stumped on it. Well, what are we getting? It says pre-shipment, and thing is, what did we order? I mean, that's the thing. Did you order something? If you didn't, then that would eliminate the Poppy, which I can just email and say, "Did you order something?" Because he's got free shipping too, but it's coming from Amazon. And so to me, I'm just wondering, did you, or maybe Chloe ordered something? Chloe's been in the other room anyway. So, but you do know, for all of you out there, I'm gonna have to go soon and change shirts. Um, and actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom, and I will be back. I will change shirts and continue. I wanted a hat. When? This is definitely free. All right, hold on. All right. So, anyways, I asked Chloe. She's out of it. She said something about ordering a hat or something for me. It's like, I didn't order a hat or something. She's like, "Oh, I think you asked me to order a hat or something. I ordered coffee, but I think I ordered a hat or something. I don't know." So, but I know Chloe's gonna want to get into her gaming eventually, and that means, I changed shirts because the other one was getting sweaty and stinky. I was gonna use the restroom and continue. So I will take this to the room real quick so Chloe can see them and see how happy she is, and then I'll be right back. And Odyssey. All right, I'm back, everyone. So I'm not mooning the camera like Dinky says I am. So let me just ask Dinky a question. Still watching? Okay, now let's go over to my bank account. I want to check to see if I ordered something besides the fucking pellets and dog food and see if that's what the shipping. Because I know Dinky's happy that I order at Amazon. Which, by the way, I want to talk about Amazon for a second on this channel. Now, for Amazon Prime price, because I'm paying a different fee than most because of my EBT food camp food card thing. I did order some ramen too, so maybe that's what it shipped. Let me look. Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. Did taste like stale turkey though. Let's see. Amazon Prime, gas station, digital. I don't know. I got a lot of Amazon movie rentals this month, which I never talked to Dinky about. I mean, let's see. Amazon charged me. That was for her birthday. More movie rentals, movie rentals, movie rentals. Next month, my movie rentals will be a lot cheaper, but I rented a lot of movies. I mean, literally, what's that? Oh yeah, that was for the medicine, and then the medicine, and then Amazon charged something for the book. So I don't know. I have no clue what's shipping. Hey, maybe like I said, maybe it's Dinky sent some. I don't know. I'm gonna mail Poppy for a second, message him and ask a question. So let's see if I ask him. Poppy might know. So. All right. So ask Poppy because he might know. If it's not that, then it eliminates Poppy, and that leaves Chloe or Chloe's mom, Cinder, or something. So there you have it. So, or Jose, and so so But anyways, with Amazon, a lot of people bitch, oh, Amazon's terrible and stuff. To me, I find Amazon to be more convenient. They got the pantry, they got the music, they got the movies, TV shows. I mean, I can't complain. I can find something to watch. I can also not complain because I find Disney to be good too, as well as Stars. And I can't complain about HBO, Cinemax, or Showtime. I can find something there. But usually I find other things that's more convenient. So to me, it's a different story. So to me, I'm really happy about it. So you know, and so there's Hulu. They're trying to sell me on Hulu again. You need to watch this, this, and this. Well, the thing is with Hulu is I haven't found anything on Hulu. Netflix, the same thing. People say, oh, Netflix has all these TV shows, but they don't. So to me, with me, I'm like, I spent a lot of money at movie rentals this month, and I bought a lot of movies too, had shipped, box sets and stuff, because that's one of the things, and I'm not really worried, because like I said with the Walmart thing, is that excess money was going to be paying for bills and groceries, so I was relying on it, so I didn't have any problems until at the end, and so I was trying to keep myself busy and entertained while my back's out, and again, it's like so to me it's like, oh well, so um that's how it is. So uh but yeah, I mean literally I'm just stoked, and Chloe saying, oh, I ordered a hat, or I ordered this or that, and I send Chloe links all the time, coffee links and other links, and Poppy's read my message, so he's replying to it. So that's good to know, because I'm kind of curious. Did he order something? Because frankly, he would tell me, oh yeah, I ordered you a Bible, or I'm sending you a late birthday present or Christmas. He would tell me that too. So to me, I'm kind of worried because if it isn't Poppy and it ain't Tara, then it has to be Chloe's mom or Chloe herself. And frankly, I'm kind of confused. What's going on. So to me, I'm like, happy hours with friends now. Happy hour with friends now. So so I guess she's not watching. So who's watching me then? Because frankly, I've been going for 5 hours, rambling and rambling, and now I don't know who's what. Uh, so my computer's kind of sluggish because of the long life on my um on my video. So hopefully, I can find out. Are you still watching DeLacy? D Lancy, are you still watching? I mean, I keep getting 1 to 3 players. Oh, so so Dinky's that, DeLacy's I don't know. There's 2 people. Um, you know. So I just talked to Poppy. He says he doesn't know. He'll check his orders tonight. If he goops, he'll let me know. So so if it's not Poppy, then it has to be something else, because I don't think Poppy would goof and send me something, literally without telling me. So Anyways. Anywho, like I said, Chloe wants to get the dishes done, and since no one's actually talking in the comments and no one's telling me who's watching me, I think I'll just check out, because it's 5 hours, and frankly, I'm tired, and I don't know if Sam's watching, or Gabby's watching, or Tara J's watching, or Jenna's watching, or whoever's watching, but this video has been long enough. I'm tired, and I have things to do and things to do and things to do. So with that said, everyone, please, 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 you know, stay tuned for another update sooner or later. I'll make the next video smaller and shorter. But yeah, like I said, the Walmart thing upset me. This whole Amazon thing's kind of scary. I don't know who's sending what and why, and etc. And then, Chloe wants to get dished, so it's getting late to the point where it's almost bedtime for me. So hopefully tomorrow I can get into Diablo 3 without any problems. I had a bath today, so I should be good for a few days. And yeah, so like I said, I talked about games, I talked about entertainment, I've talked about things I got goals to do soon, do some spreadsheets and file management and so forth and so on. So yeah, anywho, with that said, everyone, so please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion. Hit that like and subscribe button. It's wholesome fun for the family, including your dogs and your bunnies. Hit that bell notification for new content every day. Thanks for watching, everyone. Captain's log out. NCC 77246. USS Excelsior. This transmission ends now.